He was varying shades of bronze that had an iridescent glint in the sunshine. His wide, heavy-muscled chest was right overhead. Her head bobbled back and forth as she took in the long legs planted on either side of her. The bronze color darkened to black at the ends of his legs. His feet had curved talons that had to be the length of her forearm. His body narrowed to powerful haunches and long tail. She stared for a frozen moment at the slit in the sheath of thick bronze hide between his hind legs, covering the region of his genitals. There didn't appear to be any part of him that was vulnerable. Massive shadows unfurled across the ground. He had opened his wings and mantled like an eagle. Her body rediscovered how to move. She scrambled backward on hands and feet, scuttling like a crab. He arched his long, serpentine neck. He tilted down a horned, triangular head that was the length of her body so that he could look at her with eyes that were great pools of molten lava. With a sound that sliced the air, he whipped his tail back and forth.
"That's my long, scaly, reptilian tail, and it's bigger than anyone else's,"
Dragos said in a voice that was deeper, larger, yet still recognizable as his. One huge eyelid dropped in an unmistakable wink. She collapsed in hysterical laughter.
"Stay down," the dragon told her.
He lowered his head as he turned to the bluff, a sleek, sinuous behemoth. He bared his teeth in a vicious challenge.
"Bring it on, you son of a bitch!"
One by one, the dark Fey riders rose into the air on their dragonfly steeds. They turned and flew away. It was impossible to see, but she sensed the predator in him vibrating with the instinct to give chase. He held himself back, though, and she knew why. He wouldn't leave her unprotected with the goblin Fey army so near. She pushed up on one elbow to stare in the direction of their pursuers. The goblins and Fey riders had turned away. They were in full retreat. The sound of ripping soil had her looking back at the dragon. He was digging his talons into the ground as he snarled at their retreat. "Dragos," she said. He looked at her. She jerked her head toward the retreating army. "Go." He needed no further encouragement. He crouched and sprang into the air. A roar split the sky like a thunderclap. The goblins began to scream as the killing began. She was ferociously, vindictively glad. It was not so much a battle as it was extermination. After Dragos's first spectacular dive and roll when he winged low over their heads and spouted fire, she couldn't watch any more. She turned onto her stomach, put her arms over her head, and waited for it to be over. The stink of goblin was overcome with the smell of oily smoke. It was not long before silence fell over the plain. There was no one left to do a body count. None of their enemies made it off the plain alive. She nestled her nose deeper in the tall, sweet-smelling grass. The sun was high in the sky. It was warm on her back and shoulders. A quiet rustling in the grass grew closer. A shadow fell over her. Something very light tickled her forearms that covered the back of her head. It wuffled in her hair. She scratched an arm. "Did you kill the Fey horses?" The wuffling stopped. Dragos said in a cautious voice,
"Was I not supposed to?"
She shrugged. "It just wasn't their fault."
"If it helps any, I was hungry and ate one."
Another wuffle. She couldn't help but chuckle. "I guess that does help some." She rolled over. He had stretched out alongside her, his great body between her and the remains of the goblin Fey army. His wings, a dramatic sweep of bronze darkening to black at the tips, were folded back. His hide glinted in the sun. She lifted her head and looked in the direction of a few plumes of smoke. His triangular head came down in front of her, golden eyes keen.
"You don't need to look over there,"
he said in a gentle voice. She sat up and leaned against his snout. She laid her cheek against him. Close up, she could see a faint pattern like scales in his hide. She stroked the wide curve of one nostril. It seemed somewhat softer than the rest of him. He held very still, breathing light and shallow. "What does that feel like?" she asked him.
"It feels good."
He sighed, a great gust of wind, and he seemed to relax.
"Thank you for saving my life again, Pia Alessandra Giovanni."
He made the syllables of her human name sound musical. "Back at you, big guy," she whispered. After a few more moments, he withdrew, giving her plenty of time to straighten. She looked up, way up at his long triangular head silhouetted against the afternoon sun.
"You have," he said, "two choices."
"Choices are good." She pushed to her feet, all of a sudden feeling tired and achy again. "Choices are better than orders."
"You can ride," he told her, "or I can carry you."
Ride? Hot damn! She shaded her eyes and eyed his enormous bulk. "That might be more excitement than I can deal with right now. I'm not seeing any seat belts up there."
"You got it."
Giving her plenty of time to adjust, he wrapped the long claws of one foot around her with such precision he didn't cause so much as a scratch or pinch. When he tilted his foot, she found she had quite a comfortable hollow in which to sit. He lifted her up so that he could look at her.
"All right."
"I'm feeling a little Fay Ray here, but otherwise it's great," she told him. "You know, if you weren't a multi-billionaire, you could make a good living as an elevator." He snorted a laugh. Then the world fell away as he leaped into the air. Anything else she might have said was lost in the beat of his huge wings, in her ear-splitting shriek. "I take it all back!" she shouted at him telepathically. She had no breath left from shrieking to try to speak out loud. "Forget about producing Valium or elevator and hairdressing careers. You could be the world's only living roller coaster. Hey, I bet Six Flags would pay you a fortune."
"I see the lunatic inhabiting your body is alive and well," he replied.
He banked and shifted direction as he sensed a passageway back to the human realm. She managed to suck in more breath, to shriek again. "I'm being serious now. I don't think I can deal with this."
"Tough," he told her. "I'm not taking the chance of anything else going wrong. This is a non-stop flight to New York. Thank you for flying Wellebrae Airlines."
"You're not funny!" she screamed out loud. Dragon laughter filled her head. She huddled in his unbreakable grip, hands over her eyes. She discovered it wasn't a smooth, seamless flight, but one that had a rhythm from the beat of his wings. She also thought she would be freezing. She was in for another surprise as he kept a velvet blanket of power wrapped around her. It protected her from the cold altitude and the wind. She could sense the upswell of magic that marked a passageway back to the human dimension as they approached. She peeked through her fingers. Following a directional sense she didn't share, he stretched his wings and they glided until they skimmed along just 100 feet above a small canyon.
"Are you able to open your eyes yet?" he asked.
She told him, "I'm looking."
"A lot of passageways to other lands are like this one. They're couched in some kind of break in the physical landscape," he told her. "If we flew just 10 or 15 feet higher, we wouldn't be in the passageway."
"Then we would stay in the other land?" she asked, as she became interested in spite of herself.
"Correct. From the air, it's like following a specific airstream. The passageway the goblin brought us through was somewhat unusual," he explained. "There was a break in the land, but it was an old one, worn down by time. It was barely visible even to my eyes."
Somewhere along the way, the sun changed and became paler. The canyon shrank until it was a mere ravine tangled with underbrush. The quality of air changed as well. They had crossed over.
"Can you tell where we are?" she asked. She had forgotten her fear in the fascination of watching the land scroll by underneath. "North of where we were before. I'm more familiar with the landscape along the coast. I'll know more when we hit the Atlantic." He gave the equivalent of a mental shrug. "I'm more interested in finding out when we are and how much time has passed while we were in the other land." She had forgotten about that. She watched the landscape change as Dragos winged east. After about a half an hour or so, the blue line of the ocean appeared ahead of them. He wheeled to fly north alongside the land's edge, climbing in altitude until the air felt thin to her. The cities and towns they flew over looked like child's toys. "There," he said. She looked up to see him nod to their left. "That's Virginia Beach. We've got a good couple hours' flight ahead of us." "Oh, right." She drooped at the thought. "And here I am without my magazines or paperback novel and no money for an in-flight movie." They fell silent. After a while, watching the coastline pass by between her dangling feet became so commonplace it was boring. She inspected the cut on her palm, which had sealed sometime during Dragos's healing. The scab already looked a week old. She picked at it without much interest, then turned her attention to the long, curved black talons that surrounded her. She rubbed one, then tapped at it with her fingernail. It gleamed like obsidian and was no doubt harder than diamonds. After that, there was nothing left to do but kick her feet and obsess over the debacle that her life had become. After everything, now she was headed back to New York in the grasp of the very creature she had been running away from, with whom, by the way, she had also had fantastic, mind-blowing sex. That was a head-bender all on its own, without considering all the many other disasters that had occurred. She peered up at Dragos and looked away again fast. The memories of what they had done together were so intense she lost her breath every time she thought of them. Yet they seemed surreal at the same time, almost like they had happened to someone else, and she couldn't quite connect the man who had been her lover with this splendid, exotic creature who carried her with such care as he flew. She propped her elbows on a talon and buried her face in her hands. Images from the last few days flashed across her inner eye. The confrontation with the elves, Dragos getting shot, the car crash, the goblin stronghold, the beating, the beautiful dream of her mother, the standoff on the plane. She didn't know what to make of all of it. She wanted that dark room to hide in until she figured everything out, like in maybe 10 years or so. And it was really not good that she had come to the Fae King's attention for sure this time. Front and center. He couldn't know everything that had happened between her and Dragos, but they had escaped together. Now the Fae King had to have some questions about whether she had anything significant to do with Dragos's transformation. Questions he would want to have answered, along with all the questions he might have had from before. Way to stay under the radar and avoid scrutiny, dingbat. If he might have known something and been interested in her before, he sure as hell did now. She had no doubt she'd just shot right up to the Fae King's 10 most wanted list. For all she knew, they would be posting pictures of her in post offices and police stations and faxing them to the FBI. She could always have plastic surgery and run away to live off the grid in a remote Mexican village. If she could collect the stuff from her 3 remaining caches and get out of town again. That wouldn't stop magical detection, though. Dragos had already warned her he would find her if she tried to run. What did that make her? She didn't know. Was she his prisoner when they got back to New York? Was he serious about considering her his property now, or had that been a joke? He had a strange sense of humor sometimes, so it was hard to tell. "Just tell me what I want to know, and I'll let you go." Ha! She rolled her eyes. She couldn't believe she fell for that one. She did believe he had forgiven her for the theft. She supposed that was a miracle all on its own, since not that long ago she had been convinced he was going to tear her to pieces. And she had promised him she wouldn't try to escape. She had meant it at the time. She wondered if she was going to keep that promise. Life had turned so unpredictable she wasn't willing to bet on anyone or anything at this point, least of all herself. All she knew for sure was that she still faced a dangerous and uncertain future, and that she was lonely again, worse than ever before. 11. She fell into a cramped, fitful doze, propping her head on one arm as she leaned against a curved claw. Come to think of it, it was quite a bit like trying to nap in an airplane seat. The change in their altitude woke her up. She straightened with a wince and looked around. New York lay spread out all around her. The panoramic splash of lights in the deepening dusk stabbed at her eyes. She winced and rubbed her face in an attempt to wake up. Dragos banked and wheeled in a great circle. They were headed for one of the tallest skyscrapers. She groaned as her stomach lurched. Then they dropped onto the launch pad on the roof of Wellebrae Tower. She looked around, dazed, and tried to stand without staggering when Dragos set her on her feet. The roof was a huge expanse of space, more than adequate for handling someone of Dragos's size, with room for the takeoffs and landings of other creatures at the same time. A group of people stood waiting by a set of double doors. In front of them, a tawny-haired man stood with feet planted apart and arms crossed. A feral-looking, beautiful woman stood beside him, hands on her hips. A Native American-looking man stood a little apart from the others in a black sleeveless leather vest and black jeans, with black hair cut short with shaved whorls of pattern throughout it and tattooed, muscular arms. Every last one of them bristled with weapons. They all stood 6 feet tall or over. None of them looked like someone she would be comfortable running into in a back alley. The air behind her shimmered with power. She looked over her shoulder as Dragos changed, every ounce of the dragon's force and energy compacted into the tall, muscular shape of the man. By some trick of the magic in the change, he still wore his battered, grimy jeans and boots, and nothing else. She looked from his bare chest up into that blade-cut face and raptor's eyes, and lost her breath all over again. He took her by the arm and strode with her to the group waiting by the doors. Her face heated as curious, unfriendly eyes assessed her. "About time you showed up," said the tawny-haired man. He jerked his chin toward the Native American. "I sent to South America for Tiago and some of the cavalry. You all right?" "I'm fine," said Dragos. 2 of the men held the doors open. Dragos ignored the open elevator doors and took the stairs. She had no choice but to trot along by his side. The others followed. "Conference in 10 minutes. Is the room ready?" What room? Her room? Pia looked at him sidelong as they hit the landing for the penthouse floor. "All set," said the tawny man just behind her. Most of the rest had broken away from them to go to the conference room. They swept down a large hallway, turned, and went down another. The halls had luxurious marbled floors. Original works of art hung placed on recession-lit walls. She craned her neck. Wait, was that a painting by Chagall? Drago stopped in front of a blonde wood door. He pushed it open and walked her inside. The tawny male and 2 others stayed in the hall by the door. Pia looked around. She got a blurred impression of a room that was larger than a small house. Her filthy sneakers sank into plush, white carpet. A freestanding fireplace and sunken living area with pale leather couches and armchairs was at one end. A black, wrought-iron-framed bed the size of a boat was at the other end, piled with pillows and quilts. An immense plasma flat screen hung on one wall, and a wet bar was tucked into an alcove. Another wall was nothing but floor-to-ceiling plate-glass windows with French doors. Open doors led off to walk-in closets and a bathroom. He turned her around to face him and tilted up her chin. She looked up at him, round-eyed and wary. I know how tired you are, he said in a quiet voice. I want you to stay here, take a hot bath, and rest. Everything you should need is here, clothes, drinks, and I'm going to have a hot meal sent up for you. All right?
In some ways, this present landscape was more alien than the other land had been. The tangled mess inside of her got even more snarled. She was half afraid of him again, but at the same time she didn't want him to leave. She bit her lips, clenched her fists to keep from reaching out to him or appearing too high maintenance. She gave him a jerky nod. He put a hand at the back of her neck, a heavy, warm weight, his face tightening. He said, as if she had argued, I've been talking with Rune as we approached the city. We've been gone a week. I've got to brief them on what happened. There must be a million things you've got to do, she said. She pulled out of his hold, crossed her arms around her middle, and stepped away from him. I can't imagine. He stood with his hand suspended in mid-air, frowning at her. She caught a glimpse of the hallway where the tawny male, who must be Rune, stood, along with two other great hulking males. All three were staring at Dragos as if they didn't recognize him. He turned on his heel and strode out. He said, Bane, Khan, stay here. Get her anything she wants.
Right, said one of the men. He exchanged a glance with the other man. Anything she wants.
Dragos disappeared with Rune, leaving her alone in the great, gorgeous barn of a room with two men at the door. Armed guards. Guess she had one question answered. She was a prisoner. One of them took hold of the door handle and nodded to her, his weather-beaten face expressionless.
We'll knock when your meal comes, he told her. Do you need anything right now?
No, thank you, she said from a dry throat. I'm fine. Her guard shut the door and left her alone. She turned in a circle, taking everything in. The empty room was draped in shadows that deepened with the onset of dusk. The strange penthouse luxury seemed colder and hollower without the vitality of Dragos's presence. She rubbed her arms and shivered. She slipped off her disgusting sneakers and put them on the tiled floor just inside a bathroom that was bigger than the whole of her apartment. Then she padded over to the alcove that hid the wet bar. Though small, it was stocked with a wide assortment of liquor, all top of the line, of course. She paused, distracted by the collection. She had always wanted to try a glass of Johnny Walker Blue. There was a coffee machine on the counter and a sink. Underneath the counter was a half-sized refrigerator. She checked the contents. Bottles of Evian water and Perrier, beer and lager, various juices, white wine, and champagne. She took out 2 bottles of water. She gulped down the Evian. Then, with her thirst somewhat assuaged, she opened the Perrier and drank that more slowly. The fireplace was a real one, not gas. It was immaculate and laid with a neat stack of wood, ready to start. A box of long matches sat by a TV remote on the coffee table in front of 2 of the couches. She gave in to temptation and lit the fire. The yellow flicker of the flames helped to dispel some of the room's chill emptiness. Next, she crept into a walk-in closet and dressing room. One side was filled with male clothes. The other side was filled with her clothes. From her apartment. She pushed through the hangers and opened up the dresser drawers. Her underwear, socks, t-shirts, and shorts, all immaculate, all pressed and folded. She held up a small, neat bundle that was a pair of white panties. Some stranger had washed her underwear and ironed it? The same was true for the clothes on the hangers. Her shoes were no longer in a pile, but polished and stored in order. Her small cedar jewelry chest was on one of the dressers. She opened it and grew teary at the sight of her mother's antique necklace. She stroked the necklace, then shut the chest with care and leaned against the dresser. This was both creepy and thoughtful. Finding familiar things was comforting at the same time as it scared her half to death.
When had he given the order to collect her things? Had it been at the beach house when he called Rune? He had said he had told Rune to get a vegetarian cook. When had he decided to move her things into his room? She grabbed a t-shirt, sports bra, and panties and a pair of flannel boxer shorts. She went into the bathroom. She could spend a week having a vacation just in the bathroom alone. There was a bathtub the size of a small pool, with steps and bench seats, and there were unopened bottles of Chanel-scented bubble bath. Her toiletries and makeup were laid out on the marble counter by the sink. New bottles of the shampoo and conditioner brand she liked were in the shower stall. Someone had apparently thought of everything, every last freaking thing, except for asking her opinion about any of it. What a gilded cage. Even though Dragos had urged her to take a hot bath, she felt too vulnerable and unsettled to relax. Just as she had at the beach house, she locked the bathroom door before she stripped. The shower was several feet in size, with a bench seat and multiple heads. After she figured out how to turn it on, she stood under the multiple streams of water with her eyes closed until the warmth soaked away all the strength in her legs. She sat on the bench as she lathered and conditioned her hair and scrubbed at her body until it felt like she had taken a layer of skin off. After rinsing, she wrapped her hair in a towel and dried and dressed. Rational or not, she felt better as soon as she had clean clothes on. When she walked out of the bathroom, she found that a serving cart/portable dining table and a chair had been set near the windows. There was a heavy white linen tablecloth and simple but elegant tableware and dishes with silver covers. A small bottle of white wine chilled in an ice bucket. Consumed with hunger, she uncovered all the dishes. She found a delicate lemon asparagus risotto sprinkled with slivered almonds, a salad with mixed greens, sliced pears and dried cranberries, fresh baked bread with individual packets of soy margarine and blueberry crumble for dessert. She fell on the food and devoured every last delicious bite. After getting clean, comfortable, and filling her stomach, she had no room for alarm or offense. She couldn't even keep her eyes open. She managed to brush her teeth before she crawled between the sheets of the massive bed. As prisons went, this one would be mighty hard to beat. She yawned, gave up trying to think, and fell asleep. On the next floor down, Dragos strode into the conference room, followed by Rune. Located a short, convenient distance down the hall from his offices, it was a large executive boardroom, with black leather seats, an expansive, polished oak table, and state-of-the-art teleconferencing equipment. All his sentinels were present, with the exception of the two griffins Bane and Constantine, who stood guard at Pia's door. Rune took a seat by the fourth griffin, Graydon, and tilted his chair back. Tiago leaned against the far wall, a dark, brooding presence. Ariel sprawled and tapped her fingers on the table. She never quite managed a motionless state unless she was hunting prey. The gargoyle Grim angled his chair so he could watch Ariel. Trix, the fairy known as Thistle Periwinkle, Wellibray's head of PR, sat with her arms and legs crossed at the other end of the table. Her lavender cloud of hair, sporting a $400 haircut, was disheveled. She jiggled one tiny foot and chain-smoked. Dragos, like Tiago, didn't take a seat. Instead, he went to lean back against the oak counter at the head of the room. He kicked one foot over the other and folded his arms, tucked his chin in, and brooded at the floor. He didn't like how he felt. He didn't like it one fucking bit. He felt jittery and restless at leaving Pia alone. The feeling increased with every step he took away from her, and with every minute that trickled by. She had looked very lost and alone standing in the middle of that big empty room. He didn't like how she had looked at him either, like he was an unpredictable puzzle she couldn't decipher, or a bomb that might go off in her face. She had looked at him with uncertainty, distrust, with something very close to fear again. She had pulled away from him. It was unacceptable. But before he could go and take care of whatever was brewing in her head, he had to do this first. He lifted his gaze and looked around the occupants in the room. They were all watching him and waiting. "Hey, Trix," he said to the chain-smoking fairy. "Your Uncle Urian says hi." Trix started swearing, her urchin-like features contorted. She stabbed a half-smoked cigarette out in the ashtray. "What did the bastard do this time?" Rune said, "Everybody knows what happened up to the point when you called from South Carolina. We've been dealing with the Elven fallout. They've invoked a trade and business embargo with anything to do with Wellebrae Enterprises, along with all other known Weir businesses. They also swore they escorted you and the woman to the Elven border. They're insisting on knowing what happened to her." "You mean aside from housing the criminal in a penthouse suite and hiring a private chef for her? Yeah, we're talking cruel and unusual punishment," Ariel whispered to Grim, but Dragos's sharp hearing caught it anyway. He chose to ignore it for now. "They did escort us to the border. That's true as far as it goes," he said. He told them the rest, omitting what happened in private between him and Pia, and glossing over anything to do with her secrets. Pia was his mystery, no one else's. He intended to solve her all by himself. The mood in the room turned ugly as he described the confrontation on the Otherland plain. When he finished, Tiago stirred. In his Thunderbird form, he was as big as any of the griffins. "So, it's war." "About damn time," he said. Dark satisfaction gleamed from obsidian eyes. Dragos nodded. "It's war. We don't stop now until Urian is dead." He looked at Trix. "That means you get to be the Dark Fae Queen at last." "Oh, God, no," the fairy groaned. "I fucking hate the Dark Fae Court." "Well, suck it up, Trix. You've run from this long enough. And this time, Urian's pushed me too far." Over 200 years ago, humankind time, Urian had taken the Dark Fae crown in a bloody coup. Urian had slaughtered his brother, the king's wife, and anyone else who had any direct claim to the throne, except he managed to miss one small person, their eldest daughter, Trix. At just 17 years old, Trix had been considered little more than a baby at the time when she had managed to escape. She had run straight to Dragos, the one entity she felt sure could stand up to her uncle without any fear, and had asked for sanctuary. She had been with him ever since. "It's been a fun game of fuck you, hasn't it? We managed to keep it going for quite a while, but you know it had to end sometime," he said to her. She gave him a miserable nod. "Okay, here's what we're going to do," he said. "Tiago, send some of the troops you brought back with you to scour that goblin stronghold. They know what to do to anyone stupid enough to still be there." Tiago smiled. "You got it." "Ariel," he continued, "investigate the Elven connection. I want to know who might have leaked information to Urian." The harpy gave him a nod. He turned his attention to the gargoyle. "Grim, I want you to work with Trix to plot the layout of the Dark Fae Palace and grounds for possible plans of attack. I've got a few ideas, but I also want to know what you come up with. Trix, I know you're going to get really busy, but I would appreciate it if you managed to hire a replacement for yourself before you go, or at least come up with a short list of suggestions. We're going to need a new PR person." "Of course I will," Trix said. "It's the least of what I owe you." "It's never gonna be the same," Graydon said in a mournful voice. "Watching her cute little face when she came on television, and knowing how Urian must have gnashed his teeth every time he saw her." Everyone laughed. Even Trix managed to smile. Rune and Graydon were looking at him. He told them, "Until further notice, You two and Bane and Khan are on special detail. Get lieutenants to step in with your regular duties. You four are going to guard Pia whenever I'm not with her. 2 on, 2 off, 24/7. She is never to be left on her own. Understood?
Rune's chair came down on all 4 legs. The handsome male looked very alert. Graydon's expression was the picture of incredulity. It was more or less echoed around the room. Trix's eyebrows rose and her lips pursed. "You're putting 4 of your most powerful warriors on babysitting detail for a thief?" said Ariel. "At a time like this?" Dragos looked at her from under lowered brows. Grim put a hand on her arm. The gargoyle said to him, "Unless there'll be anything else, we'll get right to work, my lord. I think we all have got a lot to do." He considered the harpy for a few more moments, the dragon roused and moving deep in his thoughts. Ariel dropped her gaze and bowed her head in a submissive posture. "Go," he said. The others scattered. Rune and Graydon followed him as he went back upstairs. He stalked down the hall, still brooding, while they shadowed him on either side. He came to Pia's door, where Bane and Constantine lounged against the wall, talking. The 2 men straightened at their approach. "Fill them in," he told Rune, who nodded. The dragon, still roused, he regarded them all. The griffins watched him with attentive, quiet faces. He said, "Let me make this perfectly clear, just so there's no mistake. We've worked well together for almost 1,000 years. You have all come to mean a lot to me. I treasure your service and I prize your loyalty above all others." He looked at Rune. "I count you as my best friend." They all stood taller as he talked. He pointed at the door. "Thief or not, she is mine, and I'm keeping her. If a single hair on that young woman's head is harmed, you 4 bastards better be slaughtered and in pieces when I find you." Rune's steady gaze met his. "You needn't worry, my lord," the griffin said. "We'll guard her with our lives. I swear it." Tired as she was, and in spite of the comfort of the bed, Pia tossed and turned, unable to settle into a deep sleep. She dreamed of being chased. The scenes kept changing. First, she was crawling through the secret ways of a huge house, trying to find some place to hide. Next, she was weaving in and out of a crowded, unfamiliar city street while someone menacing followed behind her. She could never quite see her pursuer's face, but he terrified the hell out of her. Then someone lifted the bed covers. A large, damp, naked male slid into the bed beside her. She startled, coming awake with a violent jerk. "Shh, it's me," Dragos whispered. "I didn't mean to wake you." "It's okay," she murmured. "Didn't like that dream anyway." There was a reason why it wasn't such a good idea for him to be in her bed. Or was she in his? She wasn't awake enough to grasp any of it. She was just awake enough to feel a rush of pleasure and relief. His arms came around her. She made a noise and burrowed into his side. His warmth and energy enveloped her. She put her cheek to his shoulder against the damp, clean-smelling skin that covered hard, bulky muscle like silk, and rested a hand on his chest. "Did you like your supper?" he asked. "Lovely." "Good." He pressed a kiss to her forehead. "Take the spell off." "Sleepy," she complained. He stroked her hair. "Please." She muttered, fumbled to get hold of the dampening spell, and released it. His wide chest moved in a deep sigh. "That's better." "Shh," she scolded. She turned on her side. He wrapped his body around her. Her cheek rested on one bulging bicep while he curled his other arm around her torso. He pinned her legs with one heavy thigh. She cast a sleep-blurred glance down at their entwined bodies.
The pale glow of her form was caged in possessive, dark bronze male. It was a jealous, suffocating hold. She should want to break free of it. She sighed. Something deep inside settled into place, and she closed her eyes, content. This time, when she fell asleep, there were no more dreams. A long, restful time later, something brought her out of deep unconsciousness. She drifted for a while in a twilight state. A large hand played down the front of her torso. Gentle fingers trailed from her flat stomach up her rib cage to circle first one breast and then the other. She sighed and stretched. She turned onto her back as she arced toward that roaming, pleasurable touch. Lips brushed against her bare shoulder, caressed up the graceful curve to her neck. Teeth scraped against sensitive skin and nipped at her earlobe. Bare shoulder? She opened her eyes. It was shocking all over again to lie naked with him. She rubbed a foot on his leg, crisp hairs tickling her toes. Pre-dawn bloomed outside and brought the room to a light gray. Dragos rested his weight on one arm as he leaned over her. His severe face was intent as he studied her with a heavy-lidded gaze. The etched line of his mouth was curved in a lazy, sensual smile. He was so gorgeous her whole body throbbed. His fine-cut nostrils flared, and she knew he had sensed it. She licked her lips. His gaze dropped and he watched the movement. "I'm quite sure I went to bed with clothes on," she murmured. "So you did," he said, his tone languorous. He circled the areola of one breast. She watched him swallow as her nipple puckered. "I found them in the way." "You undressed me while I was sleeping?" She shivered as he circled the areola of her other breast. "I must have been pretty out of it." "I might have helped you along." She arched a brow at him. He told her, "It was just a little beguilement. You needed to rest." "Without my clothes." There he went, messing with her head again. Making note to self, they've got to discuss how she was not his personal Barbie doll to dress and undress whenever he felt like it. "I needed to rest too," he said in a bland voice, "and they were bothering me." She snorted out a laugh. Who knew this exotic, terrifying male would be so funny? She loved it, loved the surprise of him. He traced her lips next. She got the feeling she was being stalked without ever having left the bed. She took his finger in her mouth and sucked it, and set him on fire. He pulled his finger out. Shadowed gold eyes flashed with ravenous heat. His head came down hard. He drove her into the pillow as he plunged into her mouth with a hard, hungry tongue. At the same time, he cupped her between the legs, probed her damp sex, and pushed 2 fingers deep inside her. She groaned and clutched at his arm. His aggression pulled a helpless response out of her. She grew liquid and swollen, drenching his fingers. He growled and pushed his tongue and fingers into her in a simultaneous penetration. Her hips bucked against his hand. She dragged her mouth away from his and gasped, "Wait, I don't want—" He hovered inches above her, the raptor waiting to plummet, while his thumb found and rubbed her clitoris. She moaned and pulled his hand harder against her. "You don't want—" he murmured, giving her a ruthless smile. She found his hard penis and grasped it. He hissed and pushed into her hand, pulsing against her palm. "I want to explore you too before you wreck me again." She looked into his eyes, uncertain. He was so dominant. She didn't have a clue what he might like. "Would you enjoy that?" He paused, and she watched him struggle with contrasting impulses. Then he pulled her hand off him and pinned it over her head. "I'd love to," he whispered in her ear. After we get you to just a little climax first. He pushed in deep with those long, clever fingers and rubbed the heel of his palm against her, finding just the right spot. She jerked and struggled against his hold, pushing against the pressure, straining to find release. Come inside me, she coaxed. No, he purred against her ear, drinking down every response. Not yet. You come just like this, lover. Damn it! He was diabolical. The pressure built and his fingers felt so fine as they stroked inside. God! But she wanted him thick and hard and buried inside of her. She turned and bit his shoulder. He laughed, a sexy, husky sound. He bent down to suck one of her nipples into his mouth, drawing on it and flicking it with his tongue while he worked her. There it was, a climax burgeoning inside like a match flaring a light. She arched and gave him her sounds of pleasure. He left her nipple to brush his mouth over hers as she moaned, her inner muscles contracting. That's it. There it is, he whispered against her lips. He eased rubbing the heel of his palm against her, bringing her down again with care. Beautiful. They lay quiet a moment, breathing together. Then she stirred and gave him a wicked smile. You wanted to know why I said I wasn't right in the head. One corner of his mouth lifted. Yes, I did, didn't I? She walked her fingers across his chest. I kept having sexual fantasies of you at very inappropriate times. Like when? He asked, stroking her hip and down her thigh. He ran his fingers through the tangle of white gold curls between her thighs, his touch delicate and light. He looked very interested. She sighed in pleasure. How did he get so wise in all the ways to arouse her? Like when you dropped out of the sky and sat on me. You looked like the wrath of God, and it scared me half to death. Then all I could think about was that blasted dream and how hot you were. It's just not right to be scared and turned on all at the same time. That's all I could think about as well. He lifted her hand and kissed the scab on her palm. I meant to lay a trap for you with that dream. I trapped myself instead. And then, she whispered, eyes sparkling, remember when you were chained up in the goblin stronghold? Not a memory that will soon fade, he replied in a dry tone. It was terrible, she said. I felt awful. The cell was filthy and I was scared again. And there you were, chained and spread out like a gourmet feast. In spite of everything, for a moment there the sight of you made my mouth water. His interest sharpened, became electric. I've got to remember to add shackles to all the bedrooms. She chuckled and nestled closer. It was just a fantasy. The real thing was pretty disturbing. So we'll pretend. He rolled onto his back and took hold of the bed rails above his head. The posture stretched the muscles of his arms and chest, accentuated his rib cage and hollowed his abdomen. She stared at him heavy-lidded, her body tingling. Banked sensuality smoked in his gaze. His aroused body and his face were the sexiest thing she had ever seen. It was even more arousing that he volunteered to lay supplicant before her, this big, dangerous male. She slid over him until they lay torso to torso, her breasts pressed against his chest. She bent her head and rubbed her open lips along his. She licked and kissed and nibbled. His breathing roughened. He nipped at her, trying to coax her down for a harder kiss, but she pulled away and slid down him. She slid her open mouth along the bulges and hollows of his chest,
kissing his breastbone and rubbing her nose in the sprinkle of dark, crisp hair that arrowed down his long body to his groin. He shifted underneath her, stretching like a cat. She played with his dark, flat nipples, making them harden. She was arousing herself as much as him. She reached down and took hold of his penis. He hissed and pushed his hips up. She looked down at her pale, glowing hand gripping him, her breathing erratic. He was beautifully contoured, his erection big and thick, the skin of the shaft and bulb of the head velvet soft. His testicles were drawn up tight underneath. She massaged them. They were heavy, voluptuous, round globes. He lifted his head to watch her fondle him, eyes glittering. He was all hard angles and edges. The muscles in his arms shook. She glanced at his hands fisted at the bed rails. They were white-knuckled. "This is my game now. Don't let go," she warned him. She held his fierce gaze as she slid down his body. Whatever major issues or questions that lay unresolved between them, when it came to this, they generated combustible magic together. She crouched over him, lifted his erection, took the head in her mouth, and suckled at him. He gave a short, sharp shout, his head slamming back on the pillows. His hips left the bed as he pushed at her mouth. She gripped his penis at the root with one hand, cupped his sack with the other, and feasted. The taste and feel of him was intoxicating. She crooned as she worked to get him deeper, opening her throat muscles as wide as she could, pulling back slow and tight, and then pushing to take him in deep again. Hunger spiraled out of control, wild and hot. Their game forgotten, he gathered her hair in one fist and pumped in her mouth. He put the other hand between her legs and probed and fondled the wet, silken folds. Then he pulled her hair, forcing her head away. She made a noise of complaint as his cock left her mouth. He yanked her up for a devouring, open-mouthed kiss. He was shaking all over, and it made her crazy. He pulled her on top of him, and she parted her legs to sit astride, curling over him and rubbing her sex on his erection as he continued to hold her by the hair, imprisoned for his assault. Overcome with greed, she lifted up and positioned him so that his thick, broad head breached her entrance. Then he took over, grabbed her by the hips, and thrust all the way into the root. His whole body clenched, and he gave a shout. She was making noise, too, urgent animal sounds, shivering all over as her body adjusted to the heavy, invading length. He found a rhythm, pistoning into her with escalating urgency, fingers digging into her soft, white flesh. She tried to brace herself any way that she could, elbows propped on his chest. His head was lifted so that he was nose to nose with her, face etched with sexual aggression, fierce, lambent gaze fixed on hers. He bared his teeth at her. His feral beauty sent her into a liquid meltdown. She stretched out her arms and pushed open-handed at the pillows, lips parted, reaching, and then she was overwhelmed with a shock of pleasure so intense as he impaled her, she writhed in orgasm. He joined her with a harsh groan, pushing up and up as his climax spurted into her. They held tense for long moments. Her lungs worked as she tried to suck in some air. Her damn hair was all over the place. She pushed it out of her eyes in time to catch a glimpse of his face. He looked desperate, out of control. He shook his head, muttering, "Not enough." Holding her low at the hips with one arm to keep them joined, he flipped them so that she landed on her back on the mattress with him on top. He was still hard. He began to move again, sliding in and out of her juicy, tight sheath. "Oh, God, you're going to kill me," she groaned. He paused and searched her eyes. She wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered, "You better not stop till you're done. Remember, I can take any pace you can set, big guy." His face lit with a savage smile. Then he lost the smile, lost the words, lost everything to uncontrollable passion that swept her right along with him. He didn't stop until he had spent all that he had. Wrecked. He had wrecked her again. He took her so far and deep outside of herself, she came back changed in fundamental ways she didn't even understand. She made noises with him and did things she never had before, things she had never conceived of doing. She had never realized how the act of sex could be a total loss of all civilized behavior. He brought her face to face with the animal that lived inside her. She had nothing left to cling to, either inside of herself or outside in the rapid changes that had overcome her life. There was only him, the destroyer of her world, and she hung on to him with everything she had. They lay together in a tangle of limbs, his head on her shoulder as the morning light advanced across the ceiling. She might have dozed. She had lost count of her orgasms, let alone his. He pressed a kiss to her breast. He said, "I marked you up again." She yawned and tried to figure out how he sounded. Complex, that was the word, his voice filled with both regret and satisfaction. "You've got a few bite and scratch marks you didn't have before, too, big guy." He smiled against her skin. Regret fled and left pure male satisfaction the victor on the field. "That I do." A knock sounded on the door, and it opened to a fairy pushing a food cart into the room. "Good morning," she piped. Quicker than thought, Dragos yanked up the sheet and threw himself to cover her. He roared over his shoulder, "What are you doing?" She threw the dampening spell on herself as fast as she could. Dragos looked murderous. She put a hand against his cheek, kissed him, and peered over his shoulder. The poor fairy turned dead white and looked like she was about to faint. She stammered, It never mattered." Pia said in a gentle voice, "What he means to say is, thank you very much for breakfast, and you didn't do anything wrong. He's not really mad at you, he just got surprised." Underneath the covers, she pinched him hard. He grabbed her hand, but didn't contradict her. "Things are a little different right now, so maybe it's a good idea to knock and wait next time until someone says you can come in." The fairy bobbed several times in frantic curtsies. Of course. Thank you, m'lady. She pointed to the door and bolted. The door settled back into place. Pia looked at Dragos in bemusement. There were so many things that had just happened. She didn't know what to make of it all, or what to say. She stroked his face and waited until he calmed. "She called me my lady," she told him in a plaintive voice. "I don't know who that is. I'm no lady." The last of his fury faded away to be replaced with a quick gleam. He peered under the sheet. "I can attest to that." "Ooh," she smacked his shoulder. They looked at each other, then burst out laughing. He piled the pillows up, settled back against them, and pulled her against his side. She put her head on his shoulder and tried to reach for her earlier drifting sense of peace. It proved to be a fugitive feeling and began to slip away. He stroked his fingers through her hair. "You owe me a lock of hair," he said. She closed her eyes and tried to ignore the realities of the morning. She asked, "How much do you want?" "A lot," he said, holding up a few strands so that they glinted in the light. Then he frowned. "Not too much." She started to smile. "Make up your mind. I can cut it short and you can have all of it if you want." "Don't you dare. I want just enough." "Oh, like that makes any sense." She raised her head to give him a quizzical glance. He was scowling. She sighed. "Hold on." She padded naked into the dressing room, pulled her thigh-length pink robe from a hanger and belted it on. She dug through the dresser drawers that held her things, found her portable sewing kit and walked back into the bedroom. She sat cross-legged facing Dragos on the bed. He laced his hands behind his head, regarding her with interest. She took the scissors from the kit, isolated some hair close to the scalp at the back of her head where the cut would be hidden, and snipped it off. She held the lock up for his inspection. It was a good-sized piece, the width of her little finger and the full length of her hair.
Perfect,
he said, eyes gleaming in satisfaction. Debt paid? She asked.
Debt paid.
He rubbed the ends between his fingers. What are you going to do with it? She asked. He frowned again.
I don't know.
Here, I'll braid it for you. Otherwise you'll have it all over the place. He watched in fascination as she cut 2 lengths of gold thread almost the exact same color as her hair. Almost, but not quite. It was the closest she could find in her sewing kit and wouldn't be noticed at any distance, but the thread lacked the lustrous quality of her hair. She put 1 piece of thread between her teeth. She wound the other thread several times around one end of the hair and tied it. She used the safety pin to pin that end to a pillow and with swift competence braided the lock. She said between her teeth, "You're not going to do some kind of black magic hoodoo on me with this, are you?"
Oh, no,
he said, gaze on her fingers.
I just like the color.
She smiled to herself, both warmed and weirded out by how they were acting with each other. It felt so natural, so right. There were so many reasons why it shouldn't. She took the second length of thread to tie off the end of the braid. Some foolish impulse made her offer, "I could tie it around your wrist if you like." She waited for him to tell her not to be stupid. Instead, to her surprise, he raised his eyebrows and said,
I would like that.
He held out his right wrist. She wound the braid around it. Despite how thick his wrist was, the braid was long enough to go around it almost twice. She took more thread and worked on sewing the braid together. After she was sure she had it on secure, she tied it off and snipped the ends of the thread. He held up his wrist and admired the pale gold gleam. He ran a finger around his wrist, feeling the soft bumps of the braid. The dark bronze of his skin seemed to make her hair gleam brighter. "Dragos, am I a prisoner?" she asked. After weighing on her since last night, the question slipped out easily enough after all. His eyes narrowed as he looked up. She kept her attention on putting things back in her sewing kit and willed her fingers not to shake.
No,
he said after a thoughtful moment.
Why do you ask?
The guards last night? Relief had her offering him an unsteady smile.
The guards are for your safety. When I'm not with you, they will be.
As she opened her mouth, he said,
That's non-negotiable.
But... His face hardened.
No arguing, Pia, he said. I am at war now. Until I bury Urian, he's going to continue to be a serious danger. Whether he knew about you before or not is a moot point. After what happened on the plane, you have just become a major target.
But guards even here? She felt any hope of even an illusion of freedom slipping between her fingers.
A couple thousand people work here every day. Several thousand more visit. Yes, there is security and there are restricted areas, but no place is 100% secure, not when power is involved. You remember how I got to you with the dream? What if some magical attack occurs? You will have guards until this is all over. End of discussion.
Her lips tightened. His logic was irrefutable, and his autocratic attitude all but intolerable. When she thought she had her temper under control, she gave him a short nod. She didn't necessarily disagree with him once he had explained things. She just expected to have a say in what happened in her life. He settled back against the pillows and laced his hands behind his head again. He gave her a relaxed, ruthless smile.
Now that it's come up, and we can have that long overdue conversation,
Why don't you tell me all about your mother and how you healed me?"
12. After a moment, she threw herself off the bed. She grabbed her sewing kit and stomped into the dressing room. "I can't believe you're asking me that." He followed and leaned a shoulder against the doorpost. He had slipped on a pair of black silk pants. His gold eyes gleamed.
"It's pretty evident you healed me with your blood. That's why you were so desperate to destroy it. Your blood tells something important about you. You couldn't leave any behind."
She took in his dark, lounging figure and looked away with determination. Yes, he was too sexy for words. He was also utterly insufferable, and he didn't have an ounce of shame or embarrassment to his name. "I guess when you promised not to ask me about it, you meant you wouldn't ask when you didn't want to," she said in a grim voice. She shoved her sewing kit into a drawer and brushed past him.
"Of course."
He turned to track her.
"I learned that from someone I know. You know, the one who promised not to argue only when she doesn't want to," he said, raising his eyebrows at her. "Now, who could that be?"
She stormed up to him and stuck her finger under his nose. "That was different."
"How do you figure?"
"We were in a bad situation. I reserve the right to sometimes know better than you do what should be done, so I'll argue with you whenever I feel like arguing, big guy." His mouth flattened. He folded his arms. It was obvious he was unimpressed with her finger or her posturing.
"Like you did when we were in the car with the goblins watching?"
She scowled. "That was a mistake. I already said that and apologized. I would also like to point out that if I had been a good little girl and followed every single thing you told me to do when you were throwing orders around, I might still be sitting in my cell. My initiative saved your ass."
"I already said that, too,"
he said, eyes narrowed. He went nose to nose with her.
"You're deflecting. You really don't want to talk about this, do you?"
She backed away from him, rounding her eyes. "What part of 'don't ask me any questions about this' gave you that idea?" He followed, on the prowl, his body moving with liquid grace.
"So, let's see, what do I know? No lock can hold you. You're an herbivore. You have to wear a dampening spell to appear human, and your mother was revered by the elves."
"Stop it," she whispered. It felt like he was peeling her alive, exposing everything. There was no mercy in that predator's gaze.
"You know, I felt the power in your blood when I cleaned you off in the car. Then on the plane, when you put your hand on me, I thought you were going to knock me to the ground. But you weren't sure it was going to work. It's because you're a half-breed, isn't it? All those abilities are from your Weirkind blood. You got them from your mother."
She turned away and looked around the room. It seemed so much smaller than it did before. She went to the French doors, threw them open, and rushed outside, desperate for fresh air. That was just before she saw there was no railing or wall, just a straight, flat ledge to open air. Sharp, whistling gusts of wind teased her hair. Everything whirled around her and started to tilt. Hard arms caught her and held her fast. "Shit!" she said, shaking. She clutched his arm. "There's no railing."
"You did so well on the flight. I thought you weren't afraid of heights," he said.
He pulled her back inside and kept one arm around her waist as he shut and locked the doors. He frowned down at her.
"You're white as a sheet."
"I don't have a problem with heights when there's a rail, or a wall, or some kind of barrier." She pointed out the window. "That's a straight 80-floor drop. Not so small a deal to someone with no parachute or wings."
"Pia, the edge is a good 20 feet away now."
His hand was gentle as he rubbed her arm. "I know that. Did I say I was being rational?" she said. Embarrassment and fright made her even more irritable. She found her balance and straightened out of his hold. There was a sharp rap on the door. Rune and Graydon walked in. She threw up her hands and snapped,
And does anybody in this place wait for an answer when they knock?
The two men froze. They stared at Pia, with her disheveled blonde hair and furious face, pink thigh-length robe and delicate contoured legs down to the red-tipped, polished toes. Then they looked at Dragos, in his black silk pajama pants, bare chest and blonde braid of hair on one dark wrist.
Dragos stalked after her as she stormed into the bathroom. She slammed the door. He put his hands on his hips and raised his voice as he told her through the panel,
"We're not through discussing this."
The bathroom door yanked open. She snapped, "And my mother is none of your business." She slammed the door again.
Dragos turned to look at the two men. Graydon, the brawniest of the Griffins, had begun shaking his head and backing out of the room. Rune just stared. Dragos said, "What?" "Who are you?" Rune said, "and what have you done with Dragos?" He gave them his machete smile. "I had no idea this could be so much fun." Rune said, "We just thought you'd be ready to get on with your day. There's a backlog of issues waiting for your attention." Graydon said, "We'll go now and come back much, much later." "No, don't bother." He strode over to the serving cart and started inspecting the contents under the silver covers. One hid oatmeal with walnuts and apples. He covered it back up. The other had a pound of fried bacon and a half-dozen scrambled eggs. He picked up the plate and a fork. He told Graydon, "Make us a pot of coffee." He paused and looked thoughtful. "Please." Graydon turned his head to the side and widened his eyes at Rune while he said, "Yes, my lord." Dragos settled on one couch, grabbed the remote, and turned on CNN. He ate breakfast in quick, efficient bites. Rune sprawled on another couch. Graydon brought 3 cups of coffee from the wet bar. Eyes on the morning headlines, Dragos said, "No more barging in." "Never again," Graydon said. The Griffin had a fervent note in his voice. "We'll pass the word." "The breakfast fairy has no doubt already done that," Dragos remarked around a mouthful of bacon. "You two clowns just missed the memo." The breakfast fairy. Rune pinched his nose and coughed. Amused gold eyes met his, then turned back to the running ticker tape on the plasma flat screen. "What things need to be addressed?" He finished his meal as he listened. They ran down a list of things, a variety of domestic, administrative, business, and military issues. He responded with his customary decisiveness. The 2 Griffins started relaying his orders telepathically to the appropriate people. The bathroom door opened, and the scent of Chanel wafted across the room. The men fell silent. Pia walked out wearing her short, pink robe. She entered the dressing room and shut the door. Dragos scowled. "Get a personal shopper for Pia. Make sure a longer robe is on the list." "Right." Graydon looked like he was being tortured. "Are the contractors done repairing the other bedroom?" "Almost," Rune said. "There was some structural damage when you, punched the wall. They're working hard to be as quiet as possible. Since it's on the other side of the building, the noise shouldn't be too bad. They already know they may have to stop at times, and they're prepared to work around your schedule if necessary." He looked out the windows and rubbed his chin. "When they're through, have them put up a balcony wall. Tell them to go halfway around the building and put gated fences on each end. That'll still leave plenty of open ledge." Pia emerged wearing low-rider jeans and a tight blue long-sleeved jersey shirt that bared her midriff. She carried a cloth zippered bag under one arm. She paused, looking from the 3 men to the food cart and the unmade bed, her expression uncertain. She looked much calmer. Dragos unfolded from the couch and walked toward the cart. "Come eat your breakfast with us," he said. He put his empty plate on the cart and retrieved her bowl of oatmeal and a spoon.
Would you like some coffee?
She nodded, trailing behind him to the couches. Graydon started to his feet. Dragos put her oatmeal and spoon on an end table by the couch where he was sitting.
I'll get you a cup, he told her.
Graydon paused halfway out of his seat. She gave Dragos a wary scowl. Are you sucking up?
Of course.
He bent to give her a swift kiss. Dusky color touched her cheeks. He touched one high, delicate cheekbone. She glanced sidelong at the two other men. They were dressed in jeans and t-shirts. Leather jackets were thrown over the back of the couch, and each man wore a shoulder holster and gun. She suspected they both had several other hidden weapons. Graydon looked like he was watching a train wreck. Rune sprawled, long legs stretched out, his expression unreadable. She curled up at one end of the couch, thanked Dragos for the coffee as he set it beside her, and concentrated on keeping her head down and eating her breakfast while the men talked. She was so hungry again she almost inhaled the apple walnut oatmeal. She pulled out of her bag a bottle of nail polish remover, cotton balls, and a bottle of dusky rose nail polish. She cleaned the chipped red polish off, tucked cotton balls between her slender toes, and began to paint her toenails. From what Dragos had described, Wellabray Tower was a small city. Just from listening to the men, she got the merest glimpse of how vast and complex Wellabray Enterprises was. It was quite the global corporation. There was a pause in the conversation. She looked up. Dragos had angled himself toward her, one long leg hooked up on the couch cushions, an arm draped across the back. His head was tilted as he watched her work. She glanced at the other two men. Still not a whole lot of friendly coming from that quarter. She looked down at her half-painted toes, and her cheeks burned. I'll go into the bathroom, she said.
No, Dragos said. You are to be comfortable here.
She sighed and muttered, You just can't dictate things like that happening, big guy.
I can dictate anything I want, he told her.
She rolled her eyes. She decided to try to ignore the other two men and went back to painting her nails. She finished one foot and started on the other.
Anything else? Dragos asked the Griffins.
One last thing, Rune said. The Elven High Lord is demanding a teleconference and proof of Pia's well-being. She's become somewhat of a problem. The Griffin's tawny, expressionless gaze flicked to her, then he looked away. Sudden anger burned. I am not a problem, she announced. She finished painting her little toe. I am a tactical consideration. Dragos dropped his hand to her shoulder. He squeezed her. She glanced sideways at him. He smiled at her. He said to Rune, The Elven High Lord can go fuck himself. You can quote me. Ms. Giovanni, Rune said, Forgive me, I did not mean to imply that you are a problem. I meant to imply that the elves are turning the subject of you into a problem. Chin resting on upraised knee, she looked at the Griffin. The apology seemed too easily offered, his handsome face too smooth. I don't think you meant that, Slick. She looked at him hard and made sure he saw it. But now was not the time to pick another confrontation. Instead, she said, If they're turning the subject of me into a problem, why don't we just make it go away? She turned to Dragos. You could have the teleconference and let me be there. His white teeth showed a little too much as he enunciated, I have no intention of pandering to that son of a bitch's demands. She set aside the nail polish and put her hand over his. Is this important? She said to him. He looked at her from under the dark slash of his brows, gold eyes obdurate. She rubbed her thumb over the back of his hand. Wouldn't it be better if the elves would just shut up and go away? Hey, what if they stopped throwing a fit at you walking across their backyard? It's not like you ate their tulips or dug holes in their lawn. You didn't piss on any trees when I wasn't looking, did you? The thundercloud that had darkened his face broke apart. He laughed.
I would have if I'd thought of it.
Rune grinned. A snort exploded out of Graydon, who covered his smile with a hand as big as a dinner plate. She ducked her head and wiggled the cotton balls from between her toes. It wasn't acceptance, but at least it was something. While Dragos showered and dressed, Pia gave in to the urge that had been eating at her ever since Rune and Graydon entered the room, and she made the bed with quick efficiency. She felt better when it was done, less exposed, even though it was crystal clear that she and Dragos had shared that bed the night before. She kept her face averted from the Griffin's covert stares, while CNN continued in the background. Dragos strode out in boots, fatigues, and a black shirt that molded to his muscled torso. The symbolism of his attire didn't escape her. He was still in a combative mood. She ducked past him to pick out a pair of sandals to wear. She chose black slip-ons with silver sequined straps and low heels. She mourned her tennis shoes. They had been a big splurge, custom-fitted, and she doubted the dried blood and filth could be cleaned from them enough so that she would feel comfortable wearing them again. Dragos led the way to the floor below. Pia had to trot to keep up. Rune and Graydon fell in behind them. She looked around, taking in as much as she could while on the move. She felt adrift. She didn't know the layout of the penthouse, and she couldn't get a feel for this floor's layout in the route they took. They did pass a massive gym with aerobic equipment, weights, and a weapons training area. She stared through the windows at 4 Weir engaged in a sword training exercise and almost ran into a wall. Dragos's hand shot out and corrected her course. His presence was a battering ram that cleared their path. People gave way as they approached, greeting him with a variety of nods, bows, and other gestures of respect. She avoided focusing on any one of the sea of unfamiliar faces and curious gazes. They arrived at an executive conference room, as richly appointed and built on the same massive scale as everything else. A couple of people were already present. Wellabray Enterprises' PR fairy, Thistle Periwinkle, stood in a formal pose, hands clasped at her waist. She was dressed in a pale blue silk pantsuit and gladiator-style sandals. Standing no more than 5 feet tall, she looked even more diminutive when she was surrounded by oversized Weir. The fairy faced one wall and was speaking Elvish. The teleconference had already begun. Dragos took Pia by the hand and strode forward. Looking curiously at Pia, the fairy backed out of the way. Dragos turned to face the large flat screen on the opposite wall. Rune and Graydon assumed places behind them. 3 tall, slender elves filled the screen. They stood in a sunlit office, much like the conference room. Farian stood to the right. A gracious elven woman with long black hair and a starlit gaze was on the left. The elf in the middle had the same ageless beauty as the others, but the power in his eyes was palpable even through the distance of the teleconference. They all wore cold expressions as they regarded Dragos. The elven High Lord's gaze glittered. Dragos appeared unimpressed, his body stance aggressive. His face had turned dangerous, and his eyes flat and wicked. All righty, maybe this wasn't such a good idea. The elven High Lord looked at her, and spring came to his winter-cold, elegant face.
"We see that Farian did not exaggerate," he said in a deep, musical voice.
He inclined his head to her.
"My lady, it is our very great pleasure to meet you. I am Callandir, and this is my consort, the Lady Beluvial."
A fine trembling took up residence under her skin. The sense of exposure was back, and this time it was all but unbearable. In a whole long string of bad ideas, doing this teleconference in front of witnesses came close to topping the cake. Dragos's fingers tightened on hers to the point of pain. She took a deep breath. It was too late to back out now. Might as well see what she could make out of yet another screw-up.
I am honored to meet you, she said. Please forgive me, I don't have any formal court training. The elven woman smiled at her. Such things count as nothing compared to a good heart.
Dragos said, You wanted to see if she was all right. She is. We're done.
Wait, we wish to hear that from her, Callandir said icily.
The elven High Lord looked at Pia.
Lady, are you well?
She glanced at Dragos's stone-cold profile and then back at the elves. She said on impulse, I am being treated with extraordinary graciousness, my lord. While I did not want to, I actually did commit a crime. Dragos has heard the circumstances of what happened and what compelled me. He's chosen to forgive me. I would respectfully ask that you consider doing the same for him. No harm has come to you from his actions, but a great deal of harm has come to him from mine, which I very much regret. Something stirred through the conference room, a sigh of movement. Dragos turned to look at her. The High Lord regarded her for a long, grave moment.
We will think on your words, he said at last. If the great beast is capable of grace, perhaps we can do no less.
Feeling awkward, she bowed to the elven High Lord. Thank you. I appreciate it. In the meantime, we would ask that you come and visit us, Beluvial said. Her smiling eyes were warm. Your presence would bring us much pleasure. We would speak with you of things from long ago. Pia translated that to mean Beluvial had known and loved her mother. Her eyes misted and she nodded. Dragos stepped forward and pulled her behind him. The gesture was unmistakably possessive. Even from her limited view behind his shoulder, she could tell that the elves had stiffened. Stop that! What's the matter with you? She whispered to him. He was going to unravel all the good she tried to do for him. She shoved at his arm. It was like trying to move a boulder. He twisted to glare at her. She leaned sideways to look around him, and she promised the elves, I'll talk to him. The elven High Lord raised his eyebrows. Varian's face was a picture of offense. Beluvial looked startled. The elven woman had just begun to smile when the screen went blank. Dragos rounded on her. He looked furious. You are not going to visit with the elves. Did I say I was going to visit the elves? She snapped. I was being polite. You might look that word up sometime in a dictionary. He glared around. Out. The room emptied. Thistle gave Pia a gleeful, ear-to-ear grin, eyes sparkling. The fairy held her hand up to her cheek, thumb and pinky out, mimicking a phone. We'll talk, she mouthed as she bounced out the door. Pia tugged hard. Dragos refused to let go of her arm. She sighed and put a hand over her eyes as her shoulders sagged. She muttered to herself, How did I get here, and what the hell am I doing? Beside her, Dragos took several deep breaths. She could feel the air around him burning with power. He was very angry with her, maybe for the first time since the beach. He dropped her arm and began to pace around her. The elves know more about you than I do, he snarled in her ear as he passed by. Unacceptable. They know who your mother was. Also unacceptable. They want you to come live with them. They're enemies of mine. The exposure, the constant stress, the uncertainties of her present situation all became too much. All I wanted was to try to help you, she burst out. She threw her arms over her head and burst into tears. He started to swear, a steady stream of vitriol. His hands came onto her shoulders. She jerked away and turned her back to him. His arms came around her from behind. He pulled her against him, curving around her, and put his head down next to hers. Shh, he said, still sounding angry. Stop now.
Calm down.
She sobbed harder and hunched her shoulders, resisting his hold. His body clenched. He said,
Pia, please don't pull away from me.
He sounded strained. It caught her attention so that she let him turn her around. He leaned back against the conference table, pulled her arms down and held her tight. She leaned her body against him and rested her head on his shoulder.
I wasn't supposed to tell anybody anything about me,
she said. The tears streamed down her face and soaked his t-shirt.
I was supposed to live my life in secret, but I didn't want to be alone. All I told was one damn secret, and it keeps snowballing on me. First Keith, then you, then the elves, then goblins, then the Fae King, then more elves again, and all the people in this room watching, and you just keep digging and digging at me, and you won't stop until I feel like I'm going to scream.
He rested his cheek against her head and rubbed her back.
I am cursed with a terminal case of curiosity, he said. I am jealous, selfish, acquisitive, territorial, and possessive. I have a terrible temper, and I know I can be a cruel son of a bitch. He cocked his head. I used to eat people, you know?
If he meant to shock her out of crying, he succeeded. A snort burst out of her.
That's awful, she said. Her nose was clogged. I mean it. That's awful. It's not funny. I'm not laughing.
He sighed.
It was a long time ago. Thousands of years. Once I really was the beast the elves call me.
She closed her eyes, took a deep, shuddering breath, and rubbed her fingers along the seam of his t-shirt.
What made you stop? I had a conversation with somebody. It was an epiphany.
His voice was rueful. He rocked her.
From that point on, I swore I would never eat something that could talk.
Hey, that's kind of your version of turning vegetarian, isn't it? She said.
He laughed. I guess maybe it is. All of that is a long, roundabout way of saying I'm sorry. I don't always get the emotional nuances of a situation, and I didn't mean to make you cry.
It's everything. It's not just you. She turned her head and put her face in his neck. He held her closer.
I want you to trust me more than you trusted that dumbass boyfriend of yours.
She sighed. When are you going to let go of that? Ex-boyfriend. Ex! And anyway, he's dead.
I want you to tell me what and who you are, not just because I want to know, but because you want to tell me.
Why? She whispered.
Because you're mine, he snapped.
I'm not just a possession, like you'd own a lamp. She pulled back and glared at him. He just looked back at her, face hard and eyes unapologetic. She sighed. I guess that's the possessive and territorial bit, isn't it? You know, I don't want to fight with you. Like any efficient predator, he scented weakness and acted on it.
Then don't,
he said. He gave her a coaxing smile.
Just give me everything I want.
She groaned and let her head fall back. She stared at the ceiling. She had to grant him a lot of respect. At least he was all out there, nothing hidden. He was up front with who he was and what he wanted, and he wasn't ashamed of a single bit of it. Not like her. I guess I've got a lot to think about, she said. Even as he enjoyed looking at the pure, clean line of her throat, he frowned. That wasn't what he wanted to hear. He cupped the back of her head and pulled her upright so that he could look into her eyes. They were a drenched, dark violet blue, bigger and more beautiful than ever. She gazed back at him, waiting to see what he would do next. That wasn't what he wanted either. There she was, inside of her skin, and she was more of a mystery to him than ever. It was driving him crazy. Curiosity gripped him, and without realizing he was taking a momentous step, he said,
What do you want?
Surprise lit her face. She tilted her head and smiled at him. Did she dare to have the kind of courage he had and just say what she wanted out loud? I guess I want what a lot of people want. I want to feel safe, she said, lifting one shoulder. I want to have a say in my own life. I want to be loved. I don't want to live this half-life of not being either human or weir. I wish I were one thing or the other. I want to belong somewhere. He had a strange, intent expression on his face as he listened to her. His eyes were open and accepting in a way she didn't think she had experienced from anyone else before.
I don't know what love means, he said. But you belong somewhere. You belong here with me. I will keep you safe. And I think you might be more weir than you realize.
She frowned. What do you mean?
You're stronger since we were in the other land. I can sense it in you.
His eyes narrowed.
Haven't you noticed?
Well, yes, now that you mention it. She gave a half laugh. I mean, I've been kind of too busy to process everything that's happened, but I do still feel like I did over there. I don't know, more alive. My hearing, eyesight, everything is more.
You weren't sure that you could heal me, he said as he had earlier, and maybe you couldn't a couple of weeks ago. Remember, I said it can make some half-breeds that way when they get immersed in magic from the other land. Sometimes the magic triggers a reaction and they're able to come fully into their weird nature.
She gripped fistfuls of his t-shirt. Could what he was telling her be true? He covered her hands with his, watching her.
How long has it been since you last tried to shift?
Years ago, she whispered. Her eyes went unfocused as she thought back. After puberty. It was before my mom died. I think I was 16. We tried every 6 months or so. Once I was an adult, medically speaking, we decided there wasn't any more point in putting either of us through it anymore. She was fine. She loved me no matter what. But I kept getting too disappointed when I couldn't change. He touched her nose.
16 is a very young age to give up. Most weir have lifespans much longer than humans, even mortal weir, and they mature at a later age.
She hardly dared to breathe. I don't know what to think.
I can't make you any promises, he told her, but over time I've helped a lot of weirkind through a difficult first change. If you want to try again, and you trust me, I'll do everything I can to help you.
13. She threw her arms around him, hugging him hard. Then she pulled away and paced in a circle, her mind racing. She flung herself at him and hugged him again. He laughed and gripped her by the hips to hold her in one place.
Did you hear me when I said I can't make any promises? He demanded.
Yes, of course I did, she said, distracted. She focused on him, her face grave. If it worked, she would be hunted for the rest of her life. But the way her life was spiraling out of control, she was going to be hunted anyway.
All right, then. He paused. Think about it. Let me know what you decide.
She nodded. He kissed her, stroking her cheek. Then he strode over to the door and opened it. Clusters of talking people in the hall sprang to attention.
Who needs to be here? He asked.
Most scattered like buckshot. A few of his sentinels, including Rune and Graydon, remained. Pia wiped her face on her sleeves in a vain effort to make herself more presentable. Wellabray Enterprises' PR fairy slipped around Dragos and into the conference room while he talked to the others. Beaming, she bounced over to Pia. Hi! Oh, wow, am I pleased to meet you! Taken aback, Pia took the little hand the fairy stuck under her nose. Hi, thank you.
You're Thistle Periwinkle, right?
Oh, please, the fairy groaned. That's my stupid TV name. Don't call me that. Call me Trix. Everybody else does. Okay, Trix. I'm Pia. She smiled. Much as she had never cared for the fairy in television appearances, it was hard not to smile at this compact package of ebullience. Listen, I know we don't have much time. Trix waved her hands. I'm busy, you're busy, everybody's busy. I've got a lot I want to say to you, though. All right, Pia told her. Hit me with it. First, I'm so sorry about what my Uncle Urian did to you guys. I hate him. He killed my family, and we're going to cut off his head, and then I have to be queen. But before that happens, let's do lunch, okay? Pia felt like the fairy had just jumped on her head and started tap dancing on it. She said, Are you serious? As a heart attack, Trix told her. And I wanted to say you did an awesome job with Mr. and Mrs. I Keep My Dignity stuck up my ass. Really awesome job. Pia burst out laughing. You're talking about the elves. Trix blinked and wrinkled her freckled nose. Of course. You want a job? What?
I need to hire someone to take over my PR job with the upcoming assassination and taking the throne and all, and I think you'd be great. Oh, never mind. We don't have time to talk about that right now.
We'll talk about that over lunch. The fairy looked over her shoulder. She made a V with the first and second fingers of both hands and waved them like President Nixon. 2 more things, real quick. 1. Just so you know, not everybody's happy about you being here. A lot of folks are great. I mean, you know, in a weird kind of way. But there are also some people that I think are nasty, dangerous characters. Not that I'm talking about anything specific, just there are a lot of predators that work here. That means there are some pretty hotheads, and sometimes things blow up without much warning, so you just want to watch out for yourself. Predators, hotheads, Pia said, watching the fairy in fascination. Right. I think I do want to have lunch with you. Of course you do, Trix said. She lowered her voice in a whisper. And last but not least, Dragos? Oh my God, he's so gone on you. She giggled. I've lived at the Weird Court for 200 years and I've never seen him this way. Everybody's freaked because nobody's seen him this way, not even folks who are way older than me. So, you know, he's a man and a dragon and all that, and I know that means he's got communication issues, but whew, honey, he's so hot he smokes without ever having to light up, if you know what I mean. So, way to be my mama. The fairy giggled again and held her hand out for a fist bump. Okay, that's what I wanted to say. She beamed at Pia. Lunch today, 1 o'clock, got it? Got it, Pia said in a dazed voice as she fist bumped the little hand held out to her. Dragos? Gone on her? Really gone on her? Not just having a sexual fling, not just having a possessive fit? Oh, God, I hope so. Don't I? Do I? She chewed her lip. Gotta go. Trix winked at her and bounced out just as Dragos, Rune, and Graydon stepped back in. The fairy tapped Rune on the arm. Be sure to have Pia at my office at 1 o'clock. Here? Do I look like a social secretary? Rune said. Trix's eyes narrowed, and the happy good humor she had shown Pia vanished as if it had never existed. She pointed at her own face. Do I look like I care right now? I have 1,000,001 things to do before I go, so don't give me any grief. Rune laughed and gave her a one-armed hug. I'm sorry, Pipsqueak. I know you're having a challenging week. Trix readjusted her finger aim and pointed at Rune. Yeah, well, don't make me come find you either. She charged away, tiny heels clicking down the hall. Looking rather shell-shocked there, lover, Dragos said to Pia with a lazy smile. He strolled across the room to kiss her. Trix tends to have that effect on people. I guess. Pia's smile was uncertain. When she's in her manic phase, she's a little like trying crack for the first time, Rune said. He blinked at them, his face bland. Not that I would know what that feels like. Right, Dragos said in a brisk voice. I have things to do. Tiago to talk to, a beheading to plan. He looked at her. You good? She smiled at him again with more surety. Yes. Good. He paused. Thank you for what you did in the teleconference. You're welcome. He looked at Rune and Graydon. She gets to do what she wants. Got it? Graydon looked at his feet with a long-suffering expression and rubbed the back of his neck. Rune pursed his lips and said, Dragos, that might call for a lot of tactical consideration. Don't you think it would be wiser to restrict her movements? Why are they talking about her in the third person while she's standing right here in the room? She said in a resentful mutter. Hot gold eyes met hers. Was it her imagination, or did his lips tighten with some kind of suppressed emotion? Then he turned to give Rune a machete smile. Fuck you, Dragos told him. I'm not the boss of her. He strode out. The conference room seemed to darken and expand at the absence of his nuclear presence. Then Pia stood, looking up at her two huge, stony-faced guards. Oh boy. Miss Giovanni, Rune said in a smooth voice as he stared at a point beyond her left shoulder. For your convenience and pleasure, Dragos has sent for a personal shopper to attend to you today. The shopper should be arriving any minute now. Pia stared at the griffin. She turned away, pulled out the chair at the end of the conference table, and sank into it. She flattened her hands across the polished surface. Clothing rustled as someone shifted behind her. Okay. She nodded. Okay. Would you both please have a seat? She asked. After a moment, Rune took the seat at her right and sprawled long limbs out. Graydon took the seat at her left. The two men exchanged a look. She bet they were wondering what she was going to do next. She was kind of wondering that herself. Her fingernails had gotten ragged. She rubbed at the uneven edge of her right index finger. Never enough time in a day. So, she said in a quiet voice as she looked at her hands, is this passive-aggressive, smarmy attitude working for you, Slick? Because I've got to tell you, it's not working for me. In the last week and a half or so, I've been blackmailed, chased, threatened, in a car wreck that would have turned me into hamburger if it hadn't been for your boss, kidnapped, beaten up, and chased again. I was in a showdown with a goblin army and the Fey King and 40 or 50 of his favorite guys, and what life I had has been destroyed. She heard Rune suck in a breath. She said, I'm not finished yet. I'm also stuffed to the eyeballs with autocratic, macho behavior since Dragos is all over that one. Just so you understand when I say I'm running low on patience right now. I get you guys don't want to be babysitting me. You've made it loud and clear. I don't want it either, but it is what it is. So, can we do this easy, or do we have to do it hard? I'm trying to be nice, but I don't have any problem at all with doing it hard if that's really what you want. She looked up at the two men. Graydon had put his elbows on the table. He was watching her. For the first time, she noticed he had nice slate-gray eyes. She didn't see acceptance in his craggy face, but at least it was no longer outright rejection. Rune had folded his arms across his chest and narrowed his gaze on her. Slick, Graydon said. She got you with that one, my man. Fuck you, Rune said. Believe it or not, Graydon told her, he's the diplomatic one of the bunch. Dragos sends him out to do all sorts of smarmy, passive-aggressive shit. Rune leaned forward and planted his elbows on the table. Shut up, asshole. She bit her lip and refused to smile. Rune looked at her. Okay, Ms. Giovanni, Let's try a do-over. See how it goes. Call me Pia. He nodded. Just so you know, though, you do anything to betray Dragos, and I'll disembowel you myself. She rounded her eyes. Wow, Slick. That makes us practically BFFs, huh? Graydon exploded. After a moment, Rune grinned too. All right, Pia, he said. What would you like to do today? She considered him. We already know I'm meeting Trix for lunch. What do you think I should do? That must have been the right thing to say because both men relaxed. Well, now that you ask, he said, safest thing would be for you to hang out in the penthouse. She sighed. He went on. But I can see how that wouldn't appeal. Next best thing, stay in the tower. We'll follow orders and take you out if you really want to go, but I don't think that's a good idea right now, and to be blunt, I don't think Dragos does either. She turned thoughtful. Dragos's brief struggle with something had not just been her imagination. He had reined in his own impulses and opinions to allow her at least some freedom of choice. Rune continued. Also, sometime today I'd like to go to the gym and run through some safety pointers with you. She refocused on him and nodded. Okay, I've taken classes that should help with that. I know about them classes. Cardio kickboxing, said Graydon. Turbo dance. I watch the infomercials. You're not helping, Gilligan, Rune said. She smiled. How about this? If you don't mind, I would like a tour of the tower. They both nodded. I would also kill for a Starbucks soy vanilla latte if that isn't too much trouble. There's got to be a coffee shop close by. And I have to have new tennis shoes. Mine got trashed. I've got about $1,200 in my savings account if I can just get at it. Then, maybe after Trix and I have lunch, we can hit the gym. Rune dug in his pocket and pulled out a card. He put it on the table and pushed it to her without a word. She stared. And stared. An American Express Black Centurion card, with her name on it. A half-dozen emotions shuttled through her at high speed, starting with offense. Was he trying to pay for her, like she was some kind of whore? Was this to keep her widow self entertained while he was busy until he got tired of her and decided to get rid of her? She gripped shaking hands together and took deep, measured breaths until she found some self-control. As she calmed, she remembered what Trix had said. Dragos was a man and a dragon, which meant he had communication issues.
Amusement was the last emotion to shuttle into the station. It braked hard and stayed.
Dragos wasn't treating her like a whore. He was trying to give her a treat. The Griffins were watching her with their game faces on. That card is so wrong I don't even want to talk about it. It's kind of fun to look at, but it's wrong. Moving as though the card might explode on her, she put one finger on a corner and pushed it back to Rune. Look, all I want is a couple $100 of my own money, a latte, and new shoes, okay? Rune smiled a real smile this time as both he and Graydon relaxed further. How about I loan you some money until we can get you access to your bank account? There's a Starbucks on the ground floor, along with some other shops, a CVS, and a decent restaurant. Okay, thanks. Just then, a slender, dark-haired man burst chattering into the conference room. He was the personal shopper, a weir mink named Stanford. Hi, girlfriend. It's nice to meet ya. Look at what I got for you. A black Dolce & Gabbana satin robe. Oh, it's going to look so stunning with your hair and coloring. He put a Saks Fifth Avenue box in front of her, opened it, and, with a dramatic flick of his wrist, shook out the robe. Go ahead and feel it, honey. It's divine. Pia listened to the weir's incessant chatter. She looked at the robe. From Saks. She pressed fingers to the skin over her right eyebrow where a headache was beginning to throb.
She asked,
"Hi there. Nice to meet you too. Stanford, how much did that cost?"
The shopper stared at her as if she had sprouted horns. "Cost? And why did you get it for me? I have a fine robe already." Graydon cleared his throat. He tapped her arm. She leaned over and he whispered,
"I think the boss wants you to have something that's more than a tiny scrap of pink that barely covers your ass. Don't get me wrong, it's a lovely ass."
She jerked back and stared at the griffin. "Excuse me?"
The huge man's cheeks darkened. He raised a finger.
"Not that I meant to say that or to notice or anything. Fuck. I mean, I get it about the card, but if I were you, I'd think about letting the boss give you a robe. You know, 'cause sometimes things happen and us guys are around without a whole lot of warning. And I don't think he's okay with us seeing you wrapped up in that cute little pink handkerchief."
She ground her teeth. After a moment, she said to Stanford, "Thank you for getting me the robe. It's beautiful." The weirmink beamed. "Atta girl, now we're talking. Let's get down to some serious shopping. You and me, honey, I'll help you look like a queen." "Stanford," she said, regarding the little man, "do you get paid on commission or on an hourly basis?" His nostrils pinched and he shook his head. "Oh, I don't do commission, honey. She turned to Rune. "Got any cash I can borrow right now?" He dug out his wallet and handed her $100 bill. "Can I have the card back, too?" He raised a tawny eyebrow and handed her the Centurion card. She turned to Stanford and gave him the cash and the card. "I want 2 things, please. First, I want you to take the cash and buy me a pair of size 7 New Balance running shoes and bring them back here with the change. After you do that, I want you to take the card and stock up every food bank in New York." The little man paled. "Every food bank? In the city or in the state?" Her mouth dropped open. "I didn't think of that. Let's do everyone in the state. How soon can you be back with the shoes?" "I'll have them to you this afternoon," Stanford said. His face had turned glum. "Thank you." She looked at Rune, tongue between her teeth. "He did say I get anything I want." The griffin grinned.
"He sure did, didn't he?"
They stood as Stanford slunk away, and the 2 griffins took her on a tour of the tower as promised. They had relaxed enough to chat, which made everything more endurable. She got a feel for the general layout quickly enough. The penthouse floor housed Dragos's private quarters. The painting that had snagged her attention the night before was indeed a Chagall, and it sat across the hall from a Kandinsky. Aside from the bedroom suite they occupied last night, there were 2 other bedroom suites, one of which was draped in heavy construction plastic, undergoing repairs that were being done under the close supervision of security guards. The penthouse kitchen looked like something out of a professional cooking magazine. It was next to a dining room that could seat 12 large weir in comfort. There was an extensive library with 2 skylights, battered, comfortable leather furniture, and over 20,000 volumes on a wide variety of subjects. The library also had a glass case that housed the older, more fragile books. The living room area was like their bedroom suite, with one wall comprising floor-to-ceiling windows interspersed with French doors. It had 2 50-inch plasma televisions at either end of the room, several sitting areas with sofas and chairs, and a bar that was comparable in size to the one at Elfie's. Only sentinels and selected kitchen, security, and domestic staff had access to the penthouse floor. The next floor down held the large communal areas for key personnel, like the executive dining room, the teleconference room, the gym and training area, Dragos's personal offices, and a large meeting hall. Below that were quarters for the sentinels and certain executives and court officials and guests from other elder domains. Then the rest of the tower was taken up by business offices, international corporate affairs, domestic, weirkind and elder races, 2 floors were devoted to law offices. An entire law firm worked for Wellebrae Enterprises on anything from international corporate law to elder-human relations and matters that arose between the elder communities, such as the imposed elven trade sanctions on the Weirkind domain. The law firm litigated matters in front of an elder tribunal, which was composed of representatives from the 7 domains, rather like the human United Nations, that heard and settled legal disputes. The richness, the extravagance of the tower, with gold-veined Turkish marble flooring, gleaming frosted glass lights and polished brass fixtures, was a massive architectural proclamation of Wellebrae's money and power. She thought of the Forbidden City, Versailles, temples to Egyptian gods. Not quite as tall as the 102-story Empire State Building, this building was no less a palace in a city that worshipped the god of commerce. In the center of the tower's ground-floor lobby stood a 3rd-century sculpture that rose over the heads of the pedestrians. An intact sister to the damaged, winged Victory of Samothrace housed at the Louvre, the sculpture depicted a beautiful, powerful goddess with a stern face. She was draped in flowing robes, with her great wings swept high into the air behind her. She held a sword in one hand, while the other cupped her mouth as she called a battle cry to unseen troops. The statue was from ancient Greece, but the inscription in the modern pedestal was Latin, and very simple. Regnare, to reign. She had reached overload by the time they reached the ground floor and was extra grateful to get her soy latte and that kick of caffeine. Graydon got a grande mocha, and Rune had a black iced coffee. The men ordered a dozen pastries and several sandwiches. Then they picked a corner table. While their manner was relaxed and casual, Rune and Graydon angled their chairs so that they could keep an eye on the rest of the Starbucks. They also could watch the general ground-floor traffic through the windows. Pia kicked a foot as she drank her latte. She tried not to stare too much at how fast the mountain of food disappeared between the 2 men. She said, "People use words like empire, but it's impossible to understand unless you get a chance to see all this in person."
"Dragos is the one that did it," said Rune as he demolished a piece of carrot cake. "About 1,500 years ago, he realized the Weir had to come together and form our own society. It was the only way we could protect our own identity and interests as human societies and other elder races developed." "Yeah, that dragon's one nasty motherfucker," Graydon chuckled. "I don't think anybody else could have done it. He united the immortals with the mortals, shoved his laws down our throats, and kicked predator ass hard and long enough until we all started to behave. We had to, or die. Those were some bloody years in the beginning."
"It seems awfully feudal," she said. She rubbed her finger around the rim of her coffee lid.
"It doesn't just seem feudal," Rune said. "It is feudal. I don't think there's any other way to run things. A lot of Weir are peaceful creatures, like Stanford, who have no problem blending in with human society. A lot more need to know they'll get the living shit kicked out of them if they don't follow the rules. The world's gotten too small for anything else."
"That's what you guys do, isn't it? I mean, when you're not babysitting."
"Each of the 4 griffins command Weir forces that patrol a quadrant of the Weir domain," said Graydon. "We're sort of like police chiefs, but we've been pulled in occasionally for babysitting detail before." He bumped her with his shoulder. "You're not that special, Toots."
She sat back with a grin. "Thanks. I feel so much better now." Just then, Rune's wristwatch beeped. He pushed a button to silence it.
"It's your turn for lunch. Time to head up to Trix's office now," he said as he stood up.
As they rode the elevator, the men chatted to each other with the ease of long friendship.
Pia fell silent as she considered her upcoming lunch meeting with Trix. She turned to face the mirrored back wall of the elevator car. Like her pink robe,
Her jeans were from Target, and she had trimmed her own hair. Trix's silk pantsuit had the classic lines of a famous designer, like Ralph Lauren or Dior, and her chic gladiator-style sandals probably cost as much as a good used car. And how crazy was it to go talk to the fairy about such a relentlessly famous public job? Even if the position were offered to her, she couldn't take it. Funny how she hadn't noticed things like that before when she had been talking to Trix. Self-conscious, she tugged at the waist of her jeans and smoothed back her hair as she tried to think of graceful ways to back out of the upcoming conversation. She turned to face the front again, along with the two griffins as they neared the 79th floor. The doors slid open to reveal Trix sprinting toward them, her small fists clenched and sweet pixie face transformed with fury. The fairy leaped around a corner and pressed back against the wall, her attention clearly focused on the hall behind her. Pia slid an uncertain glance from Rune to Graydon. The two griffins exchanged a look. In a casual-seeming movement, Rune took hold of her arm, silently urging her into a corner, while he pressed the door-open button to hold the elevator. Graydon laid a hand on his sidearm. Hard on the fairy's heels stormed the gigantic American Indian male Pia had noticed in the group of sentinels greeting Dragos's return to New York. At 6'4" and 250 pounds, with barbed wire tattoos circling thick, muscled biceps and swirls shaven into short black hair, the weir male was no less a frightening sight in broad daylight than he had been at night. His face looked like it had been hewn with a hatchet. Thunder rumbled in the distance. Graydon's eyebrows rose. Either not noticing or not caring about their presence, the male charged around the corner. Trix stepped out behind him and smacked him flat-handed in the back of his head. The American Indian spun on one heel with blinding speed. He grabbed Trix by the shoulders and hauled her up so she was nose to nose with him. Pia made an involuntary noise. Instinct took over and she tried to move forward, to do something to help the delicate fairy. Rune's hand tightened on her arm, anchoring her in place. He whispered, "Not when there's thunder in the air." What the hell did that mean? Trix shouted, point blank, into the weir male's angry face.
"I've had it up to here with your mulish, bad-tempered crap, Tiago. I'll thank you to remember my name is not Trix, goddammit, or goddamn you, Trix. Henceforth, those phrases are against the law. When you yell at me again, the next one out of your mouth better be goddammit, ma'am."
For one throbbing moment, they stared at each other. Then the rage in Tiago's face splintered. "Henceforth?" he said. He started to chuckle. "You're kidding, right?" She kicked him in the shin.
"Don't you dare laugh at me!"
He laughed harder, and the ruthless, hatchet-faced assassin transformed into a handsome man. "But you're so damn cute when you're mad. Look at you! The tips of your ears turned pink." As the weir male's anger dissipated, the fairy seemed to compress, even vibrate, with deeper fury.
"Wrong thing to say, moron!"
she snapped. She drew back her fist and planted it in his eye. Tiago's laughter hiccuped. "Ow!" He put a hand over his eye and glared at her. "Have all the hissy fit you like, you're still not leaving New York without a weir security detail." At some unspoken signal she didn't catch, Rune and Graydon relaxed. Graydon's hand fell from his sidearm as Rune let go of Pia's arm. She glared at him and rubbed the spot, even though he had been quite careful not to cause her discomfort. She followed the griffins as they stepped out of the elevator.
"Tiago,"
Trix said, sounding severely tired.
"First of all, Urian isn't dead yet."
"I give it a week," said Tiago.
"Second,"
the fairy continued,
"after he's dead, Dragos and I have already decided there will be no weir allowed when I leave. The Dark Fae would never accept the presence of a weir force, and if any of the other domains even suspect that the weir are trying to control the Dark Fae's succession,
shit would really hit the fan.
That's suicidal, said Tiago flatly. He crossed his arms, thick muscles bunching. And it's not happening.
Third, Trix continued through clenched teeth, I'm going to be queen. It's the scissors, paper, rock game. Queen trumps we're warlord, asshole. I get that you're used to commanding your own army, running around and killing things and doing whatever the hell you want. That doesn't happen in New York, and it doesn't happen around me. Get over it or go home. If you have a home, if you even live in a house.
Tiago scowled. I live in a house when I have time. Rune strode forward, demanding, When did you and Dragos decide you would leave New York without weird bodyguards? The fairy threw him a hassled look.
We discussed it this morning.
Graydon joined the triangle. Sugar, I think we should revisit that decision. It's gonna be a hell of a shock when you go public with your real identity. Most people think your whole family's dead. There's gonna be some dark fae who will feel mighty displaced when they find out you're the real heir to their throne.
Trix slapped her fists over her ears. We're not talking about this. I'm not talking.
Still standing by the elevator, Pia watched the angry quartet in fascination. She didn't understand everything that had just happened, but it was clear the four of them were tied together with much more than just inter-elder politics. They were in the middle of a knockdown, drag-out family fight. She looked around, feeling awkward and quite the outsider. She recognized where they were from the earlier tour. At the end of the hall were large double-oak doors, at present propped open. They led to Dragos's offices.
Overcome with curiosity, she inched down the hall and peered into the inner sanctum to find yet more luxurious appointments and a rampant display of wealth.
She sucked in a breath. She didn't recognize a lot of the artwork she had seen in the penthouse, but she was pretty sure she was staring at a painting by Jackson Pollock that hung directly opposite the open doors. Dragos stood nearby. He was deep in conversation with a large, shaggy young man who managed to look rumpled and somewhat shabby despite wearing an expensive suit. Dragos caught sight of her and he smiled. The warmth of his smile spread through her, and she smiled back. A moment later, his face darkened with rage, the swift transformation so inexplicable and unexpected, she recoiled. He strode toward her and yanked her against his side. She's not alone. We're here. We've got her, said Graydon from around the corner behind her. The griffin had followed her. He stood not 5 feet away, relaxed but alert with his back against the wall. She looked around as Dragos glared down the hall. Rune had planted himself several feet farther away. He was still arguing with Tiago and Trix, but he had positioned himself between them and Graydon and Pia. The rigidity left Dragos's body and his expression eased. That was when Pia caught up. She pinched her lower lip between thumb and forefinger. His look of rage hadn't been for her, it had been for her bodyguards. She said to him, "If I ever make you that mad, again, you will give me a chance to apologize, right?" He pulled her hand away from her mouth and kissed her swiftly. "You won't make me that mad again." She was all too aware of the young, shaggy male's fascinated gaze. Dusky color painted her cheekbones. She patted Dragos's arm and murmured, "As long as you believe that, big guy." He turned, pulling her with him. "Pia, this is one of my assistants, Kristoff." She met the shaggy weir's gaze, which was lit with appreciation. He gave her a shy smile. "Hi." Pia's day brightened. Not everybody disliked her at first sight. She said, "It's nice to meet you." "Take 10, Dragos said to Kristoff. He led Pia into his office. Vertical blinds were pulled back from the 2 outer walls, and the large office was filled with bright, hot, early afternoon sunlight. She blinked, dazzled. She gestured at the door and said, "I didn't mean to interrupt.
They were all busy talking outside, and I thought I would just take a quick peek.
They were the ones interrupting. They're making enough noise to wake the dead, Dragos said. He punched a button on the wall. With a near-soundless motor purr, the vertical blinds closed over the windows, remaining half open but providing some shade from the blinding blaze of light. Your arrival was a welcome bonus. Her attention turned to the windows and the cloudless, bright blue sky outside. We heard thunder? He sighed. Tiago's weir form is the Thunderbird. Lightning and thunder come when he really loses it. It's something to see in battle. Normally his temper is much better controlled, but everybody's on edge right now. Pia caught sight of the two landscapes hanging on the inner walls. Oh, these are magnificent, she breathed. She walked toward them. The aerial landscape effect had been created by a mix of media, with paint, cloth, glitter, and beads. The day landscape had a river cutting across the canvas. The night landscape conveyed an impression of towns scattered over a patchwork land. They couldn't be more perfect for him. She could just see him sitting at his desk and looking at them as he imagined flying overhead, and he contemplated all the parts that comprised the whole. She turned to smile her delight at Dragos. More patterns. His expression lightened with surprise and pleasure. He said simply, Yes. A tapping made them both turn. Trix stood with a sheepish smile in the open doorway. She said to Pia, I'm so sorry you had to witness what happened in the hall. Grinning, Dragos said to the fairy, God damn, ma'am. The fairy's cheeks darkened. She said, What, you've never said something stupid in a fit of temper? Never, said Dragos. He snagged Pia's wrist and pulled her with him as he leaned back against his desk. As she settled at his side, he drew light circles on her back. Pia coughed. He looked at her. She muttered behind her hand, Big roar last week? His fingers slid under the hem of her shirt and he pinched her. Pia jerked upright and huffed at him. Preoccupied with her own sense of grievance, Trix didn't notice their byplay. She said, Dragos, you've got to do something. Tiago's giving me fits. Clearly, said Dragos. Trix scowled. She told Pia, I'm great friends with all the other sentinels, but I barely know this guy. He's always off somewhere fighting things. Over the last 200 years, we've had maybe a dozen conversations whenever he's been called back to New York. Suddenly, he's seething and snarling around the place, thinking he can tell me what to do? The fairy turned to Dragos. He's a junkyard dog. He shouldn't be allowed in the house. Would you please send him back to South America? The South America contract is unimportant. I canceled it a half hour ago, said Dragos. We're pulling the rest of the troops home. Trix's slender shoulders sagged. She wore the expression of someone watching her life crash in pieces around her. Pia's mouth slid into a sympathetic pout. She knew just how the fairy felt. Trix gave her a grim smile. How about some alcohol with lunch? Sounds good to me, said Pia. 14. Pia and Trix said goodbye to Dragos and left his offices. In the hall, Graydon and Rune were talking to Tiago. Trix ignored the trio as she sailed past them. Tiago glared after her. The handsome, laughing man Pia had glimpsed so briefly was once again supplanted by the hatchet-faced assassin. Pia matched the fairy's shorter stride and kept her expression scrupulously neutral. Trix took her down to Manhattan Cat, the restaurant on the ground floor. It's owned by a weir fox, Lissa Renard, the fairy said as they walked across the crowded lobby. Lissa's a bit of a snobby bitch, but she does know her food. I've heard of the restaurant, Pia said. She caught a glimpse of Rune and Graydon keeping pace a few feet away, their eyes constantly roving over the crowd. It's gotten some decent reviews.
You're a vegetarian, right? Trix pushed the restaurant door open. Of course, there's a lot of dead animal and fish on the menu, but there are also some good salads and a few tofu dishes I like. Best of all, they stock this 2004 peas porter that makes me crazy. You like white wine? Absolutely. A girl after my own heart. Trix turned as the hostess, a dark, slender young werecat with slanted eyes, approached with menus and a smile. Hi, Elise. I'm sorry we're late. No problem, Trix, said the hostess. The restaurant's decor was simple and sleek, featuring dark wood, white linen tablecloths, and fresh flowers. Every table was filled, and while one or two people called out a greeting to Trix, most of the occupants paid no attention to them. The sounds of conversation and cutlery accompanied them as the werecat led them to a small private room at the back that was, Trix explained, on permanent reserve for Wellebrae executives. There were 3 tables in the empty room. After letting Pia precede them, Trix stopped in the doorway. She said to Elise, We'll have 2 orders of the tofu stir-fry, a bottle of the peas porter, and no men allowed. This was thrown at the 2 griffins who were hard on their heels. Elise nodded with a smile and slipped away.
Aw, Trix, come on, said Graydon.
No, said the fairy. You know this room. You know there's only one way in or out, and you know she's with me. Deal with it. Trix slammed the door in their faces. Pia started to laugh. There's nowhere for them to sit out there, she said. I know. I'm still mad at them. Besides, these walls are soundproofed. You know, super sensitive we're hearing, corporate secrets, confidential business lunches, and all that. Trix grinned. That means you and I get to have some girl talk. Pia wasn't under any illusions about what she had witnessed. The fairy's utterly fearless confidence around the Weir Sentinels was based on 200 years of residence with them. They were dangerous, powerful men, and Pia was going to have to carve out her own way with them. Still, it was heartening to see they had a soft side. Lunch came quickly. The waiter propped the door open as he served them. Just outside, Rune leaned against a partition opposite the door. He sucked a tooth and regarded them with narrowed eyes until the waiter left and shut the door behind them. Some impulse had Pia say, They're worried about you. It's clear they're going to miss you when you leave. Trix's grin slipped. I'm going to miss them too. Was that a wet glitter in those pretty, overlarge, gray fey eyes? Pia looked away as she took a seat. I'm sorry, she said. That was pretty personal. I didn't have any right to say anything. Trix slipped into a chair beside her. It's okay. You're right. Pia's gaze slid sideways. She watched as the fairy flexed delicate hands and looked at them. They're such good guys, Pia. Even that crabby mountain Tiago. Every last one of them would take a rain of bullets for you. Well, Pia said in a gentle voice, they might take a rain of bullets for you. Oh, no. Trix looked at her, eyes wide. I mean, yes, they would take them for me, without question. But they would take them for you, too, just because Dragos wants you safe. Damn, the fairy's sadness was making her own eyes prickle with tears. I think I know some of what you're going through right now, Pia said. Not the impending queen stuff, that's way out of my stratosphere. But the other stuff. You mean the end of life as you know it? Yeah, that. Trix gave a sudden giggle. How do we get so downtrodden? We haven't even finished our first glasses of wine. She picked up her glass and clicked it against Pia's. Salut, new friend. Pia picked up her glass. Salut. Trix knocked back her wine. Now for the good stuff. Gossip. You need to know who is lying, cheating, backstabbing, revenge-seeking, who done who wrong, and who is just plain hard to get along with in this place. I'm here to give you the roadmap every girl should have before she starts working in this loony bin. Hungry,
Pia forked some stir-fry into her mouth. She remarked, "It sounds like I need a flowchart." The fairy gasped.
Beauteous! I need a pen.
Pia watched her pat the pockets of her silk suit, then trot to the door to flag down a passing waitress. Trix returned triumphant. She started to scribble on the white tablecloth, drawing circles and arrows between names as she chattered. They finished their lunch. The waiter came and left with their plates. More wine flowed. Some time later, Pia rubbed her nose. She looked at her empty wine glass, then at the empty bottles on the neighboring table. She squinted at her new best friend, who listed to one side in her chair. "What is your name again?" The fairy snickered. "It's gotta be on this chart. I'm sure I wrote it down somewhere." Pia looked over the dense black scribbles that covered the tablecloth. "We were going to talk about something, weren't we?"
Sure we were. You're going to take over my PR job.
Okay. She nodded. It was the perfect solution. Of course it was. But wait, there was something she needed to remember about that. Doubts, other considerations, deadly good reasons why she shouldn't accept. There was something that twinkled in the air, a feminine power so light and delicate and effervescent she only just noticed it, after hours of sitting saturated in its presence. Her best friend was writing something down. TRICKS. The fairy drew hearts and flowers around the word as she hummed to herself. "Trix," said Pia. Trix looked up from the doodling, tongue between her teeth. Pia put one elbow on the table, her chin in her hand, and smiled at the other woman. "Is your power, by any chance, related to charm or charisma?" Trix scratched the tip of one ear.
"So what if it is?"
"I don't think I should say yes to anything you ask me while we're in the same room together and I'm drunk, that's all," Pia said. One of Trix's eyelids lowered to half-mast, a crafty, unrepentant look. Then the fairy grinned, and sunshine and happiness burst into the room.
"Oh,
pfft," she said. The afternoon descended into early evening. Dragos, Kristoff, and Tiago watched the evening news in Dragos's office. Kristoff stood with an arm wrapped around his middle, one hand covering the back of his neck. Tiago stood with his feet planted apart, arms crossed. Barbed wire tattoos flexed as his biceps clenched. Dragos sat at his desk. He tapped his steepled fingers against his mouth as he watched Wellebrae Enterprises get bitch-slapped on national television. Two beautiful people were on the screen. One was a human female reporter. The other was the Dark Fae King. For the first time in many decades, Dragos looked on the face of his enemy. Urien had typical Dark Fae coloring and features, with overlarge gray eyes, high cheekbones, white skin, and black hair that fell to his shoulders. His hair was pulled back, revealing elegant, long-pointed ears.
"Of course, scrapping the project is quite a financial blow to the people of this community and to the state of Illinois," said Urien with a charming, regretful smile. "And not only for potential jobs that have been lost. We lost a valuable source of clean and economical power that would have been produced by a new electric-generating nuclear power plant, and we have Wellebrae Enterprises to thank for that. As you know, the nation faces the challenge of reducing our carbon emissions. The only way we can achieve lower emissions is by developing energy efficiencies and clean technologies such as wind and solar power. Nuclear energy has got to be part of that mix."
Dragos punched the mute. He looked at Tiago and his miserable assistant. Tiago said,
"Urien looks good for a dead man."
"Too good," Dragos growled. "I can't believe what a fucking hypocrite he is," Kristoff said bitterly.
He's talking about clean energy and lower emissions when he's still blowing up mountaintops, and he has one of the most polluting companies on the planet. You know our DOE contact, Peter Hines, rejected the Riven grant application like we asked. He got fired today, and Urian's media blitz hit earlier this afternoon. Stocks are down in 6 of our companies.
The ones headquartered in Illinois, said Dragos.
Yup.
Oh, buck up, Chris, Tiago said, impatient. Did you think Urian would take losing his pet project lying down? Of course he was going to strike back. At least you've got the satisfaction of knowing you really pissed him off. Usually he has nothing to do with human media.
Chris chewed a nail. I know what's going to happen next. Riven is going to reapply for that grant with Hines's replacement. After this, public sentiment will be on their side.
They'll get that grant over my dead body, Dragos snapped. I said do what it takes to tear the Riven partnership apart, and I meant it.
He surged to his feet and slapped his hands on the desk. Tiago was silent, and Chris looked at his feet while Dragos battled his rage. After a moment, he continued with a semblance of calm.
Get a hold of Hines. Offer him a job. He's a bureaucrat. He must be able to do something we like.
Chris said, maybe he can join our Washington lobbyist team.
Go.
Chris fled. Dragos turned his hot gaze onto Tiago.
And for God's sake, will you go find that slippery motherfucker so I can tear him to shreds?
Working on it, said Tiago. He can run from me, but he cannot hide forever. We'll get him, Dragos.
He glared as his sentinel strode out. Locating Urian wasn't happening fast enough. He snarled down at his desk and made himself lift up his hands and get a grip on his temper. I've got to stop tearing the furniture up. There's too goddamn much to do. No time for another repair and remodel. His thoughts shifted to Pia. He glanced out the window and frowned at the early evening light. He left the office and jogged the stairs up to a silent penthouse. He strode through the rooms. They echoed with emptiness. He didn't like it. His frown turned into a scowl. But what else had he expected? Did he think Pia would be here waiting for him whenever he decided to look this way, like an employee or a servant? Fuck.
Rune,
he said telepathically.
Rune replied, They're still at lunch.
Still at lunch? Dragos reversed direction and headed toward the elevator. Minutes later, he entered Manhattan Cat and made his way across the restaurant to the executive room. Rune and Graydon stood on either side of the closed door. Graydon bounced on his feet. Rune leaned against the wall with arms and ankles crossed. Dragos put his hands on his hips and looked at them. Rune said, Tofu stir-fry lunch at 1:30. 4 bottles of wine. Waiter took in a tray of chocolate desserts and a bottle of cognac about 45 minutes ago. Last time the door opened, they were singing, I Will Survive.
What's that?
Dragos said.
Graydon grinned. It's a 70s hit by Gloria Gaynor. I think they were singing it as a kind of female bonding over bad ex-boyfriends type of thing.
His head jerked up. He had one of the most startling and unwelcome thoughts of the last century. Am I a boyfriend? He growled and jerked the door open. Pia and Trix were on their hands and knees on the floor, snickering in fits and snorts. The tables and chairs were shoved back against the wall. Pia was folding a white tablecloth that was covered with black writing. Give me a minute, Pia was saying. I swear I just saw it. If you fold the flowchart just right, look, the names match up. All of those people slept together too. Trix giggled. How did you notice? That's like something out of National Treasure or the Da Vinci Code. We need to get some weird antique glasses with special lenses, and maybe we'll see something else. Wait, here we go. She let out a long, loud burp. Pia counted through the burp. 2 10,000, 3 10,000, 4... Oh, you win. She stared at the little fairy in awe.
Where did you put all that air?
It's a gift, Trix said. Dragos's bad mood burst like a soap bubble, and he grinned. Pia's blonde ponytail had loosened and slid over one ear. Trix had kicked off her sandals and rolled her designer silk pants to the knees. She looked like a refugee from Poochie's on Fifth Avenue. He leaned against the door and waited to see which one would notice him first. Pia did. She sat back on her heels as surprise and delight lit up her face.
Hi!
Surprise and delight, a gift-wrapped present all for him. He smiled at her. You're drunk on your ass. In inebriated slow motion, Trix noticed him and the 2 griffins at his back. She shrieked and spread her arms over the tablecloth.
Nobody can see this!
Rune slid around Dragos, his head angled in curiosity. Why? What is it? State secrets?
Pretty much.
Trix started to wad up the cloth. Rune grabbed a corner and tugged. She threw herself on top of it.
No!
Dragos ignored them. He squatted in front of Pia and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear with a gentle hand. Her pale skin was flushed, and her sparkling eyes couldn't quite focus. You're going to be sick as a dog in the morning.
We just thought,
she said. The sentence trailed off. She stared at him in astonishment. You are the handsomest man I've ever seen. I would tell you that if I were sober, too. Then she gave him a sloppy grin as she shook her head. Her ponytail slid farther. No, I wouldn't. I'd be too self-conscious. His fury and frustration from earlier slid into the past as if it had never existed, an alchemical transmutation brought on by this tipsy enchantress. Laughing out loud, he slid his hands under her elbows and lifted her with care to her feet. What else are you drunk enough to tell me? She leaned forward and staggered as she confided in a whisper, You're the sexiest guy I've ever seen, too. You know, your long, scaly, reptilian tail really is bigger than anybody else's. Not that I've been with very many guys, or was comparison shopping or anything. She hiccuped and watched him worriedly as he guffawed. Have I just gone over a conversational cliff? Pretty much, he said. He put an arm around her and guided her around Rune and Trix as they wrestled over the tablecloth. That's okay, lover. I'm here to catch you. So, how many guys have you been with? She held up 2 fingers and looked at them with one eye closed. One of them doesn't count anymore, 'cause he's dead. She poked herself in the cheek with both fingers. I can't feel my face. How was your day? Fine, he said. He captured her hand, folded down one finger and pressed a kiss against her remaining index finger as he led her out of the restaurant. It was good. The next afternoon, Pia changed into workout clothes along with her new shoes. She wound her hair up and bound it in a tight queue at the nape of her neck. Her memory of the night before was fuzzy. She remembered talking and flirting, feeling brilliant and beautiful and witty, while Dragos teased her, his dark face creased with laughter. She remembered falling into bed, shrieking and kicking at him as he tickled her unmercifully. She remembered falling asleep, wrapped around him, his hands fisted in the waterfall of her hair. She had been alone in the bed when a hangover had finally hammered her into consciousness late the next morning. She had rolled away from the windows with a moan to discover a vial resting on his pillow. It tinkled with magic. A note was tied to the neck. It said, "Drink me." That potion had saved her life. She hoped someone had been kind enough to get one for Trix as well. Even with the potion's help, it had been some time before she could face putting anything else into her stomach. Now, after a light lunch, which she had eaten with caution, she, Rune, and Graydon were finally going to the gym as originally planned. She opened the door. The two griffins in the hall broke off their conversation. Their expressions were entirely too bland. She frowned. "Did I do or say something yesterday that I should apologize for?"
"Not you, Cupcake," said Graydon. "But apparently a lot of other people in the tower have. Rune thinks we should rename it Melrose Place. I think Peyton Place has a more classic feel to it, don't you?"
"Oh, no," she said. "You got the tablecloth away from Trix."
Rune grinned. "Not before the little shit bit me."
They took the stairs. Perhaps 20 people were in the gym. Some worked on equipment, and others sparred with each other in the two large workout areas. One area had hard-used but well-kept hardwood floors, and the other area was covered with tumbling mats. Rune commandeered the space covered with tumbling mats while Graydon went into the locker room and changed. Then Rune went to change too. As he came back out, he beckoned her and Graydon to the center of the mat. Both men wore tight tanks and black cotton pants. They seemed bigger than ever as she stood between them, totaling 500 pounds of solid, weir muscle. Those that Rune had displaced loitered at the edge of the area, watching. Pia took deep breaths, trying to dispel the jitters that had taken over her stomach, all too aware of the curious, not entirely friendly stares directed their way. She balanced on the balls of her feet, shook out her arms and legs, and stretched her neck.
Rune said, "Okay, we're going to run through a few basic self-defense techniques. Pia, the main takeaway is, we're the bodyguards and we know best. You've got to do what we tell you when we tell you to do it. If I tell you to duck, you damn well better duck. If Gray tells you to drop to the ground, you plant your face. The toughest thing is that an attack will most likely happen without warning, so following orders without hesitation or argument is absolutely essential." "In other words," Graydon said, "if we tell you to duck, don't stick your head up and look around and say, 'Huh?' That's what your instinct may tell you to do, but if you're saying, 'huh,' it probably means you're getting your head shot off."
"Right," she said, looking from one to the other. "No huhs."
Rune said, "Gray, get behind Pia. You're going to be her attacker. Pia, Gray is going to come up behind you and grab you like he's going to drag you off. I want you to pay attention to how he gets hold of you and the position of your bodies. We're going to work on ways you can break out of this hold, okay?"
"Okay," she said. Graydon moved behind her. For such a big man, he was silent on his feet. She focused on the floor in front of her and continued to breathe deep as she sank into her training. Stay firm but flexible, rooted but yielding. She reached behind with her awareness, and there he was. She got a lock on him, stronger than she ever had on anyone before. She could hear him breathe, feel his weight shift with his intent. Her hearing, eyesight, her sense of everything in her surroundings was more than it had ever been before. He came up on her, inhumanly fast. Flow like water. She slid sideways, bending at the waist, and felt his hand graze along her arm. A twist, and she balanced on one foot, felt him extend, and that was her leverage. Graydon landed on his back in an impact that shook the floor. Silence filled the gym as exercise machines slowed and stopped. Both griffins stared at her.
Graydon swore, letting his head drop to the mat.
"The hell'd you do? That weren't no turbo dance move."
Rune put his hands on his hips and started to laugh.
"She smacked you down is what she did."
I'm sorry, did I do that wrong?" she said, growing anxious as they continued to stare at her. "I didn't follow orders, did I? Was I supposed to let him grab me?"
No, I think you did that just fine." said Rune. He offered a hand to Graydon and hoisted the other griffin to his feet. Graydon glared at her. Okay, I was sleepwalking through that. My bad. You said you had classes and we should have listened, but we're gonna do that again, Cupcake, and you're not gonna get me by surprise this time. She nodded. Okay. They assumed their former positions and she balanced on the balls of her feet again, head tilted as she focused on the floor. This time, intrigued with her heightened senses, she locked on both Graydon and Rune. Their power and physical energy made their positions easy to hold in her mind. Graydon moved to the attack, his lethal body honed by countless centuries of combat. She flowed and slid away from him. This time he shifted with her, snaking one powerful arm out to wrap around her waist. But she wasn't there. She moved, counter to his point, sensing the force of energy he put into his arm and how he threw his body forward, and that was her leverage. The floor thundered as he hit the mat. He pounded the mat with his fist. "Fuck me!" Rune shouted in laughter. Graydon flipped to his feet. It was a startling show of strength, agility, and speed for such a large man, and she flinched back. He snarled at Rune, "Laugh it up, asshole. It's your turn to try." "Quit being such a crybaby," said Rune. He shifted around to Pia, the predator in him roused and full of smiling menace. "You good to go?" Mainlining adrenaline, she lifted her shoulder in a quick, jerky shrug. "Give me what you got, Slick." He lunged, using both cunning and speed, and she could tell he was really giving it to her, no holding back. She fell back in a graceful curve as he reached her, and the power in his momentum was her leverage. She hit the mat, and as she went backward, she used her feet and one hand to propel him over her head. For one brief moment, he was airborne. Then he slammed into the mat even as she completed her somersault and came up light on her feet. Rune coughed hard, his expression frozen. Somebody whistled and shouted. Distracted, she looked toward the noise. Their audience was clapping. "That was goddamn balletic!" Graydon roared. He pounded her on the shoulder and knocked her sideways. She grunted and stumbled, and he grabbed her. "Oh, shit, Cupcake, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. Did I hurt you?" He looked so concerned as he steadied her, she didn't have the heart to complain. She rubbed the spot where he had hit her, and he pushed her hand away to rotate her arm and probe her shoulder muscles with careful fingers. "I'm fine," she told him. "It's good." Rune rolled to his feet. "Go get Bane and Khan," he told one of their watchers who took off running. He walked over to her, eyes narrowed. "What all have you studied?" "Wing Chun, jujitsu, some weaponry," she said. "Basic stuff, sword and knife work. I can load and shoot a gun or crossbow. I'm not so good with a longbow." He studied her like she was a Rubik's Cube he hadn't quite figured out. "Dragos said you weren't a fighter." "I'm not." Graydon refused to be shooed away. She gave up trying to push him away and let him massage her shoulder muscles. "Not like you guys are. I wouldn't choose a fight if I can avoid it. I don't have a killer instinct, and I don't like the weaponry stuff." "Could you kill if you had to?" "If I had no other choice," she answered without hesitation. "I think I could do it to survive. But otherwise, all of my focus and training is on getting away." "Excellent. We can work with that. Which of the disciplines you've worked with do you like the best?" She considered. "I'd have to say the Wing Chun. I like the principles of efficiency, practicality, and economy of movement, and sensing the energy in your opponent's movements. It's elegant. I had a teacher once who told me the best kind of fighter was like haiku, very spare and simple, and the fight very short. Wing Chun seems to have something of that philosophy." He nodded. "What would you say is your strength?" "That's gotta be speed. Let's face it, if you guys were really out for blood and got your hands on me, I'd be toast." "Very good. And your weakness?"
She bent her head, rubbed at the back of her neck, and confessed, "Following orders. I haven't done any of this before. I'll try my best, but if one of you yells duck, I could end up being that idiot that sticks up her head and says, 'Huh?'"
"Well, that might not matter if you were slow enough to pin down," said Graydon. "We've got to yell duck, 'cause you might get all startled and hop out from underneath us if we try to tackle you, even if it's for your own good."
She winced at him.
The other two griffins, Bane and Constantine, had joined them while they talked, until Pia was surrounded by an enormous wall of solid muscle and close male attention.
Rune said to them,
"You guys have got to see this. Pia, you up for more?"
"What do you mean, am I up for more?" She snorted and tossed her head. "I haven't yet broken a sweat, Slick."
"Them's fightin' words, Cupcake," said Graydon with glee. He cracked his knuckles.
Bane and Constantine took turns at trying to tackle her. Each griffin hit the mat. They had better luck when they went after her in pairs. Pia's tank top grew damp with sweat. Not only were they formidable warriors with centuries of experience, they were motivated, fast learners. Very soon she had to ratchet up her effort. She shifted into high gear, knowing she needed to learn even more from them than they did from her. All her focus was on the four Weir who were intent on bringing her down. While they laughed and did a lot of joking, she knew now that what they were all working on was no mere exercise class, but could be a matter of life or death. Dragos had enjoyed a completely captivating evening with Pia. This morning he had held her soft, sleeping form and watched the sunrise, and he had discovered another strange new experience, a feeling of absolute contentment and peace in the quiet, a certain knowledge that all was right with his world. That was all in the past. His mood, since, had turned foul. The goblin stronghold had been abandoned. There had been no one to question. The enchanted shackles had vanished without a trace. Urian's media blitz had been pre-taped. He had been long gone by the time they got someone to investigate the interview site, and nobody could pinpoint the whereabouts of the bastard. Those investigating the trail from Pia's ex-boyfriend and his bookie had come up against a dead end, and the stock value from the companies in Illinois continued to tumble. There was also the not-so-small consideration that if the Fey King had been able to conjure a spell that had found his hoard, then the location was compromised. Didn't matter if the charm had only worked once and Pia was the only one who knew of the hoard's present location. Urian could make another charm, couldn't he? And maybe Pia was the only one right now who could navigate through Dragos's locks and wards, but once something had been breached, it was just a matter of time until someone else found a way to do it again. There was also no telling what else a finding charm of that strength would work on. He thought about warning his elder allies about what had happened, but if he did that, he would have to admit to his own vulnerability. He wasn't willing to go that far just yet. On top of all that, the Chinese water torture had started as soon as he strode into his office. The New York mayor was demanding to talk to him. No one else would do. His constituents were insisting they come to an agreement on noise control so that last week never happened again. Drip. The governor of Illinois called personally to talk about his persecution of the Riven Partnership. Drip. The Elder Tribunal had issued a summons to him to discuss his act of aggression in Elven domain and allegations of an Otherland Fey mass murder. Apparently, they had decided to ignore the fact that he didn't answer summons from anyone. Ever. Drip.
A personal courier had already arrived from the Elven High Lord with a written invitation for Pia to visit with them at the summer solstice.
Just Pia, nobody else. Certainly not him. The High Lord would be pleased to lift the trade embargo with the Weirkind as soon as he received her acceptance in writing. Drip, fucking drip. Then there were the endless business decisions on everything else. His administrative assistants and management teams were excellent. Everything that reached his office really did need his direct attention. As a norm, he enjoyed working with all the international ventures pursued by Wellebrae Enterprises. It was like playing several games of chess at once. But today, it felt like wearing tight clothes over a braided skin. He wanted to tear it all off of him and claw at the walls. He paced. He couldn't stop thinking about Pia. There she was, front and center no matter what else he tried to turn his mind to. He didn't want to be working on all this shit. Business was boring. Who gave a flying fuck if stocks in the 6 Illinois companies tanked for a while? It's not like he needed the money. All of the entities clamoring for attention were like a pack of yapping chihuahuas nipping at his heels. The thought of finding another secret location and moving all his treasure was a serious pain in the ass. And why couldn't someone just FedEx him Urian's head? He planted his hands on the window and leaned on them as he stared out over his city. When he had asked her last night if she was interested in Trix's PR job, caution had stolen the sparkle from her beautiful gaze like a thief. She had said, "I'll have to think about it." Again, just like she had yesterday when she'd told him, "I guess I've got a lot to think about." What the fuck did she have so much to think about? She looked at him with desire in those gorgeous midnight-colored eyes. He would swear when she hugged him it was with sincere affection. She was generous and giving and held nothing back physically. He could make himself crazy at just the thought of how tight she felt when he was inside her, how gorgeous she was when she climaxed. He hardened as he remembered the sounds she made when they made love. He was astonished at how easy she was to talk to, how much he wanted to talk to her, and fighting with her was the best fun he'd ever had. He had seen her just hours ago, goddammit, and he couldn't wait to fight with her again, to cuddle with her and hear what ridiculous things she said next, to cuddle and laugh with her, to pin her down and drive into her again until there was nothing left inside of him, nothing left inside of her except his name. She was his. Why couldn't she admit it? Whenever they got to that point, whenever he thought he had a good grip on her, it felt like the beguilement dream where she had turned into smoke and melted through his fingers. Those protection spells in her mind. That's where she disappeared to. She pulled back into that elegant citadel. He couldn't get at her unless he smashed through the barrier and broke her mind. He scowled. Somehow he would figure out a way to get inside that citadel. He would have her. So help him if it took the rest of his considerable life, he would have all of her. Anything else was unacceptable. Determined to try to shake it off and focus on something useful, he opened his door and strode out of his office to see if Chris had an update for him. Nobody was in the outer offices. That was when he noticed the uproar. His pace increased as he stalked down the hall. He rounded a corner. People had collected in the hall outside the gym. They were staring in the windows. As he approached, a shout went up, and people inside cheered and clapped. He brushed people out of the way as he entered the gym, caught sight of Graydon and Bane at the edge of the tumbling mats. The Griffins stood with their arms crossed. They were watching something on the floor and laughing. As Dragos approached, Graydon caught sight of him over the onlookers' heads and grinned.
"Hey, boss. Thanks for the new toy."
Dragos demanded,
"What are you talking about?"
Graydon told him,
"We're playing Pin the Herbivore. None of us can figure what the hell she is, but damn, she's fast. So far, Team Griffin is 2 for 10. Get her greased up, and I bet we couldn't pin her at all."
He reached the edge of the mat and looked down. Constantine was crouched, arms out, intent on the struggle that played out in front of him.
"Get her! Get her!"
Rune and Pia were in a tangle of limbs on the mat. Rune's powerful body strained as he fought to cover hers. Pia's smaller form twisted and flowed underneath him, her face fierce and reddened. They were both panting and slick with sweat. Pale, slender muscles flexed as she avoided his grasp. The griffin swore as he shifted with her into a position that was reminiscent of the very one Dragos had used yesterday morning when he had taken her from behind. The dragon detonated. 15. The attack happened without warning, just as Rune said it might. 1 minute she was immersed in the move/counter-move of her match against Rune, mind racing to strategize against his flow of intent. He'd gotten her down on the mat. Not good. It meant he was more likely to pin her. She had to get out from underneath him fast, or between him and Constantine she was done. Then his weight vanished. Thrown off balance, she tumbled onto her back. She gasped to catch her breath and tried to make sense of what was happening. Constantine lay sprawled against a wall. He spat blood, rolled over, and got a knee underneath him. Bane shoved people toward the door. "Out, everybody out!" Graydon knelt, slipped an arm around her, and lifted her to a sitting position. He had gone pale. "You okay, Cupcake?" She said, "What happened?" He wasn't paying attention. She followed the direction of his gaze. Dragos had Rune pinned to the wall, one hand at his throat. Rune held still in the larger male's grip, arms lax and hands held open. His alert gaze was fixed on Dragos while his face darkened. Constantine got to his hands and knees and coughed. "He's killing him!" Pia found her feet, avoided Graydon, who tried to grab her, and leaped forward. There was nothing rational in Dragos. The dragon looked out of his eyes. He had partially shifted. The lines of his body and face were monstrous, all wrong. Talons dug into Rune's neck. Blood trickled from the punctures. She didn't pause, didn't think. She eased up to Dragos and touched him on the shoulder to signal her presence. She stroked his arm as she slid under it, insinuating her body between the two men. She put her hands to that alien, deadly face and stroked his cheeks. His power was an inferno. She tried something she'd never done before and brushed her own cooler, gentler energy against his. "Hey there," she said, gentle, soothing. She took a deep, slow, controlled breath. "Dragos, I want you to look at me now, please. I forgot to tell you about the earlier part of my day yesterday. I sent my personal shopper to feed New York. The state, you know, not the city. So you're going to get a really big grocery bill soon. Sorry about that, except, well, I guess I'm not." The dragon blinked. He looked at her. She had never seen anything so magnificent. She smiled up at him and smoothed his inky hair as she kept up the soft patter. "Come to think of it, I bet you're going to get lots of grocery bills. I can't imagine Stanford will be able to get so much food from just one supplier. Stanford is the shopper. He's a weir mink. And my new robe is beautiful. It's black satin, very soft and elegant. I wore it this morning and thought of you when I took a shower." She put a hand on the rigid muscles of his arm as she leaned against his chest. "Come down off the ledge now. Let go of your friend. You like him. You're going to remember that soon, and then you'll be upset if you've damaged him. Besides, I want you to give me a kiss so I can thank you properly for the robe and for the potion you left on your pillow this morning. They were very thoughtful of you." The dragon's eyes narrowed. His power shifted to wrap an invisible cloak of warmth around her. "I'm still not right in the head," she whispered to him. Sexuality flared in those gold raptor's eyes. She slipped the tip of her finger between his lips and rubbed the inside of one thigh along his leg. "Come on, big guy. You know you want to." He slid an arm around her, took hold of her chin with those long, bloody talons, and tilted her head up with exquisite care. She rose up on her toes, closed her eyes, and lifted her face to him in total trust. His hard mouth brushed against hers. She could feel the quick movement at her back as Graydon pulled Rune from them. The griffin gagged and coughed. Then the rest of the world fell away as Dragos deepened their kiss. She slid her arms around his neck. She felt his body shift and flow back into more familiar contours. He slid his mouth along the curve of her cheek down to her collarbone, and he buried his face into her neck. Her gaze slid sideways. The sober griffins had arranged themselves around the area. Bane leaned back against a wall near Constantine, who sat on the floor with a bottle of water. Rune was farther away, near the free weights, as he blotted his neck with a towel. The puncture wounds were already healing. Graydon stood not 3 feet from them, arms crossed, watching her with an anxious expression. Okay, so that was maybe a little too close when she was busy getting lost in Dragos's kiss. She shooed him with her fingers. He shook his head. Then he mouthed, "What the fuck?" She rounded her eyes, mouthing back, "I don't know." She shooed him again. The griffin was stubborn as a mule. He cleared his throat and said aloud, "Boss, you gotta know we would never hurt her. We were just going through some self-defense maneuvers. She turned out to be so damn good we started to have some fun, that's all." Dragos lifted his head. He cupped the back of her head and pulled her closer as he turned away from the griffins, putting his body between her and them. Realization dawned. He wasn't being protective. He had almost killed his first because he was jealous. She planted her hands on his chest and shoved. He let his hold loosen. She glared up at him, but when she saw the strain on his dark face, her quick flare of anger died. Maybe she didn't understand what was going on. Maybe she would never understand. She drooped. "Is there anything more I can do?" "I need to talk to my men," he said. She bent her head and nodded. She looked around the empty gym. "Okay, I'd like to take a shower." He let her go. "We'll all go upstairs." As he spoke to his men, she turned toward the doors. A tall, powerful woman stood in the hall, looking in on them. Armed and dressed in leather, she had a strange beauty, with lean muscles, tangled black hair, and stormy gray eyes. It took Pia a moment to recognize her. She was one of the sentinels from the tower rooftop, Ariel, the harpy. The woman turned away as she watched, but not before Pia looked upon the merciless gaze and cold, white face of judgment. Pia, Dragos, and the 4 griffins went up to the penthouse. Pia took the sax box from the bed and disappeared into the bathroom without a word. A few moments later, the shower started. The griffins raided the wet bar for bottles of Heineken. Dragos opened up the French doors. He stood in the doorway as a sharp breeze gusted in. The fresh air was brisk and calming. Rune joined him and stood casual and relaxed, hands on his hips as he too looked out over the city. He said to his first in a quiet voice, "I owe you an apology." The griffin searched his face. "It's all right, my lord. I can imagine how things must have looked. You'd already warned us to take care with her." "No," he said, "it's not all right. It's clear I am not in control. I am well aware that I am not acting or thinking normally, or even rationally." Rune's gaze was keen, perhaps more keen than he was comfortable with. "Dragos," he said, "we've all seen Weir acting this way before, you know. We've just never seen you acting this way." He tilted his head. "What do you mean?" "Come on, think about it," said the griffin, a smile creasing his tanned face. "When have you seen Weir acting too jealous, possessive, and obsessed? When have their tempers become too volatile,
Too irrational? His mouth twisted.
Well, I've always been bad-tempered.
Well, yeah, you can be one crabby son of a bitch, especially when things don't go your way. But, you know, when you lose your temper, you have a reason. There is a reason for all this, too. His thoughts twisted and turned. He considered the drama that played out when weird passions ran hot.
You think I'm mating?
His first shrugged.
The possibility occurred to me.
There's also a lot going on right now. You've been under considerable strain. It's rare when you've been in real danger of being killed. He took a deep breath and nodded. Mating. He was a solitary creature by nature. He might interact with others, but inside he had always been alone. He counteracted the stresses of constant socialization in modern life by escaping for regular long flights where he could lose himself in wind and sunlight. That was the juxtaposition that perplexed him. Instead of feeling relief at escaping Pia's presence earlier today when he had left her sleeping in his bed, he had felt her absence as a loss. He had missed her.
I guess I've got a lot to think about, he said.
The irony of that statement occurred to him, coming so soon as it did after his annoyance at it being Pia's favorite refrain. He rubbed his chin and started to pace around the large room.
Just don't any of you touch her right now. Not until I figure this out.
Rune strolled to join the others on the couches around the fireplace and accepted the bottle of lager that Bane offered. He said,
Understood. Unless, of course, her life depends on it.
He explored the strange landscape inside himself for a moment and nodded in agreement. He changed the subject.
Still no lock on Urian's location, he told them. Whatever goblins might have survived have scattered. The mayor's whining, the governor of Illinois is trying to tunnel up my ass, the elves are being manipulative, and—
He stopped and shook his head.
She didn't say she's feeding the state, did she?
Graydon rubbed his face, covered his mouth with a hand, and said, muffled,
Yup.
Rune and the others weren't so circumspect. They shouted in laughter at his expression. Rune explained,
She asked the shopper to stock up all the food banks in the state. To be honest, I think the credit card freaked her out a bit. Maybe she's more of a flowers and candy kind of female.
As he scowled, Graydon added,
She liked the robe, though. Said it was real nice. Whatever, he said, dismissing the subject with a wave of his hand. I think it's pretty clear to everyone I can't be around too many people right now, or I really might tear somebody's throat out.
Bane grunted.
It is pretty tough to apologize after the conversation degenerates to that point.
He gave them a grim smile. He finished one circuit of the room and started another.
Another day like today isn't going to happen. We're going to start selling off some of the businesses and get life more simplified.
Maybe it would be a good idea to go upstate to Carthage for a few weeks instead, said Constantine in a cautious voice. He referred to Dragos's 250-acre country estate in northern New York.
You know, take some afternoons and fly out over the Adirondacks, figure out what you really want to do, let stuff settle in your head. Going upstate for a while isn't a bad idea, he said. But I'm settled on a few things right now. Aside from the fact that Urian's got to die, I want to downsize my life and get rid of some of the white noise. And while we're at it, I want you guys to help me figure out what to do with all the crap I've got crammed underneath the subway.
Under the cover of the shower, Pia sat on the bench with her head in her hands. A backlash from fear and adrenaline hit, and she cried until her throat hurt and her nose was clogged and she couldn't cry anymore. The last couple of days had been so full of extremes she felt like she was suffering from some kind of psychic whiplash. Everything was strange,
full of hidden currents and nuances, with bouts of intense joy and sudden, sharp spikes in anxiety and isolation. Reality had become a kaleidoscope that kept breaking up and reforming. For a while, when the shit had hit the fan, Dragos had been her center, her one stable point. Odd, but she had been okay with all the danger and uncertainty that surrounded them. Here, Dragos was part of everything else, unpredictable and unknown. She had moments of clarity when she felt she was connected to him in a way that went deeper than either of them comprehended. She felt like she understood him better than he understood himself. Then all the certainty slid away and she was left clutching at air. When that happened, she felt fractured inside. Maybe she was the kaleidoscope, breaking and reforming. Maybe she was part of everything else that was unpredictable and unknown. He was beyond splendid. He made her breath catch and her heart race, her temper flare and her sense of humor sharpen. He had her sexuality dancing for joy. He wanted her to trust him, but how could she trust someone she didn't understand? How could she love someone who admitted he didn't even know what love was, who claimed her as his possession, and who was capable of almost killing his oldest, most trusted ally and friend? Wait a minute. She didn't just think that, did she? Well, it wasn't true. She was suffering from a supersized value meal of Stockholm Syndrome. She would admit to having a mouth-watering crazy going on for him. Not like she could deny that at this late stage. But she would not admit to the L word. Oh, God. She wanted to go home, but she didn't have a home. Her apartment wasn't hers anymore. It might be let to someone else already. Even if it wasn't, she was afraid that if she were able to step back inside that space, she would find it cramped and too small and just as alien as everything else had become in her life. The shower stall opened. She started and shrank back, covering her breasts in a reflexive gesture, as Dragos stepped in, fully clothed. He knelt in front of her, gripping the bench on either side of her thighs. The severe lines of his face and muscled body were drenched in moments, the gold of his eyes shadowed. She plucked at the collar of his soaked t-shirt and sighed. "What are you doing?" "You've been crying again," he said. "Why?" She chuckled, a small, hollow sound. "Hard day, I guess." "Don't deflect," he said. "Tell me why." "What if I don't want to?" she snapped. "Tough," he told her. He took hold of her shoulders and drew her into his arms. "You have to tell me so I can learn not to do whatever it is I did." Damn him. How could he end up saying the exact right thing just when she needed it most? "Who said it was you? I already told you everything's getting to me." She tucked her face into his neck and nuzzled, reveling in his warm, wet skin. "Still deflecting," he said. He reached for a bottle of herbal-scented body wash, squirted some into a palm, and began to massage her neck and shoulders. "You were having a good time with the Griffins. It was me." "We weren't always having a good time," she grumbled. She bit back a moan at how good his hands felt as he dug into tired muscles. "I've had to exert a great deal of my considerable charm on them these past few days." His chest moved in a silent chuckle. His fingers roamed the pale violin shape of her back, trailing suds. He paused and said in a dark tone, "You have a hell of a bruise on your shoulder." "Don't even start that with me," she said. She rubbed his back. "After all my hard work, we did end up getting along pretty well today. I'll have you know I was having a perfectly splendid time mopping the floor with them when you broke the party up." He pulled back and stood to strip off his sodden clothes and fling them into one corner. She stared at the sleek, strong lines of his nude body, and her heart started to pound. She couldn't deal with the strength of her reaction to him right now.
She averted her gaze. He sat on the bench and picked her up. She tried to pull away. Dragos, don't. I can't.
Hush. Trust me.
He put her on his lap and tugged her around so that she was facing him. Then he leaned back against the wall, wrapped his arms around her, laid his head on her shoulder, and just held her. She laid her head on his shoulder, too, and he rocked her. He said,
"Take it off."
"You're such a pain in the ass," she sighed, removing the dampening spell.
"I know."
He pressed a kiss to her clavicle. His erection pressed between them, but he made no sexual moves. She sniffled as warmth and comfort stole through her limbs. "And I'm such a wuss."
"So speaks the young lady who Rune said tossed 4 of my toughest fighters around like throw pillows,"
he said. He squirted shampoo on top of her head and lathered her hair.
"I frightened you again, didn't I?"
"No. Yes. Oh, I don't know." She straightened and looked at him. Water trickled down the hard planes of his face and spiked his black eyelashes.
How could you do that to him? He's your second in command. You've known each other for far longer than I can comprehend. If you could do that to him, who else could you do it to?"
"Right now, I could do it to anyone but you."
He eased her off his lap, stood, and lathered. He washed his groin and genitals. He handled his erect penis with brisk practicality, but she still had to glance away from how mouth-watering he looked. She finished rinsing her hair as he sluiced off. He turned off the shower. She wrapped her hair in a towel and dried off with another, while Dragos rubbed a towel over his head and body. The domesticity of the scene was both bizarre and seductive. She fought against giving into a sense of belonging. It was an illusion. She slipped on the black Dolce & Gabbana robe and saw his eyes light with approval. "Why anybody but me?" she asked. "Why am I the only one who's safe?" "Why can I trust you?" she wanted to ask, but the strain had eased from his features and she didn't want to disturb the peace that had crept in to take its place. She took the towel from her hair and started working a brush through the wet length. He stood behind her, a towel slung around his hips, and took the brush from her. He smoothed out her hair as she watched him in the mirror. The wet braid at his wrist was the same darkened shade of honey. After several moments of looking thoughtful, he said,
"You don't know much about living in Weir society, do you?"
She shook her head.
"I forget how secluded you've been."
He kissed the nape of her neck.
"It will all come clear in time, I promise. Just believe me when I say that not only will I never hurt you, I will protect you from anyone else who would hurt you."
She did believe him. It fit with how he responded to her when she worked to calm him, with everything that he had said to her, and with all his actions. Things settled back in their rightful places.
"All right," she said. "But how do we make sure that you don't hurt the others, then? They're so loyal to you, Dragos."
"I know they are. They're good men. You'll have to take my word that they understand what happened earlier, maybe even better than I do. We were all a bit too careless today. It won't happen again."
"Can you be a bit more enigmatic?" she asked. Irritation brought out the sarcasm in her like nothing else. A few of those sentences made sense, you know. What won't happen again? He smiled.
"Are you hungry? Let's have supper. It should be set up in the dining room by now."
Once he mentioned eating, she noticed how famished she was. All of a sudden she felt hollow and shaky. "I'm starving. All I had for lunch was a salad." He frowned as he strode into the dressing room.
"You should eat more than that. It must take a lot of lettuce and carrots to keep up any kind of normal body weight."
Very funny. He cocked his head at her.
"I wasn't aware I was making a joke."
She followed him and picked out a sleeveless red tank top and a matching white skirt splashed with large red poinsettias. She slipped on lace panties but didn't bother with a bra or shoes. Dragos's eyes gleamed with approval when he saw her. He had dressed simply as well, in another white Armani silk shirt rolled at the sleeves and black slacks. They walked to the dining room. Her stomach growled at the appetizing smell of roasted meat, fresh bread, and garlic. Appetizing smell, roasted meat. A dizzying wave of nausea hit her. What the hell? She came to an abrupt stop, braced one hand on the wall, and pressed the other to her stomach as saliva flooded her mouth. Dragos whipped around. He snaked an arm around her waist. "What's wrong?" She held up a hand as she concentrated on deep breathing. The dizzy nausea passed after a moment. She straightened. "I'm all right." "You're going back to the bedroom," he said, his face set into harsh lines. "I'll send for our weird doctor." "No, I'm not, and no, you won't," she told him. She tugged against his hold. He refused to let go of her. "Dragos, please, cut it out. I'm all right. I didn't eat much food earlier today, and I'm just a whole lot hungrier than I realized. All the good smells are down that way, and you want to go in the other direction? Don't be so mean." He acquiesced and let go of her with obvious reluctance. She raised her hands and shrugged at him. He continued to watch her as they went to the dining room. 2 places were set at one end of a large, polished mahogany table near the window, surrounded by several covered dishes. White candles were lit, and there was a bouquet of large white roses in a fluted crystal vase. The city skyline was the backdrop for the setting. Pleasure flooded her. "How beautiful! I adore roses." He smiled. "Good. I hoped you would." He held her chair for her and then sat too. A platter of some kind of sliced roast meat was near Dragos's elbow, along with roasted potatoes and gravy. Revolted by the sight and confused, she averted her gaze. Near her was a dish of bow-tie pasta with red peppers and broccoli in a garlic sauce topped with vegan grated cheese and a spinach salad topped with mango slices and pecans. Between them was a basket of white and whole-grain rolls. An opened bottle of Pinot Noir sat nearby. Her stomach gave another unsettled lurch, but she was so hungry in spite of it that she forced herself to take a bite of the pasta. The nausea disappeared like it had never been. She said, "This is delicious." "If you have a sweet tooth, you might want to save room for dessert," he said. "There are strawberries dipped in dark chocolate." She sighed. "I've died and gone to heaven." Silence fell as they concentrated on their food. She felt again that sense of the bizarre, sharing such a simple domestic scene as eating supper with him. Caught in the grip of compulsive hunger, she ate like there was no tomorrow. Then it eased, so she was able to think again. Feeling tentative, she asked him about his day, and she was surprised and flattered when he responded with every appearance of prompt frankness. He told her of Urian's disappearance, their corporate conflict, the mayor, and the elves. She bit her lip as disquiet intruded. "This isn't going to have a quick or easy resolution, is it?" He regarded her from under lowered brows as he took a drink of wine. "It doesn't appear that way. It might be a good idea for us to spend some time at my country estate. Not only is it quieter and more private, it's well defensible." Us. We. Her clothes in his bedroom, sleeping in his bed. She thought of their confrontation with the Fae King on the plain and how Dragos had denied his instinct to pursue so that he could protect her. "Dragos, what's going on here?" "What do you mean?" She put down her fork. He watched her, thoughts shifting in his gold-shadowed gaze. After a few moments, she said, "I would like to ask you a series of questions, if I may." He put his fork and knife down as well and rested his elbows on the table,
hands clasped loosely, steepled index fingers pressed against his mouth.
Go on.
She began to pleat the edge of her linen napkin. Would you be hunting Urian yourself if I weren't here?
Yes,
he replied without hesitation. For a moment she lost her breath. Implications tried to crowd her mind. She shied away from them and focused on another question. What happened to my apartment?
I presume it's where you left it, he said. Why, do you want something from it?
She clenched her hands. What if I wanted to leave? What if I wanted to go back there?
You promised you wouldn't.
His voice was steady, ruthless. Fair enough. She started pleating the napkin again. What if I want my own room? Silence. She forced herself to continue. What if I want to go see my friends? What if I want to start working at my job again? Silence. She looked up and met the dragon's gaze. He hadn't changed position, but his hands had clenched. His fingers were longer and tipped with razor-sharp talons. She wasn't sure what emotion moved in her at the sight. He was far too dangerous a creature for pity. She did feel concern. She reached across the table, holding her hand out to him, and said in a gentle voice, "They're just questions, big guy."
He regarded her hand as it lay on the table, her fingers curled over an empty palm. For a moment that became more terrible than she could have imagined, she thought he was going to ignore her reaching out to him. Then those long, taloned fingers wrapped with the utmost delicacy around hers.
He said without expression,
"What do you want?"
Something was on the line in this undefined place they were in. She chose her words with a great deal of care. I'm not sure, other than I would like to know my wishes mattered. I don't want to be talked about in the third person while I'm standing right there, or for my life to be arranged without my consent. I would like to make sense of what we're doing.
That would help both of us,
he said. Lines bracketed his mouth. She studied him. 5 days ago, more or less, at least for us, I was in danger of my life and on the run from you. Now my clothes are in your bedroom, we're sharing a bed, and I'm worried about how I can fit in here. That's aside from all the rest, like Urian and goblins and elven relations. My past feels like it's gone. I have no friends here. Trix doesn't count since she isn't staying. The future has no definition, and it feels like whatever we're doing hasn't got any context or foundation to it.
You're right. Your past is gone, he said. You will make friends here if you want to. As far as the future is concerned, or any possible context or foundation we may have, you've got to make some decisions. I think you'd better make them pretty fast. He spoke with the same direct incisiveness as he had when he told her how to negotiate the dangers of their capture by the goblins. Instead of being put off by his attitude, a deep quiet settled into place inside. She squeezed his hand, and his fingers returned the pressure. All right, what kind of decisions do you think I have to make? Rune thinks I may be mating with you,
he said, the dragon still looking out of his eyes.
I think he may be right.
Mating with her. All the air left the room, and her earlier dizziness came back in full force. She may not know much about the intricacies of living in full Weir society, but she knew that Weir didn't always mate. When they did, it was for life. It happened to her mother, who had bonded with a mortal man. After he had died, she had held on to life for the sake of her daughter, but when Pia was no longer quite so dependent on her, she lost the will to live and faded from this world. Oh, God. Her face felt bloodless. You can't mate with me. I'm a mortal half-breed. It'll kill you.
That does not appear to be a relevant factor.
He sounded composed as ever, but he gripped her hand so tight she couldn't feel her fingers. Besides, what you are seems to be in some question. Was your mother mortal?
Not until she mated with my father and he died.
She rubbed her forehead. She held on for a long time. He died before I was old enough to remember him. When I was little, I didn't know any better. But when I got old enough to take care of myself, I could feel her slipping away. She wasn't interested in life anymore. It was a terrible thing to watch. If you are able to come fully into your weir abilities, you will be whatever your mother was.
But what if I can't?
She whispered, staring at him with horror darkening her eyes. It is what it is, Pia. He looked as unafraid as ever. Everything has an end. Even I will end one way or another. At the moment, it's beside the point. If you want to leave my bedroom or my life, you'd better decide now. I'll do my best to try to let you go, if that is really what you need. I can't guarantee anything. It goes against all my instincts, because you're mine. His growl shook the floor. It shook her, too. She tugged at her hand, and after a moment he let her go. She wrapped her arms around her middle and stared at the olive oil and bits of garlic congealing on her plate. The silence between them became weighted, sulphurous. The quick rhythm of booted heels sounded in the hall. Graydon rounded the corner to the dining room in jeans and a Harley-Davidson jacket.
Hey, boss, I got what you wanted.
He stopped and stared from Pia's distressed face to Dragos's darkening expression.
I'll just come back.
No. Dragos stood in a swift movement.
Give it to her and stay with her. I'm going for a flight.
A flight? At a time like this? She looked up and said, Dragos, no. His reaction was immediate. He jerked to a halt and looked at her. The Fae King, she said. He can still trace you. It's not safe. She could tell it was not what he wanted to hear from her. The darkness came back to his face. He said with deliberate brutality, I'm a lot safer on my own. She flinched and looked away. Dragos looked at Graydon.
I'll be in telepathic range.
He strode out. What does that even mean? She said. Telepathic range. Anybody I know with the ability can only speak if they're within a few feet of each other.
Dragos has a range that's more like 100 miles,
Gray told her. She pushed her plate setting away and put her head in her hands. Graydon sighed and came to sit beside her. I'm sorry, she said into her hands. I know you don't want to be here.
You shut that up, he told her. I'm fine with being here. I just think it would be better if Dragos were here instead.
She looked at the griffin over her fingers. He had picked up the bottle of wine and was eyeing the liquid left inside, his weathered features contemplative. The bottle was about a third full. He tilted back his head and drank it all down. She said, Feel better?
No, he said. That would take a bottle of scotch. Or two. Been one of those days, know what I mean?
She nodded. Yeah, buddy, she did. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a gold-wrapped package. Giving her a grimace, he put it in front of her.
I'm pretty sure it wasn't supposed to go like this, but okay. This is from the boss.
She stared at the slim package. Is it going to blow up in my face like everything else has today?
I don't know. It might, judging from what I just walked in on.
Graydon flattened his hands on the table and stood.
Be right back.
She picked up the package and tore off the paper. The black case was inscribed with Tiffany and Company. The sense of the bizarre came back stronger than ever as she opened the lid. The necklace nestled on ivory velvet, a ring of opal cabochons set in gold. The opals were bigger than the size of her thumbnails,
and had a multi-hued brilliance unlike any other opals she had ever seen. Tears prickling at the back of her nose, she set the case down and lifted out the necklace. It spilled over her fingers, the stones flashing with intense colors in the candlelight. Graydon appeared with a bottle of scotch under one arm. He carried another opened bottle in his hand. He nodded when he saw the expression on her face and took a drink. Then he came around the corner of the table and sat by her side again. He slid the opened bottle over to her. Johnny Walker Blue. All righty. She took a healthy swig and looked at the bottle. Damn, that stuff was smooth. Cutting it with ice would just be wrong. A dragon just gave me a piece of jewelry, she said. She took another swig and handed the bottle back to Graydon. Have I been added to his hoard? He shook his head and drank too. No, Cupcake, he said. I'm pretty sure you've replaced it. 16. She stared at the griffin. What do you mean? He's downsizing. He's decided to sell some businesses, and he's making plans to either vastly reduce the size of his hoard and move it, or, shit, I don't know, maybe he'll ditch it altogether. Says he wants to get rid of the white noise. Graydon rubbed his forehead. I guess maybe hell really does have a cold day now and then. Doesn't sound like he's quite right in the head, does it? Her eyes glittered wet. Looking alarmed, he reached out to pat her hand, then seemed to rethink the gesture. He said, I know he's not a romantic guy. I mean, having me just hand you your present and all. Even I know that was lame, but I think he's trying. There's even nice flowers on the table and shit. His voice trailed off as she just looked at him. He offered her the bottle. Her stomach gave another inexplicable lurch. She shook her head. She folded her napkin and whispered, I need a friend to talk to. The gruff griffin's voice turned gentle. What am I, chopped liver? You beat the crap out of me this afternoon. That pretty much makes us pals in my book. She picked up the necklace again, turning it so that it caught fire in the light. I did not beat the crap out of you. If you had one mean bone in your body, you could have, Graydon told her. Now Rune's scouring the city for a wingding expert for us to train with. We're all gonna learn to go with the flow, or whatever the fuck it is you said you did. Think we'll look as pretty as you did doing it? Not a chance, she said, smiling as she looked at him sidelong. His steady gray eyes smiled back. That's what I said too. Khan, though. He thinks he'll look like hot shit, but then he always does. Guy spends an hour every morning getting his hair just so. I'm telling you, hairstyling products for men, that's just not right. She chuckled. A companionable silence fell between them. She played with the necklace while he sprawled in his chair and drank scotch. So, the griffin said at last, tell Uncle Gray all about it. Dragos hurt your feelings or something? Wow, that would be so simple, she said. Been there, done that. Going to do it again sometime soon, I imagine. He said he might be mating with me. Oh, said Graydon. That. Yes, that. The words started tumbling out of her. We've known each other a matter of days, and he's taken over my life. He demands I trust him, claims that I'm his, like I'm some piece of property. He doesn't even know what I am, and it's driving him crazy. Well, none of us know that, Cupcake. We can't figure you out, and you're not inclined to talk about it. Graydon drank some more. I have my reasons, she shivered. And I'm a half-breed. It'll kill him if I can't make a full change. So you two talk about this, and he walks out, said Graydon. Doesn't sound quite right. Well, no. He said I had to make up my mind about what I wanted fast, so he could try to let me go. Then he said he wasn't sure if he could. Then he left. Meanwhile, there's the Fae King to deal with, and this is all so strange." She waved a hand in a gesture meant to include everything. "I barely know anybody here, and it seems like I've already stirred up hard feelings. Everything my mom taught me was to run and hide. This isn't running and hiding. This is insanity."
"Hey, don't go all 90210 on me," said Graydon. "Let's pull back from the curlicues for a minute and untangle things. Urian has to be dealt with, and he's a dangerous fact of life at the moment. But he's not part of the real issue, is he?"
After a moment, she shook her head.
"Okay. Now, who hates you? None of us do. You're sure as hell a game changer, and I'll admit it took us by surprise. We didn't take kindly to the idea at first, and some of the Sentinels are still grumpy about it. But we'll adjust. Changes happen. That's not to say there won't be others who'll have issues if you mate with Dragos. He's very powerful, financially, politically, and magically, and I won't lie to you. Court politics can get pretty spiky. You gotta know that's part of the package."
She narrowed her eyes on him, remembering the woman outside the gym. She described the woman to him. "That's one of the Sentinels, isn't it? It looked like she's got a real hate on going for me." He tapped the tips of his blunt fingers against the bottle, frowning.
"That's Ariel, and yeah, she's one of us. She doesn't exactly hate you. Harpies just aren't known for being real forgiving types. Give her time. She'll come around."
She nodded. "Trix mentioned some hot-headed predators."
He grinned.
"Yeah, there's a lean and hungry pride of weir lions in the corporate law division. They bring a comprehensive new meaning to the word bitchy, but they have their place. If anybody gives you any trouble, all you gotta do is let me know, and I'll take care of it."
"Thanks." She gave him a wry look. She didn't say it, but if she was going to make a go of living here, she would have to fight her own battles and carve out her own niche.
He said, "This might be hard, but it's all simple at the same time. You know what it boils down to. Do you want Dragos or not? Do you want him bad enough to overcome what your mom taught you and let your guard down, to put up with all his shit, the Weir Court, and deal whatever the future holds? Or do you want to run away and leave all this behind? That's all you gotta figure out. The rest will work itself out over time."
She tried to imagine running away and starting over. She could go south. She would be alone. She knew without ever discussing it that if she said goodbye to Dragos, there would be no second chance. She said, "It's all happening so fast."
"Often the Weir mating bond does. I've known times when it has happened the moment two Weir laid eyes on each other. Now, there were some bumpy roads."
"Have you ever known of the mating bond to happen to one person and not the other?" He blew out a breath.
"That's a tough one. It's a lot trickier if a Weir bonds with a non-Weir like a human, since non-Weirs don't go through the same experience we do. As for Weir mating, I remember once a couple 100 years ago, it didn't take right. At least I think. Were they going through the bonding process, or were they just fucked up? She killed herself when he wouldn't have her."
Her forehead wrinkled. "That's awful."
"Tell me about it."
"What if I remain mortal?"
He shrugged. "Dragos doesn't appear to be running away because of that. Will you deny yourself a mate and the chance of happiness just because you're going to die someday?"
"That's different. I'm going to die one way or another if I can't change. It just seems terrible to think that Dragos would die because of me." He hunched his shoulders and watched his hands as he turned the scotch bottle in circles.
"There aren't any guarantees in life. Just because some of us are exceptionally long-lived and call ourselves immortal doesn't mean we can't be killed. I would jump at the chance to have a mate, mortal or otherwise. Most of us would, you know. We never expected it to happen to Dragos, but I bet you every last one of us is thinking what a lucky son of a bitch he is."
They fell silent again. Then she slid her hand over to touch the back of his. "Thank you, Gray. You're a good listener and a wise man." He took her hand and pressed a kiss against her fingers.
"Shh,"
he whispered over her hand, eyes crinkling.
"Don't tell anybody."
She smiled at him. "Your secret's safe with me." She was tempted to change into gym clothes and spend an hour on a treadmill, but then tiredness swept over her. It had been another long day, and the Griffins had already given her quite a workout before Dragos stopped them. Over Graydon's protests, she put the necklace back in the box, cleaned off the dining table, put the leftovers in the large stainless steel refrigerator, and rinsed the dishes and stacked them in the dishwasher. Then she decided to wait for Dragos's return in the library. Rune came to join them as she browsed through the volumes. She greeted him, picked an early history of the Weir, and curled up to read in a large leather armchair. The chair was the most battered piece of furniture in the room, the dark brown leather buttery soft and bearing a faint but unmistakable familiar masculine scent. She could just imagine Dragos relaxing in this seat as he read his scientific journals. Rune and Graydon respected her unspoken desire for privacy and settled across the room to play chess. After a while, she let the book rest on her chest as she closed her eyes. A gentle touch on her shoulder woke her. Rune squatted by her armchair, his eyes kind. She sagged back in the chair and yawned.
"Time's it?" "After 2, he said. "You look beat. Why don't you go to bed? Better yet, Dragos said he'd stay in telepathic range. You could call him back if you wanted."
She shook her head.
"I don't want to do that. He needed some space. He's had a tough day. And I don't want to go to bed without him."
Her eyes started to drift closed, and she forced them open.
"Unless you guys need to go to bed?"
He smiled.
"We're up till he gets back. Don't worry about us. We're fine."
She nodded and felt soft warmth as he tucked a cashmere throw blanket around her.
"Thank you. Thank you, Pia."
He walked back to the chess table and Graydon. She closed her eyes again. Soon she was walking in a very old forest, breathing in its fresh loam scent. A small, pearly, luminescent dragon lay draped around her shoulders like a stole. She stroked a graceful, sinuous leg, and the dragon lifted up his head to look at her with beautiful, dark violet blue eyes. She was full of emotion as she looked into his wide-open, innocent gaze.
"I love you," said the little dragon.
She kissed his delicate snout.
"I love you too, Peanut."
She came full awake with a start and sat up, looking around. For a moment, she felt disoriented and abandoned as she put her hand to her empty throat and shoulders. Graydon and Rune watched her from across the room. Both men were wide awake and alert. Graydon said,
"What is it?"
She shook her head. "Just a dream." They stood.
"What kind of dream?"
Rune asked, eyes sharp. She frowned at them, not wanting to share it. "Nothing happened. It was just a dream." They both looked toward the ceiling.
"Dragos is back," Graydon told her. "He'll be right here."
"Okay," she said, hurt that Dragos hadn't reached out to her telepathically and determined not to let it matter. Now was not the time to develop a thin skin. In fact, as long as she remained in the tower, she ought to jettison any delicate sensibilities she might have altogether. Dragos entered, and the atmosphere in the room turned electric. He looked invigorated. He glanced at the Griffins and jerked his chin toward the door, and they slipped out as he strode over and squatted in front of the armchair. She gave him a tentative smile as he leaned his forearms on the chair's arms and regarded her. His gaze was moody, his mouth tight.
"It's almost 4 a.m., he said. "If you wanted to avoid my bed that much, you should have crashed in one of the other rooms."
Her smile vanished. She struggled to sit upright and pull the jewelry box out from under the open book. She threw the box at him. Impossible to miss at point-blank range. It smacked him in the chest. "I was waiting up to thank you for the gift," she snapped. "That you, oh, by the way, didn't give me yourself. Move." He stayed crouched in front of her, eyes narrowed. She stuck her face up to his, giving him a full-on glare. She bared her teeth. "I said, move out of my way." He snatched her against his chest and drove his mouth down on hers. She struggled, managed to get one arm free, and smacked him on the shoulder. He grabbed her by the back of the head to hold her still as he devoured her. She oomphed against his mouth and gave him another, weaker smack. He wedged her lips open and drove his tongue in deep. Damn him! She wound her free arm around his neck and kissed him back furiously. All the electricity in the room shot into her body in one thunderous strike. After a moment, he eased up, turned gentler. She sucked his lower lip between her teeth and bit him hard. He jerked back, gold eyes flaring. He touched his lip, looked at the smear of blood on his fingers, and his face creased with laughter. He said, "You liked me kissing you." She didn't try to deny it. "Well, there's a whole lot happening over here besides that. I've got quite a bit of angry still going on. Not that you asked. Did you come in here looking to pick a fight? How do you expect me to trust you when you act like such a pig?" He didn't like that and glared at her. Struck by the strength and ferocity of the expression, she stared at him. If she were meeting him for the first time and he looked at her like that, she would be spinning on her heel and on the run before you could say Kentucky Derby. How things had changed. His hold loosened on her. He eased back on his heels. She straightened and inspected the open book that had gotten crushed between them. Some of the pages had gotten creased. She smoothed them out and then set the book on a nearby table. All the while she was focused on him crouching too close in front of her. "I'm sorry," he said. Her anger wasn't so quick to die away just because he knew how to say the word sorry. But she didn't want to start escalating things again, so she just nodded. Maybe waiting up to talk to him had been a mistake. She avoided his gaze as she folded the throw blanket and draped it over the arm of the chair. "Pia?" She looked at him. He held the jewelry box out to her. "I have a present for you." The starch keeping her spine ramrod straight melted. Damn him again. "Do you?" He opened the box and lifted out the necklace. Gold and rainbow fire glittered in his dark fingers and was reflected in the gleam of his eyes. "I wanted to see how the opals would look against your skin." "It's a beautiful present," she told him. "Thank you." "I'd like to put it on you." "All right," she said. She pulled her hair into a hand and held it aside as she twisted in the chair. His fingers worked at her nape, securing the clasp. Then the weight of the necklace settled into place around her neck, much heavier than the slim chains she was used to. It was longer than a choker and fell to the top of her breasts. She looked down at it and touched one of the stones. His fingers stroked the hollow at the base of her neck and trailed along her skin. "Lovely," he whispered. He bent and angled his head to press a kiss against her throat. She stroked his black hair, her eyes half closed. He drew back. The lines of strain were bracketing his mouth again. "Do you want to stay or not?" "I'll be honest with you," she told him.
It's hard to want to stay when you're being impossible. But I don't want to go."
His gaze flared with something, triumph or relief, or maybe both. He started to pull her back into his arms. "Wait." She braced both hands on his chest. "I'm not done. I don't see how we can finish this conversation until something else is concluded." "And what is that?" His eyes narrowed. "I need to know for sure who and what I am. We both need to know. That's gotta come before anything else. You think you want me to stay, but what if you change your mind?" She put fingers over his mouth when he started to speak and said, "It doesn't matter what you say right now, since this is actually about me. I won't be able to trust things between us until I believe you know who I am. Hell, until I know who I am. I want you to help me try to change. Please." He took hold of her hand and removed her fingers from his mouth.
"Can I speak now?" he demanded.
He sounded mad again. She wondered if anyone had ever told him before that it didn't matter what he said or thought. She licked dry lips and said, "Yes."
"All right. You want to do this? We'll do it right now."
He stood and pulled her to her feet. "Now?" She looked at a nearby wall clock. "It's 4:30 in the morning."
"The hell difference does that make? I'm not going to give you time to overanalyze things and chicken out. You napped, didn't you?"
He took her by the wrist and strode out the door. "Well, yes." She trotted to keep up with him. "Damn it, that's another thing. You've got to stop dragging me around like a sack of potatoes." It was always some kind of He-Man issue with him. He shifted his hold to lace his fingers through hers.
"Better?"
"Maybe," she grumbled. He led her to the bedroom and into the dressing room.
"You're going to want to put on jeans and some shoes, maybe grab a sweater or jacket. There's a pocket of other land about 15 minutes flight west of the city. I've used it before for this kind of thing. It's not very big, but the magic is strong and steady."
"Okay." She walked into her closet and stopped. Nerves started to tie her insides up in knots. Was she going to let him railroad her into doing this now? Yes, because he was right. She would overanalyze, and she was already tempted to chicken out. It was hard enough to try on her own and fail to change. So much seemed to be on the line with this one. Not giving herself a chance to think, she tore out of her skirt and hopped into a pair of jeans. She sat on the floor to tug on socks and her new running shoes, then grabbed a black zippered sweatshirt. Then she removed the opal necklace with care and laid it on the dresser beside her small jewelry chest. She went into the bathroom to run her brush through her hair a couple of times, and she yanked the length back into a scrunchie. Dragos appeared in the bathroom doorway. He had kept the jeans on and changed out of the Armani shirt into another black t-shirt that molded to his muscled torso. He wore black boots and had a gun holstered at his waist and a sword strapped to his back. She drew up short at the sight. "Okay."
"It's just a precaution, Pia. We're leaving the city," he said. "We're not going far, the Griffins are going with us, and we'll still be well inside my domain, but you've got to get used to this. Going out armed is a fact of life now."
"Of course, it's just another thing to get used to." She looked at the holster. "A gun?"
"It's for any trouble we might run into on this side of the passage. They're safe enough to pack if you don't fire them on the other side."
She grimaced. "I guess I'll adjust."
"You're doing more than fine with all this," he told her. "I'm proud of you."
She smiled at him as pleasure welled. She figured it was a measure of how far gone she was that his praise could affect her so, but she also suspected he didn't offer praise lightly or often.
"All set?" he asked.
Yes. This time, when he reached for her, she was ready for him and took hold of his hand. Bane, Constantine, Graydon, and Rune were armed and waiting for them when they went up to the roof. She looked from one to another. They were relaxed and alert and gave no hint that being called out before dawn was anything unusual. Graydon winked at her, and she gave him an uncertain smile. She hadn't envisioned having quite such an audience when she tried to shift again. She struggled to not let it matter, but the terrible sense of exposure from earlier that day came back, turning her nervousness to fear. Dragos walked with her to the center of the roof. Some signal passed between the men that she didn't catch. The 4 sentinels shifted into griffins. She lost all sense of fear as wonder overcame her, and she stared. They had the body of a lion and the head and wings of an eagle. No drawing of a griffin she had ever seen had quite managed to capture their strange majesty or fierce dignity. They were smaller than Dragos in his dragon form, but still huge to her eyes, each one's sleek, muscled body the size of an SUV. Dragos's power shimmered at her back. She turned and looked up at the bronze and black dragon, and forgot all about the griffins. He bent his immense, horned, triangular head down to her. She spread her hands over his snout, eyes shining. He gave her a very careful nudge and wuffled. She pressed a kiss to the warm hide between her fingers. He picked her up, gathered himself on powerful haunches, and launched from the tower. Just as Dragos had promised, the flight was short, which was good since it was so unpleasant. She kept her eyes closed so she didn't have to look at the cityscape scrolling by underneath. She breathed through her mouth in an effort to control the nausea that welled as they took to the air. After 5 minutes or so, the violent nausea subsided, and she felt herself acclimate to the flight. They had already passed over the Hudson and crossed into New Jersey, the griffins winging in a protective formation around them. It was not long until they banked and began to glide downward. She tried to make sense of what she was seeing. The spray of electric lights that blanketed the land broke up ahead of them, and a darker mass rose up ahead of them against the night sky. She asked, "What is that?"
"First Watchung Mountain," said Dragos. "This is a short, tight passageway along a deep ravine. Hold on."
The sense of land magic came on fast. The griffins fell back as he went into a steep descent and glided very low. They passed between trees that topped the edges of a ravine. She could have sworn Dragos's wingtips brushed the rocky edges on either side. The lights in the distance behind them wavered and disappeared, and she could tell they had crossed over to the other land. Dragos climbed in altitude, but just for a few more minutes. Soon they dropped into a large clearing. She found her land legs as Dragos put her on her feet. She stared around, reveling in the wind and the quiet. The night sky on this side of the passage was strewn with filmy clouds. The shimmer of land magic was stronger than she had ever felt before. It called to her on a silver moon tide, rousing the caged creature that lived in her so that it wailed and threw itself against the inside of her skin, beating to get out. She stared at the etched silhouette of trees that rippled and swayed in the wind, wondering what this little jewel of a place would look like in the daytime. Dragos shifted, but the griffins didn't. They took watch in 4 points around the clearing. Dragos walked up behind her. He put his arms around her, pulling her back against him. She breathed deep, crossed her arms over his, and leaned her head back against his chest. Her blood ratcheted too fast through her veins. She said, "I feel like I'm at home and in exile at the same time. I wish I could settle down."
"We have time. We're not going to rush this, and this is not an all-or-nothing situation. If it doesn't work the first time, we'll learn from it and try again."
His voice was calm and quiet. He pressed a kiss to her temple.
"I'm going to tell you some things now. Some of it is stuff I know, and some of it is just my opinion. I want you to listen to me. I am not asking you to do anything. If you want to turn around right now and go back to New York without trying, we'll do that. All right?"
"I love you," she almost said. She caught the words back just in time and instead gave him a jerky nod.
"You stand a greater chance of shifting if you give me your true name."
His arms tightened, although she hadn't moved.
"I'm not asking you to give me your name. We can try this without it. I'm just telling you that I can help you better if I know it. Sometimes half-breeds get caught in mid-transition and they're unable to complete the change. If that happens, I can pull you over with your name."
"All right," she said, her breathing choppy. "What else?"
"I've been giving this some thought. I know your mother has put protection spells on you. I could feel them right away when I first tried to beguile you. How long have you had them?"
"Ever since I can remember," she replied. She tilted her head back to look up at him. His head was dark against the night sky, but she could see the faint lines of his face and the dark glitter of his eyes. "Mom was always worried that something might happen to her before I grew up. She was also worried about me being a half-breed, since I wasn't as strong as she was, and I couldn't do half the things she could. I think she felt guilty for having me." His hand circled her throat underneath her chin. He kissed her mouth.
"It's clear she loved you very much, and all she meant to do was keep you safe. She never meant to hurt you in any way."
"She did," Pia said. Dragos continued.
"I don't know this for sure, but I'm guessing those protection spells are hampering your change. They're very tightly woven around your core. So the way I see it, you have a couple of choices. You can try to shift just the way you are, and for all I know, you'll be able to. But if you want to give this your strongest shot, I think you should at least remove the protection spells while you try to shift. Sharing your name is another issue altogether. It's a pretty radical step. But I wanted you to know it's on the table too."
Panic tried to take her over. She fought an overwhelming urge to bolt. What the hell was she doing? This was going in the exact opposite direction of everything she had ever been taught. She gritted. "Give me a minute."
"Take your time,"
he said, his voice quiet and calm. He rubbed her arms. Could her mother have trapped her with the very spells that were meant to keep her safe? How could she trust Dragos so much? They were standing in the open, but she still felt the cage inside. She had always felt she was never strong or good enough. Next to her mother's shining, radiant beauty, she felt dull as dirt and inadequate. She knew her mother had loved her and would have hated to find out she had made her feel this way. But her mother had always been so afraid for her. Had her father's death made her mother that fearful? "I don't want to live this way any longer," she whispered. Dragos's hands clenched on her, but he remained silent. She turned to face him. "I can't take off the protection spells. I don't know how. Can you remove them?"
"Not without hurting you."
He cupped her face in his hands.
"And I will not do that."
"What if I tell you my name?" she asked, unable to say the words out loud.
"Then, yes, I could."
She looked up at the sky and told him her name. The breath left his body. He shuddered and held her tight, bowing his head and shoulders, wrapping himself around her.
"You'll never regret it," he murmured. "Never. I swear that on my life."
She laid a hand against his cheek as she rested against his chest. He nuzzled her hand and began to whisper. The whispers curled around her body, stroking her, urging her to relax, to open up to him. She looked up into his dark face and shadowed, hypnotic gaze. He stole into her like a thief in the night. The dragon filled her to the deepest part of her being, coiling his bronze serpentine body around her, whispering, whispering. The intricate citadel of spells inside her fell away. Great gold eyes filled her vision, as fathomless as the world. There was not a single part of her he did not hold. Then, with consummate skill, he began to withdraw. She looked at what he showed her, how to tap deep into herself for her power when she willed the shift. Then she was alone inside her head. He cradled her and whispered, "Are you all right?" "Yes," she whispered back. "But I feel so strange." She felt stripped, all her senses wide open, the tiny hairs on her skin raised as the wind blew through the clearing, and the world breathed magic. He smiled. "Are you ready?" "Ready as I'll ever get, I think." He let go of her and stepped back. She could feel his power as he maintained a light connection with her. She looked around the open space. The griffins were shadowed, motionless sentinels. She reached deep inside for her power. It came readily to her, welling up more plentiful and richer than it ever had. It filled her with a roaring gush of light. She stretched and extended everything she had toward the trapped wild creature that lay inside, the elusive part of her she had never before been quite able to reach. And the world shifted. 17. She looked intensely startled for a moment before her human form shimmered and disappeared. An exquisite creature glowing with a pearl luminescence took her place. She was the size of a small Shetland pony, but she was as far different from a pony as a greyhound was from a St. Bernard. Her small body had willowy, racy lines. Long, slender legs were tipped with dainty hooves. She had a graceful arched neck and a delicate equine head tipped with a sharp, sleek horn. "Holy shit," Dragos whispered. The possibility had crossed his mind from the various clues he'd been given, but not with any real seriousness. In the whole of his life he had never laid eyes on a unicorn. He had heard for many centuries that the rare creatures had been hunted to extinction, but he had always been inclined to consider them just a myth. A unicorn's horn could dispel any poison. She could heal with her blood. She could only be captured by unfair means. No cage could hold her. Her life sacrificed could bestow immortality. No wonder all her mother taught her was how to run and hide. Her large, dark violet blue eyes were Pia's. They were wide with alarm. Predators. She was surrounded by predators. She reared and wheeled, looking for a way to escape. A tall, dark man started crooning to her. She stamped a foot and lowered her horn at him.
"Shh, my darling. You're safe. Be calm. You're safe."
He took another step toward her. She scrambled back, tripped over herself, and looked down in confusion. She had so many legs. She looked behind her. And a tail! The large predators at the edge of the clearing were creeping closer, their eyes wide. The man snarled at them and they froze, then changed into men too. She galloped in a circle and made a sound of distress. Then the dark man whispered her name. She skidded to a stop and stared at him.
"Remember who you are."
He spoke the words softly, but with power. Pia shook her head and snorted. She lifted up a foot and looked at the hoof. Hey! She had changed. She was Weir. Dragos went to his knees. Everything in him was in a suspended state of apprehension. After all they'd been through, after she had taken such a radical step and trusted him with her name, she looked close to panic again at just being near him. It was her Weir side. It had to be. The animal had taken too much control.
"Come on, darling,"
he coaxed. He held his empty hands out from his sides.
"There's no reason for panic. You remember all of us. You like us. God, you're the most beautiful thing I've ever seen."
She arched her neck and looked at him sidelong. Was that awareness in her eyes? Did she understand what he was saying?
"Give me a sign, sugar."
Gentle, gentle. Now he had the barest hint of what she experienced when she talked him back to himself.
"Let me know you're in there."
She looked across the moonlit open field and then back at him. A run sounded pretty nice. But there he was with his face all lit up. He looked like it was his birthday, Christmas, and New Year's all rolled into one. She took a couple of steps toward him. They were eye to eye when he was on his knees. The breath shook out of him. She walked the rest of the way to him and laid her shining head against his shoulder. He stroked her velvet nose. She lipped at his fingers. His eyes glittered with a damp sheen. He sat cross-legged and pulled her onto his lap.
She curled her legs underneath her like a cat. He put his arms around her and rested his cheek on the top of her head. They listened to the sound of the wind in the distant trees.
"Thank you,"
he whispered.
"Thank you."
She had trouble changing back and came close to panicking again. He had to guide her through the transition. He held her the whole time and talked to her until she was back in her human form again and kneeling on the ground in front of him.
"Why was it so hard to change back?"
she gasped, clinging to his hands.
"It won't always be," he told her. "I'm told it's like learning to walk or ride a bicycle. Once you've mastered the shift, it will soon become second nature. You could shift and change back to yourself now that you've gone through it once, but I don't recommend it right away. The first time, especially for a half-breed, can leave you wrung out."
"Tell me about it."
Her tone was grumbling, but her eyes were bright. He helped her to her feet as the griffins drew closer. All 4 men were staring at her in wonder. She looked at Graydon, who smiled at her.
"If you ain't a sight for sore eyes," he said. "I thought you were just going to end up being something small, fast, and weird, like a marmoset or something."
On impulse, she went over to him and flung her arms around his neck.
"Thank you for being such a good friend."
The big man held very still and looked at Dragos over her shoulder. Dragos's expression turned dark, but after a moment he gave the griffin a short nod. Graydon patted her back, his gray eyes smiling.
"My pleasure, Cupcake."
Dragos put a hand on her arm and drew her away. He told her,
"We should head back now."
He and the griffins changed. She paid close attention to the ease and skill with which they shifted form. She wanted to try it again on her own, but that was going to have to wait until she had some rest. She felt like every nerve was exposed and hyper-aware. At the same time, her eyelids expressed their own opinions by closing on her whether she liked it or not. She fell asleep on the flight back. She didn't even wake up when Dragos changed, which he did with extreme control and dexterity. He held both front feet underneath her as the shift began. As he compacted, his forelegs shifted to human arms underneath her knees and shoulders until he was standing as a man on the roof of the tower, holding her sleeping form close to his chest. The griffins had already changed. They gathered around, staring at her along with Dragos. She was still shining. Rune stood hip-shot, his thumbs hooked into the belt holes of his jeans. He said in a quiet voice,
"You realize, don't you, that if this gets out, she's going to be hunted for the rest of her life?" "She's already aware of that, and so am I."
Dragos's face was grim.
"So it doesn't get out. Nobody hears about it. Understand?"
"What about Ariel, Grimm, and Tiago?"
"Not even the other sentinels, not right now. This stays between us."
He looked down at her sleeping face resting against his shoulder.
"She's had a hell of a week for a lot of reasons. I want to give her a break and let her just be for a while. Then she can decide who gets to know and who doesn't."
She came half awake as Dragos eased her clothes off and tucked her into bed, only to roll over and bury her face in a pillow, one leg bent. He stripped, slid under the covers beside her, and molded his body to hers, hooking his leg under hers, one arm tucked around her. She laced her fingers with his. He buried his face in her hair. She slept hard and then dreamed of running. She woke with a start when she realized she was running on 4 legs, and the memory of what had happened sent a glow of happiness through her. The morning sun had brightened the room. She looked at Dragos, who lay on his side facing her, one heavy arm draped around her. The hard lines of his face were quiet in sleep. The bed covers had slipped to their waists, and the muscles of his chest and arms were relaxed. His eyelashes were twin curls of black against his bronze, lean cheeks, his inky hair tousled. His morning erection pressed against her hip. He would never be a soft man.
The capacity for violence lived and breathed under his skin. But he had shown her moments of extraordinary gentleness, and she suspected seeing him so relaxed in unguarded sleep was a rare gift of trust. "I love you," she almost said, but he had already confessed he didn't know what love was. Her hands fisted. Maybe he never would. Maybe this was as close as she could ever get if she accepted him as a mate. If she had to choose between being alone with him and being alone without him, she would far rather have what she could of him. She would have to learn to adapt to whatever relationship he was capable of having. It would have to be enough. She curled her fingers around his thick penis and pressed her lips to his. He made a sound deep in his chest and kissed her back as he pushed his hips at her caressing hand. Then he nudged her legs apart, rolled on top of her, and eased his erection inside. They both sighed when he was full in.
"That's it,"
he murmured. He nuzzled her ear.
"That's right."
"Right where you belong," she whispered. She hooked a leg around him and rubbed his broad back. He rocked in her, flexing his big body over her, in her. It was so good, so good. He brought her slow and easy to a climax that was so rich it brought tears to her eyes. He was kissing her, hands framing her face, when he came. She felt him begin to pulse inside as he leaned on his elbows and hunched over her, gasping, and his face was so transformed, so beautiful, she had to whisper it. "You're mine." He opened his eyes and looked deep into hers, still shuddering. "I'm yours," he said. They both fell asleep again with him inside her, basking in the morning sun. Some time later she stirred and murmured a protest as he withdrew and lifted his weight off of her.
"I have things I need to do,"
he said in a soft voice.
"You stay in bed and rest."
She gave him a sleepy pout. He kissed her forehead. She curled into his warm spot, hugged his pillow, and dozed. Such a funny little white dragon. His head was too big for his body. He focused on her, pure, determined love in his beautiful eyes as he wobbled toward her. He couldn't get his hind legs coordinated with his front. He tumbled to the floor. She couldn't laugh. It would hurt his feelings. She clasped her hands tight together to avoid helping him. She said, "Hey, sweet baby." "Mommy?" he said, crawling fast toward her. "Mommy!" She lunged up in bed, heart knocking like a crazy thing. What the? The bed spun. Nausea surged, this time uncontrollable. She jumped out of bed. She couldn't get to the toilet in time, but at least made it to the bathroom sink before she vomited until she couldn't vomit anymore. Several times when she thought she was done, her stomach would lurch again until tears ran down her face and she was dry heaving in painful spasms. Oh no. Oh no, no. This couldn't be happening, not on top of everything else. One of the advantages to being weir, for either male or female, was the ability for natural contraception. She had never been quite sure how it worked. It had something to do with fixing in one's mind a barrier to pregnancy, and somehow that was connected to the ability for shape-shifting. It was all part of control over one's body. Being half human, she had never had the ability, so she had to rely on human contraceptive techniques. She'd had a copper IUD implant for over a year now. It should be good for up to 12 years. Except now Dragos was in her life, pouring everything into her, flooding her with his power and semen over and over again. Claiming her any way he could. Reeling from shock, she barely remembered to check if the transparent strings from the IUD were still in place. They were, but she stretched her newly expanded senses down into her body. There, a tiny new life spark nestled deep inside. Betrayal filleted her. That
bastard.
She showered and dressed. T-shirt, knee-length khaki cargo shorts, running shoes. $35 borrowed from Rune, left over from buying the shoes. She walked out of the room. This time it was Bane and Ariel who lounged in the hall. Pia drew up short at the sight of the tall, powerful, leather-clad woman with tangled black hair, a strange, gaunt beauty, and stormy, gray, judgment-filled eyes. Bane greeted her with a wide smile. Ariel did not. The harpy gave her a level look, her angular face cold. "Where's Khan?" Pia asked.
"He had other business to take care of," Bane told her. "Ariel's filling in for the afternoon."
"Got a problem with that?" Ariel asked, one eyebrow angling up insolently. Pia's mouth pinched. What the fuck ever? She was just grateful she didn't have to look Graydon in the face. She ignored the harpy's question and jerked her thumb at the open doorway. "Go on in and see what's on TV. Could you make some coffee, please? Better make it a pot if you want some. I'm going to grab some breakfast. Be right back."
"You got it," Bane said with a cheerful smile.
Act casual, go down the hall, past the kitchen and dining room. She glanced over her shoulder as she rounded the corner. Bane and Ariel had disappeared into the suite. She ran for the elevator and the stairwell that opened into the huge living room area. The elevator was key-operated at the penthouse level, a problem she couldn't solve since she couldn't pry the doors open. The stairwell door was locked. No problem there. It would be the work of a moment to push open that door and ease through. She flattened her shaking hands on the door panel and leaned on it, breathing hard as the feeling of being trapped in a cage came back stronger than ever. The urge to run was overwhelming. She fought to get past panic, pain, and betrayal to think things through with some semblance of rationality. Even if she tried, she might not make it out of the tower. There were a hell of a lot of stairs down to the street level. She might have 5 minutes to get out of the building, 10 at most if she locked the bathroom door and the sentinels thought she was taking her own sweet time doing female things in the bathroom. And what would she face if she did manage to get out? The danger from Urian and his forces hadn't gone away just because she was having a bad day and needed to get the hell out of here. Be smart for once. Don't add another thing to your stupid list. Nausea surged again. She closed her eyes, clenched her fists, and fought her body for control. Behind her, Bane said,
"Pia, is everything all right?"
She took a deep breath, braced her shoulders, and turned. She said, "Drago said I could go anywhere. I need to go out." God knew what the expression on her face revealed. It could not have been good, for the Griffin regarded her with a sober face and concerned eyes, quite unlike his earlier cheer.
"Can you tell me what you need?" he asked. "I would be more than happy to get you anything you want."
Her self-control slipped its leash. She went into a meltdown. She whirled and kicked the door, which resonated with a hollow metallic boom. The sound was kind of like a bomb going off in your face. It was kind of like finding out you're pregnant when you shouldn't be. Yeah, kind of like that. "I need to go out," she shouted. She pushed against the closed door with her fists. "I am not all right." Kick. "I need to not talk about it." Kick. "I need for Dragos to leave me the hell alone." Kick. "I need for you to stop asking me questions and just take me where I need to go. Will you fucking do that for me or not?" Suddenly, Ariel was there. Both sentinels moved to stand on either side of her, their faces turning still and watchful. They moved like soldiers, athletic bodies light on their feet. Bane's easygoing demeanor had vaporized. He blanketed her in protective male energy and put a gentle hand on her back.
"Of course we will," he said. "We will take you anywhere you need to go."
"Bane," Ariel said.
"Standing orders," he said to her.
The harpy's lip curled, but she said nothing. Pia's breath shook out of her. She turned blindly to the elevator. Bane guided her inside. He kept a steadying hand on her shoulder while Ariel shifted to stand between her and the elevator doors. She wrapped her arms around her middle, staring blindly at a point between Ariel's shoulders as the penthouse elevator plummeted 80 stories to the ground floor. The doors opened, and they strode out. Ariel remained on point while Bane moved so close beside her his shoulder brushed hers while his sharp gaze roamed over the large, crowded ground floor. Then they pushed out the revolving doors into sunshine and a busy New York street. She paused, one hand pressed to her abdomen. She could hardly believe it. They had actually kept to their word and taken her outside the tower.
Silently, Bane urged her forward toward a black Porsche SUV that had appeared as if by magic and idled at the curb.
Ariel glanced around with a sharp gaze, tangled hair blowing across her angular face as she slid into the driver's seat. Bane opened the rear door for Pia. She climbed in, twisted around, and barred him from sliding into the seat along with her. For a brief moment his gaze met hers, and the kindness and concern in his eyes pierced through her internal upheaval. Then he stepped back, closed the door, and moved to the front passenger seat.
"Okay, Pia,"
said Bane. Ariel's frigid gaze met hers in the rearview mirror.
"Where to?"
"Brooklyn." As Bane's hand went out to hover over the car's GPS system, she said, "I'll give you directions as you need them." The two sentinels exchanged a glance.
"All right," Ariel said.
The Porsche pulled into traffic. Pia huddled in her seat and stared out the window as they passed the 59th Street subway station. Dragos said in her head,
"Pia, what are you doing?"
She closed her eyes. It had been too much to hope for that the sentinels would keep quiet about their outing. What she wouldn't give for a little privacy right now. "Don't talk to me," she said to Dragos.
"You left the tower."
His mental voice was so quiet and controlled it sent a chill down her spine.
"You promised you wouldn't."
She snarled, "I said don't talk to me, you son of a bitch." A heartbeat, and then, his calm quite stripped away, he demanded, "What's happened?" "Shut up! Get out of my head!"
"Pia, God damn it!"
When she didn't answer, he roared,
"What the fuck did I do now?"
His telepathic shout reverberated in her skull. She clapped a hand to her forehead. "Don't yell at me like that! I can't think! Give me a minute!" Her body felt numb, her seatbelt the only thing anchoring her in place as Ariel suddenly cut across traffic. How could Dragos even ask her that? How could he not realize that she would know, now that she had made the full change to Weir?
"I'm sorry for shouting at you."
He turned coaxing.
"Bane and Ariel won't say anything, just that you're upset and they're taking you where you need to go. Gray's worried about you. We can talk about anything that's wrong, can't we? Pia, please, you're killing me here."
Whatever else anyone might say about him, he had a wily wisdom that could slip inside a person like a stiletto. She wiped her eyes and tried to process. "You don't know anything about what's going on?"
"I swear I don't."
His response was strong and immediate.
"Whatever has happened, we can fix it."
Could they? How?
"Tell me where you're going," he said. "We'll do it together."
"Dragos, just give me the afternoon." She held onto a door handle as the Porsche hit an open stretch and gathered speed. "I need to calm down and think, and I need to find out some things before I can talk to you." Silence pulsed. Then, quiet and silken, he said,
"I could use your name to call you back."
She sniffled as she stared out the window. She said, "Threats aren't a good idea right now, big guy." Seconds trickled by. Then he told her,
"You have the afternoon. After that, I'm coming to get you."
"You're giving me a whole afternoon of my own time? Gee, thanks. Big of you," said the part of her that was sarcastic with hurt. She managed to bite it back and stay silent. Then he was silent too, and she was alone.
without him. Rune and Graydon stood in Dragos's office, their hands on their hips as they wore identical scowls.
"At least she's protected," Graydon said. "She's got Ariel and Bane with her."
He did not look reassured by his own words. Rune asked, "Did she say where she needed to go or what was wrong?"
"No."
Dragos prowled the perimeters of the room. It was too small, closed in.
"She just said she needed time. I told her I'd give her the afternoon."
Rune said, "You're really going to give her the whole afternoon?"
"Fuck no, I lied."
He threw open the French doors with such violence the glass shattered. The sharp May wind whipped through the room. The fresh air lessened his sense of confinement, but he still vibrated with the need for action.
"The witch isn't answering her phone," he said. "Find someone to put a tracking spell on this and do it fast."
He held up a fist. It was the one with her pale braided hair on his wrist.
"On it,"
Gray said. He dove out the window and changed in mid-air. Dragos and Rune regarded each other. Bane and the Harpy were excellent warriors. They were a couple of his finest. But an afternoon could be a very long time in New York with the Fae King at large and intent on mischief. An afternoon like that could be a very long time indeed. Pia gave Ariel directions when necessary, but other than that the trip to Brooklyn remained mercifully silent. Soon they arrived at the large Brooklyn Weir health clinic she had used for the last couple years. The clinic was housed in an unadorned square, concrete block building in a neighborhood filled with pawn and barber shops, liquor and rent-to-own stores, and businesses offering paycheck loans. A fugitive dereliction hovered around the edges of the streets, a sense of something sharp and desperate that huddled in shadowed places waiting to show its teeth after nightfall. But the clinic itself was open during the daytime, and it had a professional, caring staff and a high number of half-breed patients, so it was perennially busy. Ariel pulled the Porsche to the curb and switched off the engine. Both she and Bane snapped open their seatbelts as they scanned the street. Pia's stomach clenched again. "Stay here," she said.
"Sorry, Pia,"
Bane said. The Griffin moved fast. He was out of the car and standing guard before she could get her car door open. Ariel slid around the front of the Porsche and joined him. She strangled the impulse to yell at them as she climbed out. She looked from one sentinel to the other. Ariel's expression was stony, Bane's eyes carefully blank. She wondered what they thought of their destination, what kind of telepathic conversation might be going on behind those killer faces. "Here's the thing," she said. She pointed at the building. "Nobody in there knew we were coming. You guys are not going to go in and scare the shit out of anybody who happens to be inside, so just guard the entrances and stay the hell outside." Bane pursed his lips as he considered her. She narrowed her eyes and said, "I could have left without you. I really wanted to, Bane. Don't make me regret trying to play by your rules." Ariel said suddenly to him, "Take the back exit." Bane scowled. "Fine," he said. He spun on one booted heel and stalked away. Pia didn't wait to hear more. She took off for the front doors. She had almost reached them when Ariel grabbed her by the shirt and shoved her against the side of the building. "What the hell?" she sputtered. Shock ignited into outrage. Her fists came up to knock the sentinel's hands away. With almost contemptuous effortlessness, Ariel held her pinned in place with a forearm across her throat. "Shut up," snapped Ariel. "I'm not hurting you. You and I are going to have a talk." "Let go!" Pia dug in her heels and tried to yank the Harpy's arm away from her throat. Ariel caught her wrist. Slender steel fingers bit into her flesh. Ariel gave the street a quick scan with blade-sharp eyes. "You have caused more trouble in the last couple of weeks than a street gang of weir rats running amok," the Harpy said. "I want to know what the fuck you're up to now." "That's none of your business."
It is my business if it puts Dragos in danger again.
Pia tried to shove the knuckles of her free hand into the harpy's midsection, but Ariel avoided her with a neat twist of her hips. I'm not hurting anybody. All you need to know is Dragos promised me the afternoon. And you believed him? Ariel barked a short laugh. Good one, genius girl. Had he lied? That hurt. She turned a look of dismay onto the harpy and felt like a fool. Her eyes burned. She gritted, Take your hands off me. Ariel released her so quickly she almost stumbled, standing too close between her and the street, crowding her. The harpy wore a leather jacket that gaped open as she put her hands on her hips. Pia caught a glimpse of the sentinel's shoulder holster. You know, I could get over that cheerleader ponytail of yours, Ariel said, giving her a smile that could cut glass. It would take me a while, but I could. I could get over the Griffins losing their goddamn minds for whatever reason and fawning all over you. What I can't get over is this. You broke the law. You endangered the life of the Weir Lord, and by doing that, you endangered all of us, and you haven't been punished for it. So I've got to admit, that one pisses me off. You have no idea what you're talking about, Pia snapped, even as her gut clenched. She rubbed at her burning eyes. She had felt trapped at the time, but could she have done anything differently to avoid what had happened? She felt off balance and stupid and completely at sea. What have I got no idea about? That you may or may not be Dragos's mate? Said Ariel. Well, Cupcake, that's the intractable problem and why I can't just kill you. Pia's hands fisted. She said between her teeth, No, you can't, can you? She shot her fist out with such speed she got past the harpy's guard. She slammed it into Ariel's shoulder so hard that the sentinel staggered back. You don't have to like or approve of me. You don't have to agree with Dragos's decisions. You have to do what you're told. Did he tell you to bring me back to the tower? Ariel glared at her and remained silent. No, I thought not. So you have to back the fuck off. You don't get to question or intimidate me and demand answers like I'm some kind of grunt under your command because I'm not and I never will be. She strode forward until she was toe-to-toe with the sentinel, her body combat tense. And Graydon's the one who gets to call me Cupcake. You don't. You haven't earned it. Now, I'm going to do what I came here to do. You're going to do your job, or Dragos is going to want to know why you didn't. Surprise flared in Ariel's stormy gaze, followed by a thoughtful expression. Pia didn't wait to see any more. She turned away and pushed through the front doors of the clinic. Half a dozen people sat around the waiting room. A few were watching All My Children on a TV set high on the wall. She went to the receptionist window. A nurse she recognized gave her a perfunctory smile. Afternoon, what can I do for you? My name is Pia Giovanni. I need to see a doctor or a nurse practitioner, Pia said, keeping her voice quiet so other people couldn't hear. Her face and neck muscles ached with tension. She twisted her hands together. Dr. Medina knows me. I'm sorry, I don't have an appointment. Her eyes glittered. I'm afraid it might be an emergency. Oh, honey, said the nurse with quick compassion. She handed Pia a Kleenex and motioned her through the doors and into an alcove with a sink, a chair, and a weighing scale. All right, what's going on? Are you sure you should be here and not in the ER? I don't know. There's been so much happening. She swallowed. I'm a half-breed Weir, so I have an IUD. You know, the one with copper, not the one with hormones because of not being quite human. And I'm in this new relationship with a full Weir, and I managed to change last night. Congratulations, offered the nurse with a wide smile. Rachel, her name tag said. Thanks. She tried to smile as she remembered how happy she had been. But all of a sudden I've gotten sick the last couple days. It was really bad this morning, and I'm pretty sure that somehow
I got pregnant. I can feel it now that I've changed, and the IUD is still in place." She focused on the nurse, her expression intense. "I'm in shock. I can't think straight, but I do already know one thing. I do not want to lose this baby." The nurse put her hand on Pia's abdomen, her gaze going inward. Pia stood still. She felt the tingle of magic as the nurse scanned her. "Oh, wow. You're right. You are pregnant," said the nurse, her eyes lighting up. "What a sweet little strong spark." "Did changing last night hurt it?" she asked. "No. Oh, no. Shifting is the most natural thing in the world. Your nausea does sound a little different, though. And with the IUD, you did the right thing by coming in. We'll get you in to see a nurse practitioner or doctor. Just go ahead and take a seat right there, and I'll pull your records. In fact, I'm going to see if I can catch—" Muttering to herself, the nurse rushed off. Pia slumped in the chair and put her head in her hands. Thank God Dragos had stopped roaring in her head, because otherwise she thought she might spin into the air and fly into pieces. She thought his silence was ominous, but she didn't care as long as she could hear herself think for just a little damn while. She felt shaky and on the edge of nausea again. She put her hand on her abdomen. "Stay in there, Peanut." Luck continued to flow her way as Dr. Medina was getting ready to go on vacation and had just seen the last of the patients she'd had scheduled for the day. Pia was acquainted with Dr. Medina and comforted by the familiarity. She was a brisk, gray-haired canine weir with a no-nonsense attitude and a sense of humor Pia found calming. After a quick examination and a pulse of power, the doctor removed the IUD and grinned at her. "Good news. You, my dear, are in excellent shape and it isn't ectopic, which is one of the major risks when pregnancy occurs with an IUD. That baby is exactly where he's supposed to be, all snuggled in right and tight in your uterus and not in a fallopian tube or anywhere else. I'm glad you came in so soon, though. Women who put this off for too long run a high risk of miscarriage or other serious complications. Now, tell me about this nausea you've been experiencing." Pia sagged with relief. She described the last few days. "I've not ever been tempted to put meat in my mouth," she said with a shudder, "but it smelled so good, and that's so wrong." The doctor regarded her over half glasses. "Are you by any chance with a predator?" "Yes." She didn't mean that as a question, did she? "Well, that's your problem." The doctor sat back and smiled at her. "Predator-herbivore mixes are much more unusual than homogeneous matches, although they do happen, of course, since we weir are much more than just our animal natures. I'm not going to lie to you. You're in for a bumpy ride for the duration, and it may seem at times like your instincts have gone haywire." "Will it be a high-risk pregnancy?" Her hand went to her abdomen again. "I wouldn't say that. There's no reason to go there right now. Think protein and calcium. If you can't force yourself to be omnivorous for the duration of the pregnancy, you'll need to stock up on protein drinks. Soy is fine. Whey is better. Along with the prenatal vitamins, I'll prescribe an anti-nausea charm that should help. It won't block pain, mind you. Pain is too important a messenger, but it should help you keep your food down. Keep it with you everywhere but in the shower. It loses its efficacy if it gets wet too often." "Thank you so much, especially for seeing me before you left on vacation," she replied with heartfelt feeling. The doctor scribbled on a prescription pad and handed her a slip. She said, "One last question, if you don't mind." "Sure, go ahead, as long as it won't take too long. I've got a flight to Cancun this evening and a mate who won't be happy with me if I miss it."
She hesitated, not sure how to word things, and plucked at the edge of her examination gown. "The pregnancy is a real shock. I mean, I had the IUD, so I thought it should have prevented things, right? It hasn't even come up as a topic of conversation with my partner. I was starting to feel nauseated before I changed this morning, so I must have already been pregnant. So it had to have been the father who changed things.
The doctor's eyes were shrewd and kind. No single birth control is 100% foolproof for either Weir or human. Yes, all things being equal, the IUD is a very effective method of birth control, for the most part. And yes, Weir can control their reproductive cycle, for the most part. But I've also known Weir to lose control during the first days of the mating frenzy. Only the two of you can say whether or not he's just your lover or your mate. If I were you, though, I'd think about going easy on your partner on this one, if he's your mate. Does that help? Her throat worked. She had to swallow hard before she could reply. Yes, it helps a lot. Dr. Medina, thank you so much. My pleasure. I love the babies. Should have been an obstetrician. The doctor closed her file and stood, but paused before stepping out. She regarded Pia curiously. By the way, you never did tell me what you shifted into? Caught off guard, she stammered, "Oh, a marmoset." Odd, the doctor murmured, giving her a quizzical look. I wouldn't have classified marmosets as herbivores. And your mate? He's not one. The doctor narrowed her eyes on Pia. You will tell me, won't you, if it becomes medically relevant? Yes, of course, she said with a sheepish smile. I promise. The doctor pointed at her. Take your vitamins. See you next month. She changed into her clothes, giddy with both relief and hunger. She could eat a horse if it weren't somehow cannibalistic. She bent and tied her shoelaces. Pregnant. Mate. I'm going to have a dragon baby. Nope, that didn't get all the way inside. Let's say it again. I'm going to have a dragon baby. She straightened as black stars danced in front of her eyes. Maybe she really was going to spin into the air and fly into pieces anyway, with or without Dragos's help. She had so many things going on inside, random thoughts and feelings were popping like fireworks at the 4th of July. Panic at possibly losing the pregnancy had receded, to be replaced by panic at being pregnant. She was relieved not only that the pregnancy was viable, but, even more, that all the evidence said Dragos hadn't intentionally trapped her with it. It looked like she owed him a big apology. But of all times for it to happen, she had only just, literally hours ago, decided to stay with Dragos. And then there was the war with Urian, which had only just begun, and who knew how Dragos was going to react when he heard the news? He might spin into the air and fly into pieces too. She pressed her hand over her abdomen. Oh, Peanut. I always had the sneaky hope I might have a child someday, but I have to tell you, this timing sucks. She ran into an unexpected snag as she started to leave. The nurse checking her out said, Still the same insurance and copay? Same insurance, from Elfie's, and her with $33 in her pocket and no checkbook. She pinched the bridge of her nose, offering a mental apology to all concerned with a promise to pay the bill for real. She lied, Yes, thanks. She forked over the $25 copay, waved away the offer of a receipt, and tried to not look shifty about any of it while she continued her internal dialogue with the Peanut. What if he hates the idea of the pregnancy? What if he doesn't want you? He has to want you. That's all there is to it. Anyway, I want you. I just don't know what I'm going to do with you. Just one more thing I'll have to figure out, along with how to live with the rest of the crazy-ass changes going on in my life. Business concluded, she made her way through the lobby toward the clinic door, where she paused. She didn't think she had the power to reach Dragos telepathically, but she decided to give it a try anyway. Dragos? His response was immediate and, thank God, calm. Yes. I'm done. I'm headed home, she told him. I've got some news, and I owe you a big apology."
"We can talk about whatever it is later," he said. "Where are you? I'll come get you."
"You don't know?" She thought for sure Bane or Ariel would have told him by now. She pushed through the glass doors, squinting in the bright sunlight. Where was the harpy? She shaded her eyes as she looked around. "See, I went to my doctor's." She stepped on something and shifted her foot as she looked down. She had stepped on... Was that a dart? Sudden pain pricked her neck. She brushed at the pain and saw another dart fall to the sidewalk. Numbness spread through her body at unbelievable speed. The world went sideways and the sidewalk slammed into her. "Bane! Ariel!" She tried to call for them, but her mouth wasn't working. Somebody was shouting in another part of her head, but she couldn't connect with it or understand what they were saying. 3 people walked into view and stared down at her. 2 were dark fae males with long tilted eyes, high cheekbones, pointed ears, and dark hair. 1 was a Hispanic woman with a queen-like beauty and eyes that connected to hers with a snap of power. The witch Adela, from the cauldron.
"Oh, it's you. Again."
Adela's mouth pursed and she sighed.
"I was afraid of that."
"You stupid bitch," she tried to say. "I'm so going to kick your ass. If Dragos doesn't get to you first." Everything floated away. 18. A Mephistophelian voice thundered in her head. It called her name.
"Use your power, damn it. I can feel you're there. Try hard," the imperious voice demanded. "Wake the fuck up."
Everything whirled around her. It stank like oil and exhaust. She lay on something hard that vibrated, her cheek pressed against a rough carpet. She felt dizzy, sick. She breathed in shallow pants. Someone was making a thin, whining sound. Oh, it was her. "Shut up, stupid." She fought to do as the voice demanded and reached deep inside. Her training instructor would have said she reached for her chi, her energy flow, the seat of her breath. For a terrible moment, she was disoriented and rudderless in the dark. Then she connected. Power flowed up from the base of her spine and flooded her body. It didn't dissipate all the effects of the drug, but it helped to clear her head some. She was bound with her arms behind her, gagged, and in the trunk of a car traveling at high speed. She drooped. Apparently it really did never rain but poured.
"Answer me now," Dragos commanded.
"Having a hell of a week," she managed to articulate. Her mental voice was thready and lacked control, but he heard her.
"That's my girl."
The thunder was gone, replaced by desperate relief.
"Talk to me. Are you hurt?"
"No, some kind of drug." She struggled to find words that made sense. "Tied up, in the trunk of a car. We're traveling fast."
"All right, stay calm," said Dragos.
"Bane and Ariel." She tried to figure out how to articulate their names into a question.
"We found them outside the clinic. They were drugged too. They're okay, they're shaking it off."
Dragos sounded composed again.
"We finally got a hold of someone who can cast a tracking spell. I'll be able to follow you in just a moment. How are you tied? Can you get loose?"
Nausea lurked. She clenched down on it hard. She couldn't afford to vomit with the gag in her mouth. She bent back in a bow so she could feel along her lower legs with hands that were prickling and starting to go numb. "They're those plastic restraints. No locks. I can't get them off."
"All right," he said again. "Don't worry about it."
She had important things to tell him. What were they again? For how long would he be able to talk to her? Graydon had said something about his telepathic range being over 100 miles.
She had no idea how long she had been unconscious or how far away they were from each other. She said, "I have to tell you things in case we lose contact."
"We're not going to lose contact," he snapped. "That's it. I've got a tracking spell on your braid. I'm on my way."
She kept her breathing deep and regular. It seemed to help keep her stomach settled, although the exhaust fumes made her want to gag. She tried to think. Was that land magic she felt in the distance? "Will the tracking spell still work if we cross over to an other land?"
He said, "I'm not going to let you get that far away."
He didn't tell her the spell would work. She had a feeling that meant it wouldn't. She said, "It's 2 dark fae. They're working with a witch from the magic district." His voice turned ominous.
"Describe her."
"She's dark-haired, a human. First name is Adela. She owns the shop Divinus. I can't remember her last name." She struggled to think.
"Don't worry about it. It doesn't matter," he said. "Can you describe the dark fae to me?"
She tried her best, but she had gotten just that brief look at them before falling unconscious. "I'm sorry."
He turned gentle. "None of that matters right now. Let's just focus on getting you back."
Her sense of land magic grew stronger. Uh-oh. "But I have to tell you, I'm pregnant." His roar filled her head.
"What?"
She talked faster. "I never had control over that, so I had an IUD implant. When I realized what was going on this morning, I was so scared I was going to miscarry. All I could think was I had to get to the doctor fast and get the IUD removed. And I was so damn mad at you. I thought you'd done it on purpose."
"Pia, my God."
"I dreamed about him this morning. I think it was real. He was a white dragon, the most beautiful little boy you've ever seen." They went into a wide turn, picked up speed for a brief while, then slowed into another turn. She told him with enforced calm, "We're leaving a highway and slowing down. I can feel land magic close by."
"Quickly,"
he said. He sounded more shaken than he ever had before.
"The car trunk has a lock. Try to push it up, and tell me what you see."
If her hands were free or bound in front of her, she could just spring the catch of the trunk lock from the inside. She struggled to get her knees underneath her and push up on the trunk with her shoulder. The catch gave just as they rolled to a stop. Why the hell not? She pushed the trunk open wider so that she could wriggle through and spilled onto pavement with a painful thud. She stared up at the front end of a Dodge Ram pickup coming straight for her. The truck slammed to a halt inches away from her face. The car she had been in pulled away from the stop and turned left.
"Hey!"
a man yelled from the truck. "Shut up, you stupid man! Shut up!" A truck door slammed. She sat as a middle-aged man appeared. He knelt beside her, his face filled with shock and outrage.
"What the hell?" he said. "Oh, sweet Jesus, lady, you've been kidnapped?"
"You think?" Yards away, car brake lights showed. She yelled against her gag at the man.
"Just hold on, honey. You're gonna be all right now."
The man worked to get her gag loose. "I slipped out at a stop," she said to Dragos. "They noticed. They're in a gray Lexus and they're turning around. I'm seeing signs for Highway 17 and Averill Avenue or State Road 32. There's a state park sign. I can't see the name. It's the same 2 guys, no witch."
"I know where you are," he said in satisfaction. "Well done."
The man got the gag loose and pulled it over her head just as the Lexus pulled up. She screamed at the man, "Run!" The 2 fae stepped out, looking pissed. They had guns. "No, it's not well done. I made a bad mistake. Oh God, oh God, oh God." Dragos was trying to talk to her, but she couldn't shut up, couldn't run, couldn't do anything but stare in horror as the man stood and turned around. One fae lifted his gun and shot him. She sobbed, "I think I just got somebody killed." Then the other fae lifted his gun
and shot her. She looked down at the pain in her chest. Another dart stuck in her t-shirt. Fade to black. The dragon roared in anguish as he hurtled north with every ounce of his strength and speed. He was followed by all his sentinels but one who had been left behind to deal with the witch. He was too far, and now she was gone again. His enemies had taken his mate, his child. She had to be alive. Anything else was unacceptable. A burning, cold power yanked her awake. She coughed and rolled to her side. Her gag was gone, and so were her ankle and wrist restraints. Her arms and legs crawled with prickling pain as her circulation returned. She was lying on a floor. She touched the polished hardwood. Inside, then.
"There's our thief,"
said a cultured male voice overhead.
"Time to rise and shine."
Inhuman. Fey. Didn't she just know who that was? Too bad his head was still attached to his body. She had been hoping she would meet him the other way.
"I'm asleep, then I'm awake, then I'm asleep, and now I'm awake again," she croaked. "Make up your mind already."
The male laughed.
"Well, you have not been boring, I'll give you that. But haven't you been one slippery bitch to get a hold of? And apparently for Wellibre to hold on to."
Yes, well, let's not talk about that. She looked at the sleek black boots near her head. They belonged to legs that went up farther than she could focus just yet.
"Can I have some water?" "Sure, why not?"
He threw cold water in her face. She was too depleted to react much other than gasp.
"Alrighty," she said after a moment. "Can I have some water to drink now, please, Your Highness?"
He laughed again.
"Not boring and not dumb. That's so much better than your boyfriend, who both bored me and was dumb. To be honest, I don't know what you saw in him."
Ex-boyfriend, she said. "I swear to God, I'm never going to live that down." Finally, it felt like her limbs would function. She pushed herself to a sitting position. She was in a very large room that had a medieval feel. There was a large stone fireplace and a nearby cluster of chairs, a long wooden table with benches, lit sconces that gave the scene a flickering illumination she found eerie, and a high raftered ceiling. There were also Fey guards at long, metal-hatched windows. The two who had snatched her were stationed at large double doors. Again, she had no idea how long she had been unconscious or where she was. She hoped the drugs hadn't hurt the peanut. Her hand slipped to her abdomen. She gave herself a surreptitious scan. She sighed in relief as she located the tiny, bright life inside her. "There you are. Looks like it's just you and me, Peanut. For now, anyway." The Fey King squatted beside her. He handed her a goblet. She took a cautious sip. Cold, crisp, clear water. She sucked the contents down. Then she looked up at Keith's murderer. A few weeks ago, she had not known there were so many people in the world to hate. Urian, the witch Adela, the two dark Fey males at the door who had shot an innocent human without so much as a blink of an eye. Her revenge to-do list kept getting longer and longer. The few Fey she had met had looks that ran from those who had a puckish quality, like Trix, to those who had a strange, stern beauty, like Urian. It was too bad he was such a monster. With his lean, supple build, high cheekbones, white skin, and raven-black hair, he should have been one of nature's miracles.
"This is one of my country retreats,"
he told her, having noticed her curiosity.
"No full court in attendance, just me and my men. And now you, of course."
He gestured to the goblet.
"More?"
"Yes, thank you." She handed it to him and pushed to her feet as he refilled it from a silver pitcher sitting on the table. She drank that goblet down as well.
Have as much as you like. The sedative can leave one with quite a thirst, or so I'm told, said Urian. I suspected you'd wake up thirsty since you had 2 doses back to back, which rather surprised my men, since 1 dose should have been sufficient for the trip.
I've always had a high metabolism, she said. She filled the goblet one last time and drained it. The hydration made all the difference in the world. Things stopped spinning at the edge of her vision and she felt stronger. Local anesthesia at the dentist? Forget about it. It doesn't take until they pump enough in me to numb an elephant.
I see.
The Fey King strolled to one of the high-backed chairs near the fireplace and sat. He gestured to the chair opposite him with a smile.
Please join me. We have a lot to talk about, you and I.
The worst thing you could do with a predator was show your fear and run. She suspected dealing with the Fey King would be a similar experience. She took the chair he indicated, leaned back, and crossed her legs. Urian regarded her across steepled fingers. Then he reached for the glass of wine on the table by his chair and took a sip.
What a surprise and a mystery you've been, Miss Giovanni.
It wasn't intentional, she said. Well, maybe the mystery part was, but that was supposed to go unsolved. He gave her a grin that didn't reach his cold black eyes.
I knew I liked you the moment I got that penny. Now that made me chuckle.
His eyes sharpened.
There is something about you.
All these stupid old people. Had every last one of them met, heard of, gossiped about, or smelled her mom in the distance? Way to be inconspicuous. Thanks a lot, Mom. She pinched her nose and sighed. Yeah, I look like Greta Garbo. I get that a lot.
Really? And this Greta Garbo is who?
She looked at him over her hand. An old movie star.
I do not follow such newfangled human pastimes.
He dismissed the subject with a flick of his fingers.
This pissant nobody kept annoying my men, so when I heard about his preposterous claims about his girlfriend, I thought, let's throw a kind of finding charm out there and see what happens. You know, just to try out a prototype of a little something I've been cooking up in my spare time. Imagine my surprise when everything he claimed came true. Then imagine my surprise when he wouldn't say a word about you.
He leaned forward.
Not after he was gelded, not after he was eviscerated, not after he was blinded. I didn't think the boy had that kind of loyalty in him. I thought he would give you up in the first 10 minutes.
She covered her mouth, fighting hard to show no emotion. After a moment, she had enough control to say, He couldn't tell you anything. I made him take a binding oath. Urian snapped his fingers.
That explains it. One mystery solved. So, tell me what the dragon's hoard looked like. Was it as magnificent as legend says?
His expression had turned avaricious. To be honest, I was too scared to look around. She closed her eyes, remembering the terror. How long ago that seemed. For all I knew, he was going to show up at any minute. I got in, found a coin jar by the entrance, took the penny and ran. I could have grabbed something else, but I was so damn mad at Keith I wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of handing over something of real value. And I hoped that if I took only the penny, just maybe Wellebrae might not kill me if he ever caught up with me.
Which is a great segue into our next mystery,
said Urian. He cocked his head, studying her like she was a bug under a microscope.
Why hasn't Wellebrae killed you yet?
She laced her hands in front of her stomach. Hold on, Peanut. If anyone has truth sense, he does.
Here comes some tricky tap dancing.
You'll have to ask him, she said. She widened her eyes. Because I've got to tell you, it has surprised the heck out of me. His eyes were narrowed, unblinking. She felt his cold power drift across her skin and struggled not to shudder.
How did you escape the goblins?
She shook her head. Again, you'd have to ask him. I was locked in my cell when he came for me. Taking the penny didn't help a bit. He was in a hell of a rage when he caught me, and you have to know he's not the forgiving type. He was determined to be the one to pass judgment on me, nobody else. Then something occurred to her. You know, I never thought of this before, but he also wouldn't have wanted me to get away alive because I know where his lair is. The Fey King's eyebrows lifted.
Very true.
Not that it matters any more, she added.
What do you mean?
She shrugged. One of my guards said Wellebrae decided to move his hoard. I suppose now that the location has been compromised. She let her voice trail away. He shrugged as well.
I guess that's to be expected. Too bad. He's kept so much from me. I would have liked to have stolen more from him. Maybe I'll have you take something from the new location. He waved a long white hand. But that's a conversation for another time. What I want to know is how you did it.
His power enfolded her and squeezed tighter, an invisible boa constrictor coiling around her body. Goosebumps rose along her skin. She bit her lip to keep her teeth from chattering. Her mind raced, working to find and eradicate any loopholes in her story before she said them. You know how marmosets are little, weird, and quick? She asked.
Marmosets, he said.
Didn't Keith or someone tell you by now that I'm a half-breed weir?
Someone did mention it, yes, he replied slowly.
Well, I'm weird and quick, and I have a gift for getting through locks. She raised her fingers and wiggled them. Infer, imply, don't state. Careful now. That's how I was planning on getting away. Today? Earlier, anyway. My guards don't know I can do that. I was going to trick them into looking the other way, then slip out of the locked area where they've been keeping me. He gave her a charming smile, and the chilling compression eased somewhat.
Impressive. So, my dear, you have not only humiliated Wellebrae by stealing from his hoard, but you have the ability to escape from his tower, too. I knew you would be worth tracking down.
How lucky for us, Peanut.
This leads me to our last little mystery, Urian said. What happened between you and Wellebrae on that plane? You two seemed quite the team. Something happened, some kind of power surge, and he was able to shift. We had been assured he wouldn't be able to quite so soon.
A chill trickle of sweat slid between her breasts. He had in so many words just confirmed an elven accomplice. She closed her eyes and rubbed at her temples. She was beginning to feel depleted, and her hands trembled. Did you know that the goblins beat me quite badly? Her voice shook, too. They were trying to get a rise out of Wellebrae, which didn't fucking happen, of course, because he watched the whole thing with this stone-cold look on his face. Huh, didn't know she was still upset about that, which was mighty irrational of her, wasn't it? It wasn't as if Dragos had had any choice. That game face of his might have saved her life. The Fey King sipped wine and watched her. Well, we faced a whole damn plane of those stinking goblins. I would have done anything to get away. In New York, I at least had some hope of survival if I could find a chance to escape. There was this white place on his shoulder where the elves had shot him with their magic crap. She gestured on herself. It was right about here, so I made a last-ditch gamble. I convinced him to let me lance the wound. And apparently you were there. You must have been on the bluff. As you said, you felt his power surge. She let the horror of the memory show in her eyes. He killed everything on that plane except me."
Silence filled the room. She searched Urian's face, which was smooth and expressionless.
"You think he bought it, Peanut? Can't tell. Maybe, maybe not. Don't ever play poker with this creep."
But wasn't what happened even more outlandish? It had all happened to her, and even she had trouble believing it. She felt the same disorientation she always did after she and Dragos had separated for a while. She told herself fiercely, "He is coming after me. He said he was. We're mates, maybe. Probably. Or now, according to Graydon, I'm his horde, which makes no sense. Anyway, I'm pregnant with his son. He may not love us, but that's got to matter to him. Right?"
"I see," said the Fey King at last.
He finished his wine and set the glass aside.
"Well, you have been through quite an adventure these last several days, haven't you?"
"Look," she said. She felt so hollow it hurt, and the edges of the room were too far away. "Am I a guest or a prisoner? Are you going to torture me for some strange reason I don't understand? Because just in case you're not, I want you to know I haven't eaten since yesterday, and I'm not doing so well right now." The Fey King made a moo and tisked.
"Wellabray didn't take care of you at all, did he? My dear, why in the world would I have any reason to torture you?"
"I don't know." She threw up her hands and let them fall into her lap. "It's been a hell of a day for a couple of weeks now," she said. There was no reason to hide the exasperated exhaustion in her voice, so she didn't try. "And I don't understand half the things that have happened to me, not least of all why you would have your goons drug me instead of walking up to me in the street and introducing themselves."
"That," said the Fey King, "is a very good point. Let's just say we were unsure how you would react, and we were unwilling to let you slip away again, since, from all reports, you were surprisingly protective of the Wyrm when talking with the elves in South Carolina."
She froze. She hadn't seen that one coming. What could he have been told? How should she respond? She said through numb lips, "If that confrontation had escalated any further, 2 elder domains could be at war right now. If that happened, a lot of people would have gotten killed. Sure, I stole from him, but I'm not a murderer. If you had a report of that confrontation, then you know I was going to see him to the elven border and take off. But then we had some goblins in trucks smash into us. And somehow that event leads back to you, doesn't it?" He gave her a heavy-lidded smile.
"Well, you see, one of these days I'm going to finally succeed in killing Wellabray. You just got in the way. Unfortunate, but all of that is in the past now."
He waved a hand.
"I think we should consider you more as a conscripted employee rather than a guest or prisoner. I can see a lot of uses for you. So many people have so many things I want."
"I didn't know this was a job interview, or I would have put on a suit," she said, fury making her reckless. "Whoa, throttle back there, Philly. He's not torturing. Remember, that's a good thing." He threw back his head and laughed.
"I do like you, Pia. This is very simple. You will do as you are told. If you do, you will have, comparatively speaking, a very comfortable life. If you don't, oh, I don't recommend that one. I really don't." He stood. "Conversation's over. Piran, Elulus, see her to her room and make sure she stays put. Remember to pat her down for anything she could use to pick a lock. Oh, and find her something to eat. Poor thing has purple circles under her eyes. She looks like she's ready to pass out."
Her kidnappers approached, her own personal Thing 1 and Thing 2. She stood and went with them. What else was there to do? They let her use the bathroom on the ground floor. She was relieved to find that the house wasn't too medieval. At least it had running water and a flushing toilet. Then they took her up a flight of stairs and down a long hallway to a bare room with nothing in it but a narrow bed and 2 folded blankets and a barred window. Then Thing 1 gave her an infuriatingly thorough search, while Thing 2 watched. The Fae felt along the seams of her clothes, ran his hands up the insides of her legs and squeezed her crotch, probed between and underneath her breasts, and made her take off her shoes so he could inspect them. She gritted her teeth and suffered through it. She was able to hold on to her rage only because it was obvious from the Fae's flat, bored expression that the search had no sexual undertones. There was no way she could have sneaked a thin, flat lockpick in with her if she'd tried. They locked her in the room. She shook out a blanket on the bare mattress and fell on it, listening as the 2 Fae spoke to each other in their Celtic-sounding language. One set of footsteps walked away, hopefully to bring her some kind of sustenance. She was going to have to choke down whatever they brought her so that she could stabilize and get ready for the next steps, whatever those were. She hoped it wasn't meat. It looked to be evening outside, gray and leaden with the promise of rain, which left the room shadowy. Her gaze tracked across the bare walls as she rested. "Dragos," she tried. "Are you there?" Nothing but a deadened silence. What did that mean? Cautiously, she expanded her awareness. She couldn't feel anything. No land magic, no other Fae, nothing but the chill, heavy blanket of Urian's power. Was he able to suppress magic in his vicinity? If so, that was a pretty handy self-defense mechanism. Her eyebrows rose as she looked down at herself. She wasn't glowing. He must be able to suppress magic, but not undo those spells already in place. Whatever the specifics, she was guessing he could sense any nearby upsurge in power. She went over her story again. "Hey, Peanut, get me under pressure and I rock." But the story wouldn't hold up for long. For one thing, she didn't know the extent of Adela's knowledge about her or how deeply the witch was involved with the Dark Fae. If she knew anything of the truth, sooner or later Pia had to assume she would tell Urian. And about that elven connection. Varian knew of her real heritage, had spoken to the elven High Lord and Lady, and had been present at the teleconference. Did she dare hope that Urian's elven contact was not Varian? He had treated her with such warmth. Did that mean he would not have spoken of her to the Fae King? She tried to remember what Varian had said aloud at Folly Beach and what he had said during their private telepathic conversation. She couldn't. That was worrisome. But at least it looked logical that Varian was not Urian's elven connection. There were too many unknown variables, and not least among them was the fact that she didn't have truth sense. Urian could well have been playing her or lying for his own reasons, so the only thing she dared hope for was that she had bought herself a little time. Footsteps approached. She sat up as a key grated in the lock. Thing 2 took a step inside. He set a tray down on the floor. He stepped out and locked the door again. She checked the contents of the tray. Half a loaf of plain dark bread, apples, and more water. Score! She fell on the food. The bread was maybe a day old as it was just beginning to go stale, but it was still chewy and grainy and delicious. The apples were wonderful. They had a quality that made her think they were from an other land, perhaps even this place. She ate everything, drank half the water, and felt an immediate energy surge. Way better. Now what? There were 2 ways out of this room. She pushed the tray against the wall so she wouldn't knock over the last of her water. She went to inspect her window. She stared, hardly daring to believe her luck. The bars on the window were on the outside of the glass pane. They were 2 simple vertical metal grills with supporting crossbars at top and bottom. They were hinged on either side of the window and secured with a padlock and metal chain wound around the end bars. What they looked like were replacements for old-fashioned window shutters. Someone had prepared this room for her arrival. She eased the window open as quietly as she could, and then paused to listen. Her two Fey guards continued to talk, undisturbed. Urian might be able to suppress magic, but her mother had always said that magic versus intrinsic natural ability was a tricky thing to define, and in her demonstration, Dragos hadn't been able to feel her do anything. She took hold of the padlock and pulled. It fell open. She slipped the lock off and unwound the chain. She hefted it, considering. It was nice and solid, more than a good yard in length. She doubled it, wound one end around her hand, and swung it to get the feel for its weight. It wasn't a bad weapon for someone low on options. She dropped the padlock on the bed, drank the rest of her water, and eased the metal grill open a couple of inches as she tried to peer down at the ground surrounding the house. Either Urian or whoever was in charge of his security was clever enough to keep the area around the house free of shrubbery. The landscaping wasn't very attractive, but it also didn't give anyone a place to hide. She pulled back as a guard came around the corner and walked by underneath. Her luck only went so far, it seemed. She watched for a while, counted to estimate the passage of time, and kept track of the guards. The fifth guard was the original one, so there were 4 outside guards, 1 to a side, as they patrolled in a circle. 4 plus Thing 1 and Thing 2, the inside guards at the windows in the meeting hall, and no doubt some she hadn't seen. Maybe Urian had a total of 20 men with him, a reasonable number if he wanted to move fast and quiet. The way she looked at it, she had 2 choices. She could lock herself back in and bide her time, which was dicey, or she could jump out the window, take out a guard fast, and run like hell was after her. Extremely dicey. She had no defenses or options if she stayed. She would be at the Fey King's mercy, and the story she had spun had its own built-in time bombs. And she didn't dare come under any closer scrutiny. She couldn't bear to think what would happen if he discovered she was pregnant with Dragos's child. So, in reality, she had no choice at all. She watched the guards rotate again. Which one looked the sleepiest, the slowest, the most incompetent? Damn, they all looked good. Well, dying just wasn't an option. She was fighting for 2 now. "Hang on, Peanut," she whispered, bracing her foot on the windowsill. As the next guard walked by, she pushed open the metal grill and leaped out. The thud as she hit the ground had the guard raising his crossbow even as he turned around. He was fast. She was faster. She spun and used every ounce of centrifugal force she could muster as she lashed at him with the chain. She could tell by how it struck him in the temple that he was dead as he hit the ground. She felt nothing, no mercy, no remorse as she watched his body crumple. So this is what a killer instinct feels like. Alrighty. She snatched up his crossbow and assessed it at a glance. It was already loaded, a modern compound bow, light and sleek, with a telescopic sight and a quiver mounted to the main arm that held 6 bolts. She knew this weapon. Hey! Heart pounding, she sprinted for the corner of the house where the next guard would appear in just a few seconds. She pressed her back against the wall, took a deep breath, and waited with the crossbow up. She came face to face with the next Fey guard as he rounded the corner. His eyes went wide. She shot him point blank and peeked fast around the corner. From the glimpse she had of that section of the house, it was longer, and there was part of another building visible nearby. Perhaps that was a stable? Where would they keep those dragonfly thingies? Inside a building or outside? She pulled back, reloaded the crossbow, and counted. 4 10,000, 3 10,000, 2 10,000. She couldn't hear him, but the guard had to be there. She rolled around the corner, shot him, and yanked his body around, piling it on top of the other guard. She reloaded and counted. She couldn't believe it when the last guard dropped. She stared at his body, grateful that she was still numb. She had just killed 4 people in as many minutes, all so she could get more than just a few seconds head start. Better make their lives count for something. She dropped her bow, snatched up the last dead guard's crossbow with a full load of ammunition, and ran. 19. A half hour had passed since Dragos had lost the connection with Pia through the tracking spell. Then he and his sentinels arrived at the junction of Highway 17 and Averill Avenue. They found police cars, an ambulance, and a fire truck surrounding a black Dodge Ram pickup. He sent Tiago, Rune, and Grim winging southeast into the Harriman State Park to look for a gray Lexus. At almost 47,000 acres in size, the park was the second largest in New York and had over 30 lakes and a couple 100 miles of hiking trails. It also had a passageway to a large area of other land.
Still shielding their presence from human sight, Dragos arrowed to the ground, followed by Graydon, Bane, and Constantine. After shifting, he raced toward the emergency response vehicles, flanked by the Griffins.
Graydon walked up to a policewoman and introduced himself.
"What happened?"
"There was a shooting," said the woman, glancing from Dragos to the Griffins with wide eyes. "The victim's a middle-aged guy who was gunned down in the street. Couple kids found him." Dragos ignored the rest. He strode past the truck. There was one pool of blood. Bane stopped to inspect the spot. The ambulance doors were open. He looked inside. 2 EMTs were working over a man.
"He conscious?"
he asked one of the EMTs. "You can't be here right now," said the man without looking up. He reached inside, grabbed the man, and threw him out of the ambulance. He said to the other EMT,
"This man conscious?"
He nodded, eyes wide. "We're working to stabilize him. We've got to get him to the hospital." Dragos climbed in and crouched by the stretcher. The victim's eyes were glazed with shock. Dragos pulled the oxygen mask down. He demanded,
"Was she alive when they took her?"
The man's mouth worked. He was panting in short, shallow breaths, and his color wasn't good.
"What?"
Dragos leaned closer.
"The woman who was kidnapped, was she alive when they took her?"
Yes, I think so," managed the man between gasps. Shot her. The EMT's hand came over his to take hold of the oxygen mask and ease it back into place. "Please," he said to Dragos. "He's already arrested once. You've got to go." Constantine released the EMT he had evicted as he climbed out of the ambulance. He stood, face white and hands clenched, as Graydon and Bane jogged over. He said through white lips, "He thinks she was alive. He said they shot her."
"Oh, shit,"
said Graydon as he blanched. Constantine gripped Dragos's arm hard. "Don't go making her all dead in your head," he said. "Remember, they drugged and kidnapped her the first time. They didn't kill her. They want her alive."
"You're right,"
he said. He looked at them, his eyes bloodshot. For the first time, he managed to articulate what she had told him earlier.
"She's pregnant. Urian has my pregnant mate."
The Griffins stared at him with equal measures of horror and dismay. Then Tiago said, "We found the Lexus. They crossed over in here." Galvanized, the 4 raced away from the human scene and took to the air to join the others. Good news, the Lexus didn't have any traces of blood. The constriction in his chest eased. He started to breathe again. They located the passageway and crossed over to the other land. Dragos had hoped against hope, but the tracking spell laid on her braid didn't survive the disconnect and crossover. They would have to track her and her kidnappers by land. Good thing they had one of the best trackers of any species on their side. Tiago loped across the ground in wide arcs, studying the ground until he took off running in one direction. Rune and Graydon scouted farther afield while the others kept to the ground with Tiago. Dragos kept to the air, shielding his presence as he scouted in circles, projecting ahead of Tiago's trajectory. Death was another good friend of his, and flew in his shadow. Pia had no idea where she was or where she was going. Story of her life, apparently. She had one goal, to run as far away from Urian as fast as she could get. She hoped he didn't have any of those dragonfly thingies with him. If it came down to a ground race, she had a good fighting chance. The rolling countryside was carpeted with thick clusters of forest and open areas carpeted with riotous profusions of wildflowers. She paused at the edge of a wood and ran her gaze quickly over the scene behind her. No sight or sound of pursuit. Gold and purple and scarlet dusted the emerald-green field she had just traversed. Her gaze landed on a brilliant purple flower with fluted petals like a lily as it spat out a long, feathery, stamen-like stalk, whip-fast, and it caught a buzzing insect on the sticky end, which then retracted into the flower with its prey. She recoiled. Let's not consider that a metaphor for anything. She slung the crossbow on her back and plunged into a forested area for ground cover. She avoided anything that looked like a path. If she managed to get far enough away, she would start thinking about how to hide her trail better, but right now she didn't have time to consider finesse. A light rain started to patter in the treetops, the occasional drop making it far enough to land on her. Maybe she'd get lucky and it would start to pour. A heavy rain would help to dissipate her scent. The newly released weir in her was eager to stretch out her legs and dig into a hard run, but Pia's human mind couldn't help but be frustrated. 6 months from now, she would have had a chance to practice many of the tricks her mother had tried to teach her about how to obscure her path from pursuers. As it was, she didn't dare try to tap into her power in case she made a mistake and gave away her position. She got maybe 15 minutes of peace and quiet. Then Urian hissed in her head, "You have just made a very bad mistake, Pia Giovanni. What I did to your boyfriend is nothing compared to what I will do to you when I catch you." Snot, snot, threat, threat. The lunatic inhabiting her body said to the Fae King, "I can beat any pace you set, asshole. Catch me if you can." Okay, let's face it, it wasn't the smartest thing she'd ever done, but she had so had it up to here with mean people today. The rain started to come down harder. She ran faster. Her awareness narrowed to what was around her, watching for obstacles, plotting her course ahead through the trees, and working to keep her footing on ground that became increasingly slippery. Soon she was soaked to the skin. The forest grew more shadowy and treacherous. Then she saw a break in the trees ahead. She managed to skid to a stop before she went tumbling head over heels down a rocky incline. Oh, that's not so good. Ahead of her stretched a very large expanse of rolling meadow. It wasn't the size of the plain where she and Dragos had been trapped, but it was still far too large and exposed for her liking. She bit her lip and tried to think. Couldn't go back, shouldn't go to either side. Urian would spread his men out as they pursued her. Damn! Nothing to do but go forward. Maybe she could get to the other side before she was seen. She bounded down the incline, hit the bottom, and sprinted with everything she had. "Pia?" Dragos said. She stepped into some kind of animal hole and went down. Pain lanced up her leg. She clutched it and rocked. "Dragos! Damn it!" She thought she heard him say, "Thank you, gods." Then he demanded more loudly, "Where are you?" "Well, I don't know that, do I?" she snapped. "I got drugged again and carted off to one of Urian's vacation homes. Then I escaped, and now he's chasing me, and I just stepped into some damn gopher or rabbit hole. Damn it!
"Did you break anything?"
"I don't know." She bit her lip and with a gigantic effort flexed her ankle. The pain was a railroad spike shooting up her leg.
"Can you run?"
I don't know! She pushed to her feet and tried to put her weight on the ankle.
Describe where you are, he demanded.
She pushed her hair out of her eyes, looked around, and told him what she saw. The ankle protested, but bore her weight. Barely. She lurched into a limping run, but her former speed was gone. "Hey, big guy," she said, gritting her teeth against the pain. "I can't tell you how glad I am that you came, or how good it is to hear your voice."
"How glad you are that I came?" he said in a flat voice. "What the hell does that mean?"
"What do you think it means?" she snapped. "Forget it, I can't talk right now. This is too hard." She tried to push harder, to eke out a little more speed, but there wasn't any more to be had. Jagged splinters of pain shot up her leg with every step. If she were a horse, she would have herself put down. She wasn't going to make it. She put her hands on her hips, caught her breath, and walked. The rain felt good, nice and cool on her overwarm body. She was about halfway across the meadow when a sense of malevolence made her turn around. She looked back to the tree line from which she had just come. Urian and his men, mounted on horses, stood staring down at her. She had passed the "in for a penny, in for a pound" road sign a long time ago. Hell, she was cruising the neighborhood streets of Tonnage by now. Limping backward, she raised her middle finger to the Fey King. Their horses plunged down the incline. With a casualness that spoke of contempt, he and his men trotted toward her. She pulled the crossbow from her back. As soon as they were in range for her, she would be in range for them. She must stand out against the twilight like a lighthouse. She tore off her white t-shirt and tossed it aside, then turned her body to present less of a target. "I'm so sorry, Peanut." She located Urian in the crossbow telescope. The bastard had started a nasty smile. He kicked to a canter. She shot just as a blow slammed into her. It knocked her down. She lay sprawled on her back and blinked up at the rain that felt so good. So maybe she was the only one on the ground who saw the dragon plummet, screaming, out of the sky. Forelegs extended, talons spread, wicked teeth bared, Dragos snatched Urian from the back of his horse. He pumped his wings to rise in the air above the trees, then he threw back his head and roared as he ripped the Fey King apart. "There's my bad boy," she whispered. God, he was breathtaking. A strange melee played out in the meadow. It was like something out of a nightmare. Griffins attacked Fey while horses screamed and plunged in terror. She thought she saw a winged, demonic-looking creature rip out the throat of a Fey. There was a huge dark bird that caused thunder with the beat of its massive wings. Lightning flashed out of its eyes, but maybe by that point she was beginning to hallucinate. Graydon bent over her. "Oh, fuck no," he whispered. He grabbed for her crumpled shirt and pressed it around the crossbow bolt sticking from her chest. "Hold on, honey." She touched his hand. "I'm okay," she tried to tell him. "Everything's going to be all right now." She didn't think she managed to get the words out because he wiped his cheek on his shoulder and shouted, "Dragos!" Then Dragos fell to his knees beside her, and her world turned right again. His face was ashen, his eyes stark. He added pressure to the wound at her chest and laid a hand against her cheek. "Pia," he spoke like the words were ripped out of him. "Don't you dare leave me. I swear to God I will follow you into hell if I have to and drag you back by the hair." One corner of her mouth lifted. She put her hand over his on her cheek. She said, "You say the most god-awful things." She was tired, so she rested her eyes for a minute. Afterward, she remembered a series of images, like pearls on a string.
She opened her eyes to find that Graydon held her back against his chest, one arm across her shoulders, the other arm clamped low around her waist. They sat in a cage made of talons formed by Dragos's 2 front feet. Rune stood over them, looking through the talons.
"Hold her just like that," he said with his face grim. "Don't let her get jostled." "I got her," Graydon said. "Let's go."
They were acting so dramatic, like it was life or death or something. So much for being big, tough warriors. They were worse than a bunch of high school girls. She faded out as Dragos launched. The next thing she knew, Dragos was the one holding her. She could have carried a brimming wineglass and not spilled a drop as he raced up a flight of stairs.
"I don't care!" he roared. "Get any goddamn doctor fast as you can. Steal one from Monroe if you have to. One of you fly to New York and get our Weir healer."
She tried to focus her blurry gaze. Is this Urian's house again?
I'm awake, I'm asleep, I'm awake, I'm asleep, I'm in the house, I'm out, now I'm in again. This is getting ridiculous.
And she faded out. Then things got really strange. She was immersed in the dragon's power. He had consumed her. With every breath he worked her lungs. Her heartbeat faltered. The great engine of his heart took over the rhythm. Her power started to fade, but he had her name. He demanded she stay in her flesh. She drifted inside him, inextricably woven with his life force. She thought she heard her mother say, "He cannot hold you forever. You may come to me if you wish." But there was somebody else with them, a bright, tiny, stubborn spark. He was just a new creation, but he already had his own opinions. Dragos held her life to her body, but her son's power pulsed inside her. He was trying to heal her. She roused. "Oh no, sweet baby," she crooned. "You're too small for that." The peanut begged to differ. A warm glow of energy suffused her body, so like her mother's healing power, so like her own. For one moment everything was shining and well and right. Then, with infinite gentleness, the dragon laid his power on that tiny spark of life that glowed too bright, too strong, and eased it back until it nestled into place. Precious baby boy. Her fingers crept an inch across the sheet. They were grasped by a much larger, more powerful hand that held onto her hard as she fell asleep. 20. When she woke up again for real, she was in their bed at Wellebrae Tower. She gazed at the ceiling for an unmeasured time as the light changed. It was quiet. She was warm, clean and dry and pain-free. Dragos lay beside her, his arm around her. She looked at his sleeping face and saw something she had never seen before. He looked exhausted and worn, as if something inside of him had stretched too thin. She frowned. Had he gotten hurt in the battle? She tried to raise her right arm to stroke his face, but she couldn't. She tugged at her arm, and all of a sudden Dragos rose up on his pillow. He put his hand on her arm to hold her down.
"Sweetheart, don't do that."
"My hand's caught on something," she mumbled. She looked up at him with sleepy anxiety. "What's wrong? You look so sad. Are you hurt?" He smiled down at her, gold eyes alight, and the careworn look vanished.
"I did not get hurt, other than in my heart."
"Somebody shot you in the heart?" She tried to jerk her hand up.
"Pia, love, stop. Look at your arm."
She turned and followed the direction of his pointing finger.
"You have an IV drip. You keep trying to pull it out in your sleep, so we had your hand tied down. We didn't want you to hurt yourself."
"Oh." Feeling foolish, she subsided. She turned back to him. "Somebody shot you in the heart?"
Yes. He kissed her nose. You did, metaphorically speaking. He kissed her mouth, his caressing lips infinitely gentle. You were dying, you little shit. Your heart shut down and your lungs stopped working. I had to take over for a while. Then our son decided to help and almost burned himself out healing you. It scared centuries off my life. He nuzzled at her, his eyelids closed. She breathed him in, rubbed her cheek against his, and let his presence soothe the jagged edges inside. "I'm sorry," she whispered. A tear slid out of a corner of her eye and soaked her hair, followed by another. "I'm so sorry for everything." "Stop that." He cupped her face and wiped the tears away. "It's not your fault. I flew your doctor back from Cancun and had quite a talk with her. First, I found out what an IUD was and how it could have endangered both you and the pregnancy. I understand why you panicked and why you were afraid I had forced the pregnancy on you. I should have known better." "How could you? We've been together for less than a week, and under far less than ideal circumstances. But of course I didn't mean to make you pregnant. You've ruined me." His voice and face were rueful. He stroked her hair. "I had no idea my control had slipped to that extent." Her gaze clung to him as her free hand slid to cover her abdomen in a protective gesture that was fast becoming habitual. Something tentative and fragile in her expression seemed to catch his attention. The dark slash of his eyebrows contracted. He covered her hand with his, lacing his fingers with hers. "The pregnancy is a total shock," he told her. "Connecting with our son when he healed you, he's one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. I can't begin to describe my reaction to him. I've never felt these feelings before." "That's actually a pretty good way to describe it," she whispered. "Me either. I'm terrified." He kissed her, his lips moving slow and easy as he savored her. "I have no idea how to act around small, new creatures. But I'm glad." "I am too," she whispered. Her eyes glittered with easy moisture as she smiled at him. Then her gaze turned inward and grew haunted. "I killed 5 people." His eyes narrowed. "How do you figure?" "It's my fault the man in the truck got shot." He tapped her lips. "That one's easy. He's not dead. It was touch and go at first, but they say he's going to pull through just fine." "Thank God," she said, sighing. "There were, however, 4 dead guards around Urian's house that we've been mighty curious about. Was that you?" He searched her face. His fingers couldn't seem to stop stroking her cheekbones, her jaw, her throat. She grimaced and nodded. He showed her his teeth. "I am so damn proud of you. You stepped it up when you had to. You did what needed to be done and got yourself away." "Yeah, well, you're a bloodthirsty monster. Who cares what you think?" she muttered. She drifted for a few minutes, and he let her be, stroking her hair. She roused enough to say, "To be honest, I was feeling bad about not feeling bad. Except for the guy in the truck. Him I just felt bad about." "That's stupid and convoluted. You are going to stop it right now," he ordered. She gave a ghost of a giggle. "There you go again, giving orders. His Majesty is starting to feel better." "Oh, speaking of majesties." Her eyes opened very wide. "Urian actually thought he was going to be the boss of me." "Which was one of the things that finally got him killed." His eyes crinkled. "Imagine that." She slept for a while with the easy exhaustion of a convalescent. She woke up once to say with sudden urgency, "Don't go anywhere." He was dressed in cutoffs and stretched out on top of the covers, reading files, pillows piled at his back.
He set them aside and gave her a steady look.
I'm not going anywhere, Pia. Not anywhere. And neither are you.
His much-loved face was as immovable as a mountain. She nodded and relaxed. He did not pick up his reading again until she was sound asleep. Almost dying can sure take it out of a body. The brief healing flare of power from the peanut had taken care of essentials, but she had to do the rest on her own. She had been unconscious for 2 days. Dragos had a present for her, an anti-nausea charm set in a 2-carat diamond pendant necklace. The day after she woke up, when they were sure she could keep liquids and solid food down, the doctor had the IV drip removed. She couldn't concentrate on anything more substantive than magazines and TV shows, and she napped often. When she was awake, Dragos coaxed out of her every detail of what happened. Then he shared the story of their pursuit, down to the final part when all the sentinels had taken to the air to search for the meadow she had described. With his keen raptor's gaze, Bane had caught the movement as Urian and his men had plunged down the incline toward her. They had still been a couple miles away and had hurtled forward with every ounce of speed they possessed. Every ounce of Dragos's formidable energy had been focused on taking Urian out before the Fae King had a chance to draw on his considerable power and fight back. He hadn't seen Pia get shot, but he had seen her bolt hit Urian high in the shoulder. It hadn't been a killing shot, but it was enough to distract the Fae King for those few final seconds as Dragos and the sentinels dove down to the attack. They had all seen her give Urian the finger. The sentinels made much of it as they sprawled on the couches with their feet up on the furniture, ate pizza, drank beer after beer, and watched SoapNet.
I like that evil twin,
said Graydon, pointing his bottle at the flat screen.
The other one's too sickly sweet. Nobody's that nice.
Fuck no, said Constantine comfortably.
But you gotta admit, that actress is smoking hot. You think they're real?
Doubt it, said Graydon.
They're too globular.
Constantine nodded.
I can handle globular.
Pun, said Graydon. Groan. Pia looked at them over the top of the Cosmopolitan she was thumbing through, but refrained from comment. She supposed it could have been worse. At least they were more or less housebroken. She was curled on one end of the couch, tucked under a light silk throw. After she had started to feel steadier, she had been able to convince Dragos to go take care of a backlog of things, but that only meant she had a steady rotating stream of sentinels as visitors. She hadn't had a moment to herself since the kidnapping. When she complained to Graydon, he told her, "It's just a precaution, Cupcake. A few of Urian's Fae are still being hunted down, and that elven connection we were hunting for has disappeared. Damnity damn it." He snickered. "I can't believe he told you guys that," she said. "I just twisted my ankle and was having a really bad day. I wasn't responsible for what came out of my mouth. Or head."
"You handled yourself like a pro," he soothed.
"Yes, I did. I kicked ass," she grumbled. "And anyway, I'm in the tower penthouse. This place is locked up tighter than Fort Knox. Nobody's hunting me anymore. I'm sure not going anywhere right now."
"Yeah, but you gotta remember," said the Griffin as he tapped her nose, "you scared the shit out of the boss. He's not used to fear. If you don't let him fuss, I think he might blow up. You scared the shit out of us too, by the way. Besides, you're family now and we're having fun. It's like a vacation."
He winked. Family. Wow. Okay, she muttered. She tried not to wiggle for joy and pretended to still be grumpy, but she gave him an affectionate smile. A depressed Trix came to thank her for her part in killing Urian and to say goodbye. The fairy was leaving to be crowned queen at the Dark Fae court. She had had the lavender dye stripped from her hair and no longer wore it with a perky flip on the ends. It was its natural raven black. Pia was surprised to see how much it changed the fairy's appearance and made her look more serious. Please, God, come visit soon, said Trix. Don't abandon me to the dark Fae court. We'll do lunch again. She groaned. Okay, but next time let's do it without the peas porter and cognac. Trix gave her a sly, one-sided smile. We'll see. Pia told her, I'm going to miss you. The fairy threw her arms around her. I'll miss you too. Lunch sometime with the dark Fae Queen. Invitations to visit with the elven High Lord and Lady. How strange her life had become. On impulse, she asked, Did you find somebody to take over your PR job? No, said Trix. There hasn't been time. Why? Do you want it? She lifted a shoulder, feeling self-conscious. Maybe I'll talk to Dragos about it. You know, when I'm up for it. Whatever you decide, you keep that dragon twisted around your little finger, the fairy advised with a giggle. It's his karma after so many centuries of being the center of everybody's universe around here. It'll do him a world of good. Another visitor came one afternoon. Pia looked up as Ariel threw her 6-foot body onto a couch beside her. The harpy's black hair was tangled again, which seemed to be its usual state. She wore low-rider jeans, a sleeveless leather vest, and the requisite sentinel weapons. Pia studied her as Ariel fidgeted. The harpy's odd, gaunt beauty had nothing to do with dieting, and while lanky, her body was sure cut. Pia looked at her arm muscles and rippling stomach, thinking of all the hard work it took to look like that. Not in this lifetime. Ariel glared at General Hospital playing on the flat screen and jiggled a foot. She picked up a Harper's Bazaar, thumbed through a few pages, and tossed it aside. Pia thought she heard the harpy mutter, I'm no good at any of this girlfriend shit. She raised her eyebrows and wondered if she was supposed to say something. Ariel looked at the TV. She said, Can you believe it? First, the witch Adela sold you a binding oath. The next day she put a tracking spell on you for Dragos, and this week she contracted with the Dark Fae to find you. You turned out to be quite the cash cow for her. She shook her head. That's pretty wrong. I never did feel quite right about her. The harpy continued. We found her body in the Hudson River. Her throat had been slit. Apparently, she contracted her services out one too many times. The forensic report is inconclusive, but we're guessing the Dark Fae killed her. The estimated time of death is shortly after you were kidnapped. It looks like the Dark Fae were trying to cover their tracks after taking you. I see, she said, her tone neutral. Maybe she should care that the witch had been murdered. Whatever Adela had done, Pia wasn't sure that she had deserved to die for it. At the moment, she couldn't seem to muster much of a reaction. Silence fell between them. Then Ariel's strange, stormy gray eyes met hers. Bane and I feel like shit about the kidnapping. But I'm not sorry about the rest of it. I didn't ask you to be. You're entitled to your own opinion, and you were trying to protect Dragos in your own way. I respect that, and there's nothing more to be said. Pia took the end of her cheerleader ponytail and flicked it at the harpy. A feral grin spread across Ariel's face. Listen, sometime when you're feeling up to it, I'd like to have a round or two with you on the mat. For a while, the Griffins couldn't talk about anything else. Sure, why not? She told the sentinel. The way things have been going, I had better keep up on my training. Okay. Ariel put her hands on her knees and started to push to her feet. Just one thing, Pia said. The harpy paused and looked at her. Pia regarded her with a cold, steady gaze. Try shoving me into a wall again, and I'll smack you down. Ariel's grin turned into a scowl. She looked like she had just swallowed something sour, but after a moment, she nodded. Pia returned the nod and looked down at her magazine. It was a dismissal. The harpy took it as such, launched off the couch, and disappeared. Pia also had time to give Quentin a call. She went out onto the balcony on a sunny afternoon and closed the door for some privacy. Then she leaned against the new wall and looked out over the city as they talked. It was quite an exchange. She had to fill Quentin in on all that had happened since her brief stay at his beach house. It was a lot to tell, including that she was now apparently Dragos's mate and carrying his child. When she finished, there was a long, long silence on the other end. She towed one of the flagstones and watched traffic below as she waited.
"That's going to take me a while to process,"
Quentin said in a scrupulously neutral tone of voice.
"Tell me about it."
"How is he?" "You know Rex Harrison in My Fair Lady?
The professory growly son of a bitch?
Yeah, well..." She closed one eye, squinted at the skyline, and grinned. "Dragos is a lot worse." That caused another rant that went pretty much along the lines of, "He'd better treat you right, or I don't care who the bastard is, I'll kill him myself," kind of thing. She bent over, put her forehead on the wall railing, and endured it with as much patience as she could muster, making noises every once in a while to pretend she was actually listening. Finally, he said,
"I want to see you in person. I want to make sure that bastard hasn't addled you with some kind of beguilement."
"He hasn't," she said, "but I'll come to Elfie's soon for a real visit."
"You'd better."
Quentin sounded grim.
"Or as allergic to the tower as I am, I'll come break you out."
"Tell everybody I miss them."
"I will. See you soon."
He stressed the last. "Yes, you will, I promise." At last, she was able to extricate herself from the conversation and hang up. She was wrung out. This starting a new life was a hell of a lot of hard work. She and Dragos didn't talk much after they had shared stories, and she didn't see much of him after she had convinced him to go back to work. He was soon immersed in stabilizing some businesses in Illinois before he sold them, and he mentioned something about initiating a hostile takeover of an investor-owned utility company. She wondered if the distance between them would be the definition of her life now. He slipped into bed with her every night and wrapped her up in his arms, and she derived a lot of comfort from his nearness. But they didn't make love, or have sex, or mate. Changing and becoming full Weir enhanced her healing capability. After 3 days of convalescence, she was climbing the walls. Finally, Dr. Medina, who had been making daily house calls, cleared her for treadmill walking and other light exercise. Yes! She'd been hoping for the go-ahead. "No running until I say so, no matter how good you feel. And I'm not going to say so till at least next week," the doctor warned. "That crossbow wound gave your respiratory system quite a knock." "No running. Gotcha." She grabbed her clothes, black lycra exercise tights and sports tank top, and put them on. "Thank you." "You're welcome." The doctor smiled. "I'll let myself out." She sat on the edge of the bed to put on her running shoes, another new pair, as the doctor left the suite. After her last shoes were ruined in her flight through the rain-drenched forest, Dragos had bought her 6 new pairs. The door opened. She looked up, ready to tell the guys they could hit the gym. Dragos strode in. As usual, he took total command of the airspace in the room. He gave her a long look, then shut the door. He had dressed that day in black jeans and a black silk shirt that emphasized the strong, athletic lines of his massive body and the bronze of his skin, and did nothing to lighten the severity of his face. Even in his human form, he looked capable of ripping the Fey King apart with his bare hands. Should she find that as sexy as she did? She scratched her head. She wondered about herself, she really did. "Hi," she said. "I wasn't expecting you."
"Apparently, you don't expect much from me," he said.
"Excuse me?" she said, taken aback. He began a slow stroll around the large suite. It was his prowling stroll, his long, muscular limbs moving like liquid under the silk and denim. She twisted to watch him with equal parts pleasure and uncertainty.
"The doctor has cleared you for exercise," he said. "So I figure that means you're strong enough to face other things now as well."
Okay.
"Go ahead and call me obsessive, but I have a bone to pick with you," he said.
He was frowning. It made her forehead crinkle in response. What's wrong? What else did I do? Hadn't she done more than enough for a week? At this rate, she was going to have to turn catatonic to make sure nothing else happened. He turned to face her, hands on his hips.
"Do you remember when you stepped in the rabbit hole?"
She snorted. I'm not likely to forget. His narrowed eyes glittered like gold coins.
"You remember what you said?"
She shrugged, her face and mind a blank. He stalked over, put his hands on her shoulders, and shoved her back. She fell on the mattress. Hey! Then he crawled on the bed until he was on his hands and knees over her. He glared down at her, every inch the dominant, angry, weir male.
"You said, and I quote, 'I can't tell you how glad I am that you came or how good it is to hear your voice.'"
So what? She smacked his shoulders with the flat of her hands. Didn't quite work out the same way when she did it. Of course, he didn't move an inch. Quit with the primitive crap already.
"You might have noticed I'm a primitive kind of guy."
He showed his teeth and got into her face.
"All those centuries of civilization, just a veneer."
Oh, for God's sake. She went lax and just stared at him, helpless as usual against the flood of arousal that swept over her. Have you been sulking about what I said this whole time? He tilted his head, his eyes lava hot.
"You said it like I was some kind of visitor, or like you weren't sure I would come when you had been kidnapped, when you had just told me you were pregnant with my child. I don't know what the hell you think of me other than I am a bloodthirsty monster."
Dragos? Her eyes went wide. She touched his face. I was kidding when I said that.
"So, I am a bloodthirsty monster and you are my mate."
There was not a hint of softness in that aggressive face. He growled,
"And I am yours. What will it take for you to accept that?"
I do. I promise I do, she said. Incredibly, she had hurt him in more ways than one. She stroked his cheek. I just don't know how to be your mate. Somewhere between that horrible goblin stronghold and when you flicked your tail at me on the plane, I fell head over heels in love with you. But I come from a strong human background. Love, being in love, making love, those things make sense to me. They're part of who I am. And you already admitted you don't know what love is. So I still don't have that frame of reference I was looking for. Even though we're together, I don't know how to behave or what it means. His expression had eased as she talked. He kissed the palm of her hand.
"It means, you stupid woman, that I am learning too. Now, you listen to me. I never stop thinking about you. You're with me everywhere I go, but I miss you when we're apart. I've already shown that I will kill for you. I would also die for you. You make me laugh. You make me happy. You're my miracle and my home. If you as much as twitch, I get a hard-on. I will always come for you, always want you, and always need you. We clear?"
She had begun to glow. Sounds a lot like love to me.
"I thought so too,"
said the dragon. In a move too fast for her to track, he snatched her hands and pinned them over her head. She startled, but made herself relax in his hold. His fierce raptor's gaze flared in the light. He descended until he was nose to nose with her. He hissed,
"So say it."
She gave him a gentle, radiant smile and whispered, "I'm yours."
"It's about goddamn time,"
he growled. He straightened off the bed and yanked her up with him. Then he took hold of her tank top in both hands and shredded it.
"Say it again."
She started to laugh. Even to her own ears, she sounded drunk. She reached for his shirt and tried to undo the buttons with clumsy fingers as she told him again, "I'm yours."
He spun her until she faced away from him. The controlled violence in his movements jettisoned her laughter. Her knees started to shake. He tore the rest of her clothes away and pushed her onto the bed until she was on her hands and knees facing away from him. He widened her legs until she was fully exposed to him. The sense of vulnerability was almost too much to take. She shivered spasmodically.
She heard the tiniest of sounds from behind, the catch of his breath and a rustle of cloth. She tried to look over her shoulder to see what he was doing. Then he put his hot lips on her from behind and licked along the delicate folds of her most private, hypersensitive flesh. He tickled her clitoris with his tongue and mouthed against her, "Say it again."
Arousal roared over and through her. It knocked her off her hands. She collapsed forward, turned her damp cheek into the bedspread, and gasped it.
Her collapse exposed her even more to him. He licked, nibbled, and suckled, coaxing pleasure from her with a soft and dexterous touch, then turning demanding and rough, gripping her by the hips and holding her in place as he feasted on her with a ruthless carnality that sent her squealing into a climax that peaked and peaked until she writhed, utterly helpless in his grip as she fought for enough breath to scream. All the while he insisted she admit that she was his. She gave it to him every time he demanded. She moaned it, sobbed it, until finally she lay boneless on her back, a mass of quivering, exposed nerves. There was no part of her he had not pleasured or taken when he finally moved over her body, positioned his cock at her drenched, inviting entrance, and pushed his way inside. She stroked the strong curve of his back with trembling hands as he filled her, and she whimpered, drugged with pleasure. Tears spilled out of the corners of her eyes. He framed her face with his big hands as he came all the way inside, seated to the root. At last he had burned even his own ferocity away, until all that was left on his severe, dark face was tenderness.
"I have learned so many things over the long years,"
he whispered as he moved inside of her.
"I've taken tribute from sovereigns and witnessed the end of empires, but you are my best teacher."
She stroked his lean cheek. "I love you." A smile filled with simple wonder lightened those fierce gold eyes.
"I know."
Laughter threatened to take her over, but then he lost his smile and grew intent as he drove harder, deeper inside her. She arched up to him as he hit just the right pleasure spot, and his powerful body shook as he spilled inside her. She cradled him close as he gasped and hid his face in her neck. Afterward, she stroked his hair as they drifted. Then he roused just enough to shift his weight off her. He lay on his back and pulled her against his side.
"Good to have that settled,"
he said with satisfaction. He ran his fingers through her hair and with a gentle pulse of power, smoothed the tangles out. What, that we're mates? She stroked his hard, beautiful mouth.
"Yes."
He kissed her fingers.
"Because we're getting married."
We're...
She bit her lip.
That's your proposal? Just like that, we're getting married?
Oh. He reached over the side of the bed, dug into his shirt pocket, and then dropped a massive diamond ring on her chest.
"There."
She rolled her eyes and flopped onto her back. This was too good to pass up. Well, Dragos, it's one thing to agree that we're mates, but I don't know about marriage, she said. I read Cosmo. You eat people. I think divorce court might call that the definition of irreconcilable. He rolled onto his side. The sheet slid from his muscled chest as he propped himself up on one elbow and regarded her from under lowered brows. It was his moody, stubborn look. God, she loved that expression. She could just about see the wheels turning in his head. After a moment, he said, "Please." "That's better, big guy." She nodded and put the ring on. This concludes Dragonbound.